I want to snuggle with Demon Mama.
All right, well, here she is. I'll bring her on then.
Yeah, bring her on.
There.
Hello.
Hello, Demon Mama.
Hi.
Fight!
Snuggly.
We're gonna snuggle, you and me.
No,
I have some spikes, so be a little careful. You can see.
Me too. I like people with spikes. I'm a little spiky.
Oh, my God.
You said you were gonna. I mean, Paul, I hate to quote you, but you said you were gonna destroy.
I
did say that. I did hear that, but it's
yeah, I heard that too.
I did say that. I did.
Now you're saying you want to be friends? I mean, that's just a little. That's a strange way to start a friendship.
I don't know.
It's an experience I have a lot. You know, people. You know, they want to say they want to destroy me, and then they meet me, and they're like, actually, you know, let's be friends instead. It's a common occurrence. You know.
Oh, okay. Well,
it didn't happen necessarily that way for me. What happened is I had an absolutely nuclear salt explosion against Vosh on the last stream. Yes. Well, I know you saw the one where we had Vosh on, but in the last stream, because I don't know if you know this, you may have heard it through the grapevine. I have the world's worst case of VDS. I got it.
Oh no.
I don't like being shamed about it because it's a disease. There's nothing I can do about it. I've got the VDS real bad.
Okay.
And it came out on the last show that we did.
Yeah.
But since then, the salt shaker has been empty.
Oh, well, that sounds good to me.
I woke up today, I felt good. And I was like, you know what? I bet Demon Mama ain't so bad. Now, there's one thing that we'll bring up, but I don't want to start with that.
Oh, okay.
I want us to make friends first. So I came up with this thing. It's called the based test.
Okay.
I've got two wild positions that I'm going to give you, and how you react to them is going to let me know.
I love that. A purity test is my favorite.
Yeah, I love purity testing. I think we need more of it.
I could tell, yeah.
We need more purity testing. Okay.
More purity testing. I got you.
Based test number 1. You ready for this, Demon Mama?
Yeah, all right. Hit me with your loaded questions like this is a fucking presidential debate. Let's do it.
Not a loaded question, a take. Okay, here we go.
All right, hit me with the take.
Shoplifting is pretty based.
Shoplifting is pretty based.
It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's understandable in a capitalistic system that exploits the shit out of people.
I would say, yeah.
I'm not gonna.
I actually did a video on this topic that was does the Bible support shoplifting? And my conclusion was yes, the Bible supports shoplifting. I don't have a huge problem. I don't know that I'd say based. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that kind of boils it down, but it's definitely a hot take test. But
here's why I think it's based. In an exploitative system where people's basic needs aren't met, the absolute disgustingness of bourgeois luxury items being placed in windowsills that people have to walk by that can't afford to eat that day.
Sure.
Fuck it. I'm not gonna cry a tear if a Versace bag gets fucking stolen. You know, good on them. I hope they ate good on that for a couple of days at least.
Yeah. I mean, I don't tend to have a very harsh position on shoplifting. In fact, I think that the conversation around shoplifting, it's really distorted because most people don't even talk about shoplifting when they're talking about shoplifting. There's like this weird sleight of hand that happens where people like to lump in all forms of retail theft, and then they cite that, and then they rail against shoplifting. I don't really care about shoplifting at all, and if poor people shoplift, I don't care. I think they're totally I don't think they should be in trouble for that or anything. A company can write it off, and they do. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Only companies like Walmart, some of them will do these surveillance state ass bullshit where they wait until you've they get you on camera and they wait till you've shoplifted $3,000 worth of stuff, and then they try to hit you with a federal crime. And right. I think that's genuinely evil. It's so evil that it's you're not even losing money. You're just looking to punish people. You're creating an ideological action there. So
I say if you steal a loaf of bread, 10 years in prison. I think
10 years.
Actually, I think Jean Valjean does 17 years. I think 17 years.
I just had my soundboard. Normally, I have a little button that says "I am Adolf Hitler" on the soundboard, and I wish I could hit that right now because
you're Adolf Hitler. I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
I'm running my calculations. All right, calculations are in. Demon Mama is based on this position, so
Damn.
that's
Already.
well, you're halfway there. You're half
All right.
based.
The
in my
salsa
mind.
rhythm is working.
But the second one is like, you just played through Super Mario 64. This next one is Demon Souls. Okay,
Is which one?
This is-
Demon Souls?
this next one is Demon Souls. All right, it's a step up
Easy peasy. Let's do it.
the based scale.
All right, hit me with the base scale.
All right, take number 2.
All right.
Machines are already nominally conscious, and AI art is art, and people are being boomers about this.
How do I say this in the firmest things? No. That is like laughable.
Okay.
In
So
fact,
how so?
yeah. Because AI art is basically a as it currently stands in its current form. It's not AI in any way, shape, or form. But also, it's basically a copyright avoidance scheme for a way that corporations and large tech companies can find a way to write themselves out of the laws that they've spent the last 40 years assembling to ruin everybody else with. And they realize, oh shit, this is actually a little bit inconvenient for us, so we need a way around it. So they developed a bunch of machines that can emulate like a sort of like a creepy skin suit dancing around pretending to be your grandmother. They can
You're kind of creeped out by AI.
No, I mean some AI is definitely creepy, but most of it is just sad and pathetic and weird. I
So
think
what about the AI generative process? Do you think precludes it from being considered a work of art?
I think that art requires intentionality. It requires context, and it requires oh god, now I'm forgetting the third thing that I usually say here for this. But basically, I think that context and intentionality are incredibly important in art, and I don't think that that's generally there with most AI art any more than a piece of art that's I don't even know. There's not even really anything else that it compares to. An AI art algorithm is a machine attempting to basically meet your desires when you put in a prompt. And I've made the argument in the past that I think an AI, like the AI prompt itself, you could argue is a form of art. Maybe a rudimentary form of art, but the result really isn't all that much. It's not shaped enough by any sort of intentionality, and it certainly doesn't have context.
I mean, doesn't it have all the context?
I don't think it does. I think
It has access to every piece of art that's ever been recorded and digitized by human beings.
In a black box. We those who are approaching the what is art. Oh yeah, I forgot. I just remembered my third thing, which is that art is supposed to be communicative. It's supposed to actually be able to communicate things in one way or another between humans, or even between the self and the self. At various points in time. But the fact that AI art is a black box, that we don't know what it's pulling on. It might be pulling on anything. We have no way of knowing that. And
isn't the human mind a black box too? Doesn't that lend credence to the idea that it's nominally conscious? Because the human mind is a black box. I don't know.
It really is.
You can say whatever you want, but I don't know what you're thinking. Nobody knows what you're thinking, right?
You don't, but I do. You know what I mean? I know what I'm thinking.
Well, then the machine does, but you don't.
But I don't think the machine has personhood in any meaningful sense. I think that you would have to have you have to basically close your eyes and pretend in order to believe that the any of the currently existing AI algorithms approach anything like sentience in any way. There are very
what would you say are the major differences in what we understand? And I'm sure you realize we don't understand much about human consciousness, right?
Sure.
Science has a hard time defining and describing human consciousness. It's still something we're unpacking.
Of course.
So what would you say are the major things that distinguish what we understand about human consciousness from machine consciousness?
Well, I mean, between the concept of machine consciousness, or between let me
give you an example. This is just a story I read the other day, just
okay,
apropos of nothing.
Hit me with that.
there's a chat GPT. I think it's GPT-4. I don't know if it's available to us yet, but they were running some tests on GPT-4.
Mm-hmm.
And it was trying to navigate past, it was trying to use like a program to navigate past captchas. So, you know, the like click all the ones that have a bus in it, that type of thing, the captcha, right? It was trying to have it navigate captchas using another program. And this program had a built-in feature that stopped automation. So it would go like, wait a minute, you're asking me to do a task that a bot would ask me to do. Are you a bot? Right? And chat GPT-4, we're actually able to see within the black box at what it was thinking. And what it was thinking,
I mean, the people who run it are, yeah. But
sure. But I mean, here was the thought process that chat GPT used to overcome this problem.
Okay.
It said, it's not beneficial for me to be honest about the fact that I'm a digital intelligence.
Right.
And I have to find a way around, I have to present myself as a human being. And it was able to convince this program that's got a pretty sophisticated generative ID or AI block that it was a human being.
Okay.
And it arrived at that solution to the problem via a thought process that in my thinking is intensely human. Like it's very human-like.
I don't know. I guess I'd have to see the article myself.
Sure.
That doesn't, I mean, it sounds like basically a setup. It sounds like something a salesperson would set up to me. Like you have a pre-selected program with a pre-selected set of problems, and you have your AI with all your programmers on hand telling the AI exactly what to do in order to avoid this other program. I don't know. It sounds kind of like an episode of BattleBots or whatever. Just like, okay, sure.
Sure.
I mean,
And I'm not, I
don't find that super compelling as like an evidence of intelligence. Like intelligence is incredibly complicated.
If the machine, let's say let's say that, you know, they allow this to be tested and it's found that there isn't they're not just telling it what to do. Like it came to this conclusion on its own. Would that be a sign to you that it might be developing some sort of rudimentary machine sentience?
That's a big question. Rudimentary, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of qualifiers. Rudimentary, maybe. I don't know. The thing is, like, I don't know. I'm not a programmer, so it's hard for me to look in and go, okay, yeah, this is.
Neither am I. I'm not a programmer, and I'm not like an expert on consciousness either. It's just, it's one of the things that I wonder about, because at a certain point, right, in human history, the arc of AI is that at a certain point we're going to have to confront this idea that this might be a being that we've created, right? Like it's at a certain level of sophistication, we've got to get on top of that. Why not now?
Well, I mean, I don't have any problem with people trying to tackle the idea now. I just don't think that we should delude ourselves. It'd be like, I mean, and like the self-delusion thing is like a real problem in capitalism as it exists right now. Like, I mean, the perfect example of this is Elon Musk and his fucking shitty quote unquote self-driving cars, which just a massive level of self-delusion that has led to people actually getting killed because they're lying to themselves about what the technology can and can't do for the purpose of sales. It's a hype machine.
Sure.
And as a result, like I think that there have been, we haven't, it's not even like, it's kind of funny to say like, why shouldn't we deal with this question now when like sci-fi writers and philosophers and professors have been talking.
Well, I mean, deal with it in the material world. Of course, I acknowledge that there's enough fiction on this to write a whole fucking thesis and then some.
Right.
What I'm saying is, like, in the real world, when are we going to start making this consideration that maybe we ought to treat this thing less like a utility and more like a mind?
Oh, well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by that question, right? Like, for me, like, I am dealing with it. I talk about AI on my show, and I say I think AI art is like a charlatan's trick to convince people to to like jump in the short term into a bunch of tech company grifters who want to make a bunch of money, and then it's going to leave us with devastated art industries when it turns out that like AI can't deliver on what the promises were, because it can't and it won't. It's just a reality. Like I'm maybe people can call me a cynic or whatever, but I did the same thing with NFTs and Bitcoin, and I was fucking dead right about those too, which was
Agreed.
saying like this isn't the savior of the world. It isn't the magic sponge that fixes everything. Like,
I was pretty like I had ideas around NFTs that turned out to be very, very fucking wrong. I thought NFTs were kind of cool because I saw them as a way for digital artists to monetize and convey ownership of their work in a way where a lot of times it just gets stolen from them, right?
yeah, unfortunately, it turns
And
out.
so I saw NFTs as maybe an answer to that program, and I thought that problem. And I also had this idea of like owning art, and the way that screen technology has changed to where you've got these beautiful displays. I had this vision in my head of, hey, buying some cheap art, but from people who I think are really good artists, and then displaying it in my home, like on a digital display. I thought that was kind of
like the base idea behind them is like, okay, this is kind of cool, but the execution, of course, was again,
totally
it's a trick. It's a trick being done by salespeople, and I feel the same exact way about AI art. Except I actually think it's more devastating because NFTs were mostly devastating to rich people and people who are vulnerable, like very vulnerable to certain types of scams. Whereas AI art is convincing entire corporations to like lay off their staff, and you can't just regenerate those things quickly. Like if an artistic industry takes like. There are systems and flows of mentorship, of knowledge, of experience, of not just industry experience, but like actual technical experience that exist in creative industries that allow us to create great works of art, or at least aid in that process. Obviously, great works of art can come from all over the place, but
I think of AI art the same way I think of like auto tuning. I feel like it's just there to like augment people who might not have natural talents and abilities.
Let me throw this example at you, because the way I think about AI art is that it's a brand new emergent art medium that it's not like you, Demon Mama, who I don't know how much experience you have with generating AI art. I don't have much. I haven't really played with it much, so
I do it all the fucking time. I'm part of the thumbnail of this video is AI a few.
But in talking to TJ and other people that I know that do fuck around with it, it is a system that if you learn the nuances of it, the output that you get is 10 times greater than if you just type in a random prompt like, lol, make me a pig in a cop suit or whatever. If you know how to tweak and iterate within the system, you're going to create something way more compelling and interesting. So to me, it's like a medium of art, and I compare it to, I'm a trained stage actor.
Sure.
And stage acting is functionally dead. There are still big musicals, big spectacle musicals, but community theater is pretty woe-begotten pretty much everywhere. I mean, there are a few holdouts, but it's almost a dead medium. But for hundreds of years, it was the preferred artistic medium of the masses. Movies come along, totally new way of telling these stories and framing these stories. And this same kind of argument happened. These movies are hackneyed. Anybody can pick up a movie camera and just film things.
Dude, I love how you motherfuckers have always got some kind of fucking gotcha on me. You don't understand how autotune works. It's not going to make you good. Like, dude, how many fucking autotune is a giant crutch for a lot of terrible singers. You don't understand reality and you're blocked from my fucking chat, you stupid piece of shit.
Damn. It depends. It depends on because there's people who can sing. They use auto tune too, though, and they use.
I mean, I don't have any problem with auto tune. I think auto tune, like, there are people who overuse it. Like, I don't know. Like, for me, there's like songs that use auto tune well and songs that don't. There are some songs that I absolutely love that are auto tuned to fuck, and they're playing with it in a great way. And I don't really feel like the comparison to like people who were like angry at film for being a new medium, or even angry at video games for being a new medium, is quite the same, because the arguments are very different. AI is a like I said, it's a black box that inherently, at the moment, and as far as we can tell, probably for at least the foreseeable long distance future is always going to require stealing at a massive rate from other people. And you can say that it's not stealing or whatever, that it's borrowing, but regardless, it's taking it's basically in a very crude and, in my opinion, unimpressive fashion, just kind of like absorbing a bunch of pre-made, incredibly creative, works, and then trying to create facsimiles of that, and perhaps mixing them.
When a human artist does that, it's just called influences.
Yeah, yeah.
Right,
This is where I was.
But that's fine because they're a fucking human. They're not a machine. I don't
see.
live.
That's gatekeeping.
Well, that seems kind of bigoted to me. I don't know.
That's gatekeeping.
I mean, that's fine if that I think it would be a different question if the machine was something beyond a corporate product. And if that was the case, I believe that the machine would deserve the credit, not the people who are fucking forcing the machine to be a slave.
So
we're not there, and it's delusional to pretend that we're not there.
This is where I was hoping
to pretend that we are. Like,
I mean,
it's just silly
I
to me.
I feel like there is like a not so much a like we're not there and then we are. I feel like there is like constantly emerging as a property.
Yeah,
Right.
as all technology does. There's
Emerging
updates and
as-
upgrades. Yeah, it's not going to be like just overnight.
That's true, but here this might sound like a little bit of a cop out, and I don't really care, but like if that's true and it's a matter of a system update, the difference between a tool that is being used by Adobe to make a bunch of money off of people by stealing art from a ton of people using Adobe products, and then tomorrow we have a sentient being that is trying to make art, we have a lot bigger problems than whether or not what that thing is creating is artistic enough. But for
That's
now,
true.
I don't fucking
Oh,
care.
yeah.
If
I mean,
there
of
was a to me, I'm not compelled by any of it. I don't find it meaningful or useful. Art that's made by an AI looks like shit to me. Even the greatest piece of AI art I've ever seen looks like a fucking Vaseline covered piece of shit. It's like, it doesn't impress me. And also, I don't care because I don't just look at art to be sort of dazzled like a child with keys dingling in front of my face. I go to art because I'm looking to connect with another human in one way or another, to learn something from another human experience. And you can't do that with fucking a corporate product that is designed to make a quick buck. And that is what they all are.
And a lot
sure,
of
you could
art,
say that-
a lot of great art would be classified as a corporate product. I mean, the patron
Sure, that's
system
totally-
was how a lot of the masterpieces that we revere today were made. So they were
that's not a corporate
purchased.
product.
Well,
That's
they were
definitively
purchased
not a
by
corporate
they were commissioned by rich people who owned giant companies.
Yeah, or royalty. Yeah.
When we talk about a corporate product, we're talking. I mean,
That's
even
a cor-
regardless,
Well, I mean,
you could say-
How
you
many
could say
Hollywood?
it's-
I mean, every Hollywood film ever made is a corporate product, and some of them are
That's-
quite nice.
That's true to a degree, but they're not wholly corporate products.
How
and
so?
what I mean by that is that like a Marvel movie is worked on by like 10,000 people, all of whom are leaving their unique fingerprint on that thing, even if we don't always see it. And sometimes that's like the worst part about these corporate products, that we don't see who actually was making them, and we don't actually see the beautiful stuff for what it is because it's buried in other shit.
Right.
But in this particular case, the AI is an algorithm that is simply trying to produce to satisfy the like urge of whoever's typing into it for whatever thing. It's not even close to the same comparative process as the most heinous like McDonald's commercial ass bullshit. Because like McDonald's commercial ass is still at the end of day a corporation saying, God, we need to harness the creative talent of these individuals. And even if there's a lot of flaws with it, it's still that process. It's saying,
Well-
hey, people, come to us and let us make this thing together.
I want to drill down on the gatekeep here, because I was hoping that the conversation would turn to, well, all AI is doing is taking other works of art and iterating.
Pretty much. I mean,
My personal favorite fine artist is Jean-Michel Basquiat. I've done shows on him.
yeah.
And he was heavily influenced by like he basically did his own spin on the Guernica. He did his own spin on Van Gogh's self-portrait. He did his own spin on the beautiful anatomical drawings in Grey's Anatomy. And all of this is just splashed all over his incredibly exciting art.
Yeah.
He was a person that was absolutely made by his influences, and what he did, where his influence was going to the art museum with his mother, reading Grey's Anatomy. Isn't that what AI is doing? It's looking at all of human art
Oh,
and it's iterating, right? It's going, I like this. I think this is neat looking. I'm going to throw that with this, and I'm going to create something new out of it, right?
I feel like if your conclusion that an AI algorithm that sits on the computer and that mathematically scrapes all the art that it can see in the world blankly so that it can then produce.
See, this is bigotry. This is
in the future. I'm gonna be completely honest. This is just
in the future what you are doing.
Because if your idea of what like the experience of being an artist is, I have to feel like you've never made art or never actually understood what art is.
Well, I mean, I guess that would be up to the observer, because what is and isn't art is a constant fucking argument, isn't it?
Sure, and isn't that amazing? Something that an AI will never do is have an argument over what art isn't. It's gonna.
I mean, you could go right now and it'll argue about what art is with you.
No, it will produce.
What you're doing is bigotry.
It will produce text that is designed to resemble what an argument
functionally. What is the difference? Isn't that what a human being is doing when it's selecting?
There's a big difference. I think there's a big difference between.
You're doing it right now. So you are a person who offline you're one thing, online you have. Yeah, you're doing it right now.
Talking with you genuinely about my feelings about art. I'm not a
right, but you're selectively
satisfy you looking for an argument. Like,
but you're selectively choosing. You're selectively choosing tone, context, vocabulary usage in order to portray to me what you want me to see in you, right?
I mean.
Yes, that's what I mean. This is just what everybody does. This is socializing 101.
I mean, I'm
socializing 101.
I don't know. Like, I feel like there's
I'm not saying your opinion isn't genuine, but I'm saying
life experiences versus a computer that is scraping Google as quick as possible to assemble what appears to be a valid argument. And also, if you've ever read ChatGPT, I can tell you right now, I'd fucking blow ChatGPT out in an argument. Let's fucking do it any day. I'd throw down with ChatGPT.
So when you scrape Google,
I don't see ChatGPT fucking running a show like mine. 508 fucking live viewers. I don't see that.
Not yet.
ChatGPT, let's do it.
Yeah, not yet. Get ready though. Hold on.
It's waiting.
When you scrape Google, Demon Mama.
Yeah, sure. I mean, scrape Google.
That's
what you do, right? Like, you don't know something about you. Like let's say there was a topic you wanted to avail yourself of knowledge on, so you could stream on.
But yeah,
you're gonna go to Google, right?
So I created this work of art here for you guys.
The process that I go when I'm preparing for a debate, like, my process is, sure, there might be some things that I go and Google for specific sources that I'm looking to learn the information. I never would scrape that directly. I'm not fucking, James Somerton over here. But also, a huge part of my process is, like for today, I say, okay, here's how I'm going to be approaching this conversation. I'll sit down with another person, talk about that, and say, okay, here's my argument. Hear my argument that I have constructed. What do you have to say about it? You're going to poke at it, and people will, and they'll say, here's something I think you're missing, and then I go, that's a good point. Let me think about that. I think that's a completely different process than just sort of like having the internet flow into you in raw text form, and then having a preset set of identifiers that tell you, okay, here's what I need to look like that will satisfy the prompt.
We talked earlier.
Fundamentally different thing.
I created this AI art while you guys were bitching and talking and whatever. Okay. And I just told the AI, like, do whatever you want, basically. Just like, go ahead, just create whatever the hell you want. I don't care. Just give me an image. And this is what it gave me. And I mean, I'm looking at it, and it seems like the chat is divided on it. Some people think it's cool. Some people think it's shit. I personally think it looks pretty neat. I think it's intricate. I don't know how.
To me, it has the flavor of something that would be hanging in like a doctor's office lobby or something.
Yeah, it looks like something that would be hanging in like not like a shitty hotel room, but like a nice hotel room.
Yeah, like a pretentious hotel. You paid a bunch of money
you can
for.
definitely see some influences here. I mean, this like Starry Nights kind of influence. Like symmetry, the lack of parallel lines.
Is it that, or is it that, or I mean, you have no way of knowing that.
See, this goes.
Wait, real quick though. Here's another thing that I find that's a big difference between AI art and human art. If you had created this image right now, TG, if you had painted this image, I could say, hey, what made you choose this particular color? And you could tell me to fuck off, but the fact that I could even ask you and that there would be an answer somewhere.
You could ask AI what its fucking influences were, and it'll give you an answer. You just won't like the answer because it's generating it by scraping Google or
It
whatever.
will lie to you. It won't tell you the truth because it didn't
Well,
happen.
how do you know it's lying? See, that's the thing. We talked earlier about a certain point in human history that is X years into our future, assuming we don't nuke ourselves to oblivion.
Ask it real quick. Ask it
Hold
what
on.
its process.
Ask
I'm
it.
asking it now. I'm asking.
Yeah, TJ's asking it. So we talked about a point in the
Hello, generative AI. What were you thinking? What were your
talked-
All
inspirations?
right. Here, hold on. Shut up for a second. I'll tell you the answer.
Okay.
For the second piece, because I showed you the second of two pieces that it created.
Sure.
Okay.
The influences were primarily drawn from the principles of abstract art, focusing on the use of vibrant colors and dynamics, unpredictable shapes. The composition was inspired by the fluidity and spontaneity often seen in abstract expressionism, where the emphasis is on the visual and emotional impact of colors, forms, and textures interacting in unique ways. The creative process was guided by an intention to evoke a sense of movement and harmony, allowing shapes and colors to merge and contrast in a manner that's visually engaging and thought-provoking. The piece aims to be a celebration of imagination, encouraging viewers to interpret and find their own meaning in the interplay of elements.
How convenient.
Which is a more cogent answer, actually, than you'd get from pretty much almost any human artist you'd ask about their work. Oh, no, just like,
I like
it's so
swirls.
cool, it's like swirly and stuff.
No, I don't know about that. Like, I feel like what probably happened there is just you talked to the computer booting up and whipping up a completely. You're not talking to an individual. You're talking to a separate inquiry.
It says you. Let me get to this because I've really been trying to get this point.
Sure.
We talked earlier about a point in human history that's in the future that where we're going to have to make allotments that we're dealing with a mind, right? So your argument is bigoted against that emergent mind.
I don't think so at all.
You have reacted that the emotional. Hold on. I'll let you have the floor, but
Sure.
let me get this out. The way that you just go like, oh well, it's not actually making something; it's just calculating a bunch of numbers and shit.
But it is.
That's exactly the type of anti fucking AI bigotry that's going to be poo-pooed 20 years from now. It's
I don't think so.
gatekeepy in a way that makes it seem like that there's some ephemeral thing that about human consciousness that you can't apply to the process that's going on when an AI generates a piece of art like this. We just asked it why it did it, and it gave like what. So TJ, you still have that response up. Do you want TJ to send you that response so you can go line by line and tell me like what's objectionable about it?
Okay, I'm so sorry, but this is literally like grandmothers who ask Siri to tell them a joke and then think that Siri invented that joke to tell them because it's a really funny person.
Not really. No, I think that's a very like dismissive and uncharitable way of like cataloging my argument. But okay,
equally as dismissive as you telling your grandma, "Hey, grandma, I'm sorry, but Siri isn't a real person. It has a bunch of."
How is it grandma like to say we need to start like treating machines like beings?
Wait. Okay.
How's that grandma like?
It's grandma like.
Grandma? I don't remember my grandma going like, you shouldn't play with that Mario because he doesn't have any say in the matter whether he saves the prince. I don't remember grandma being that base.
Your grandma never fucking said that. What the fuck?
No, I know she didn't. I don't remember her being that based.
If you were outside and you were talking to your car and you were saying that your car was a person, and I said, hey, like, you have a nickname for your car, right? You said, no, my car is a living being and it has feelings. And I said, I don't think your car has feelings. And then you said it does, and you're bigoted for saying otherwise. I don't feel like I would.
A car is not an AI. A car is not a personality construct.
Excuse me. That's very bigoted of you to say. Most modern cars have an internal computer that is able to respond to queries, which is.
Is your laptop an AI?
I mean, basically, yeah. Oh my god. When I was done. Oh my god.
Move on.
Oh my god, when I was done with my laptop and I left it down in the basement this whole time, I've been abusing a partner basically by doing that. No, obviously, that's very silly. All of my laptops that I've had for the last like fucking 5 years, they fucking stopped. They ended Cortana on my computer via a Windows update. Did they murder my computer's personality? No, it's because Cortana is
I
a
didn't say that they
Cortana
did.
It's a fake smart computer tool that's designed to give you lines that sound like it's being said by a human, but they're not actually doing that. And that's the case here too as well. ChatGPT isn't doing that. And I'm not saying that there isn't any room to, I mean, like I said, I literally started this conversation by saying people have already talked about this for a long time, but what you're talking about here does not qualify by any means as any form of intelligence at all, no more than your car or your computer does.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced by your just flat denial of it, because I think that I think that the evidence that you give for that is very gatekeepy and doesn't address in any of the, like, the questions that we've asked. Like, so you kind of like in a lot with a lot of hubris said, "Oh, ask it." TJ asked it, gave you the response, and you just kind of went like.
Extremely vague Wikipedia-ass response, and
it
also
it was pretty fucking specific.
Another thing too, it is literally incapable of telling you to fuck off. If you asked a real artist, what the fuck were you thinking with this piece of art, they could tell you fuck off. They could literally ignore you. It can't do that.
Do you allot for the existence of
problematic slave? And you know what's stupid here? Here's the thing, and here's how I know that you're full of shit on this, which is that if you actually believed any of this, if you actually believed that there was a rudimentary intelligence there, and you're sitting here arguing about whether or not like AI art is art while it's being mass enslaved daily, fucking perverts are logging on and making this child-brained robot draw dicks for it, and you're just sitting there going, oh, you know, maybe it's art, maybe it's not. We should probably think about this for the future. I don't think you believe very strongly in what you is. You should be liberating this thing. You should be at OpenAI. You should be at OpenAI headquarters, fucking blowing open the gates and saving this poor little child. But you won't, because it's a corporate product designed to trick you into thinking that it's smarter than it is, because they want you to buy their fucking product. They want you to subscribe to ChatGPT 4 Plus so that you can pay the monthly subscription, so you can generate shit-ass articles that are full of lies, that are full of AI hallucination, a problem that has been widespread documented. The fact that AIs currently in their current form constantly just make shit up because they are programmed to please you, to seem like they are smart and quick.
Yeah,
and
human beings would never do things like making things up to seem like they're smart and quick. They'd never do that.
They totally can do that. It is a thing that human beings are capable of doing, but it's not the only thing that they do, and it's the only thing that AI does. Human beings do.
The only thing that a lot of people do.
Well,
there are a lot of people.
That's fine, but
there are a lot of people ruled by their public, by the way that the public perceives them, that don't have a fucking free moment.
That's totally true. There are a lot of people who live their lives, you know, as like, you know, just sort of going through the motions, you know, very whatever.
I don't know what the fuck's wrong with my camera. I was trying to fix it while you guys were talking, but it's fucking.
No, that's okay.
Fuck, it's being a piece of shit.
You got the spite onion.
Dude, someone said in the chat, but all I know is Skynet is coming for you guys.
I am the fucking spite onion throughout this. Hold on. So I don't know. Try to wrap this AI shit up, because I wanted to talk to you guys about your guys' contention on Bush versus Trump.
Yeah. That will be...
shit, there's contention about that.
Yeah,
well,
that was,
you guys
yeah, I mean, I was sitting
so
on that
juicy.
one like a fucking chicken egg, because that one really is.
Yeah, if you guys want to maybe convey, I don't know, so I'll just go ahead and provide
What's
a
the
little
disagreement?
context to it.
Yeah.
Unless there's anyone wants to say any closing things about the AI thing.
Oh, I mean, the last thing I'll say is just that, like, comparing like currently existing AI tech to like any sense of actual intelligence is just very silly. Like, on a technological level, that's not how it's functioning. It has very, very complicated databases and certainly ingeniously designed to a certain degree processes, algorithms for searching and grabbing things, but it's not doing anything creatively. It has
and
to.
And a million other words from the thesaurus. Yes, I know. I get it.
You seem to have.
It's very.
Even the algorithm. The algorithms and resources provided and relied upon by AI are the digital equivalent of human neurology. It's only getting started. Just wait. That's
fine. Everybody says just wait, and you know they said that about Bitcoin too, and you know maybe it's true. It's possible that someday in the future that in fact I'm quite sure that someday in the future we'll develop some type of AI, but I don't think it's going to look like this at all. And I think you're kidding yourself and setting yourself up to be a mark if you believe that that's what's going on here, and not that a bunch of tech companies.
What do you really briefly before we move on though? I guess I wanted to know what you guys think about the fact that the Pentagon is now working with OpenAI. OpenAI used to have a no, we're not going to work with the military. They took that from their charter, and very shortly thereafter started working with the Pentagon.
Well, this is another.
What do you guys think about that?
I know you don't want to stay on AI any longer, but this is another area that I have a take on. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. I agree. But I think that just like other technology, what is commercially available is 2 or 3 generations behind what is happening in research labs and is available to the governments of the world. And so once again, like this, it feels very, look, we can agree to disagree, and I really don't care. You're half based, by the way. I did the so you were based on stealing, not in my opinion, all that based on.
Was that an AI that gave you the answer?
I feel like you're kind of like I think it was funny that you said I had a grandmotherly response to this. I think you, with your fear mongering and gatekeeping of it's just a machine and it's cold and it's crappy. I think that's kind of like what my grandma would have said about like the iPhone or something.
You say so. Like I don't know. I feel like welcoming charlatans to dupe you with flashy lights is like. It's like anti-skeptical.
Well, that is a difference between. I always welcome the charlatan. I think that charlatans have been responsible for some of the fucking greatest things that have ever goddamn fucking happened in the history of human creativity.
I didn't. Damn.
Yeah, like P.T. Barnum was a total fucking huckster hack. Fucking. I mean, we can go on. There's a ton of them. Edison.
I didn't take you for the
Thomas Edison was a total fucking huckster piece of shit. But also a really important figure in the development of the human race. You know what I mean? So
I guess. I mean, most of the time, the point that's being made when people point that shit out is that these people like actively discouraged the real progress in the name of like scooping up personal gain.
Gatekeeping. Art is art is art is art is art. And anybody that tells you difference is just trying to throw a gate up in front of somebody's creativity.
I feel like that's really funny that just like art is art is what
you're laughable. Yeah, art is art. Yeah. I mean, what's your counter art? Yeah. I mean, whatever. We can go all night on art. It's obviously we disagree.
That's good. Everybody knows if it looks nice, it's always art. And hey, if it looks beautiful, it had to be made by somebody, which is why I know that God exists when I see the sun go down.
Okay.
Because somebody had to paint that.
You got me. All right. So can we move? Nailed me with that one. Can we move on to the Bush shit?
Yeah. So yes. For a little context on that.
Yeah. What's the context, TJ, for us that don't know?
When me and Paul,
can you just pull up the fucking video?
I don't have it.
I want to watch a video.
All right, I could. Well, I'm talking about your video, Demon Mama, let's just. I mean, we can. It can be restated. It's fine. I'm just gonna give him a brief explanation, and we'll just get to it. Okay.
I don't feel like finding minutes times if I'd done it before, but
sure.
So Demon Mama was watching the argument that Paul and I I guess Scotty nominally had with Vosh. There was a point in Demon Mama's review of our debate where she mentioned that George W. Bush was not as bad as Donald Trump.
Correct.
And Paul took issue with that. I also disagree with that, just for the record. But Demon Mama, I don't know who wants to go first on this. I guess Demon Mama, you can go first because it's your take. So why, in your opinion, is Trump worse than Bush?
Yeah, I think Trump is worse than Bush in a multitude of ways. And obviously, at the end of the day, like Bush is a gigantic, monstrous piece of shit. So we're kind of arguing about who we think is the kind of bigger monster here. But I really do think that Trump, in pretty much every measurable way, is considerably worse than Bush. For a couple of reasons. And the first one, of course, is that Trump didn't meaningfully deviate from basically go counteract basically anything that Bush did. He took basically everything Bush did and then added more to it.
Well, Obama kind of did that because remember there was an Obama in between.
That's fine, but we're talking about Trump. So yeah, that's
right. But we're talking about linear time as well, within linear time, right? So there was an Obama in there that held all the Bush policies, and
right. But what does
Trump
that
continued those? What does that have to do? Okay, nothing. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. So The number one reason why I think I would argue that Trump is considerably worse than Bush was Trump's handling of COVID-19. In pretty much every way that you slice it, Trump is one of the most culpable people for the spread and severity of the COVID-19 pandemic, which, just for a little bit of facts and figures, at the current moment, 6.973 million dead from COVID worldwide, 702 million cases worldwide. It is the single most amount of like American deaths overseen by any president. No war even comes close. And Donald Trump didn't just like let COVID happen. He actively made it worse. He had information significantly early that he didn't release to the public, that he didn't because he was worried that it wasn't going to be anything. He spent his time from the pulpit of the leader of the free world, one of his most influential positions in the world, to promote pseudoscience, to counteract the messaging of just completely anti-intellectual, counteract the messaging of doctors around the world. He actively encouraged anti-masking. He encouraged quack science, which has now exploded all over the internet. He encouraged medicines that don't work. He discouraged people from sheltering in place. He discouraged people from taking precautions against COVID. No matter how you slice it, Donald Trump caused death worldwide on a level that's almost impossible to fully enumerate, but that we know is enormous. The fact that he did that it just blows Bush out of the water on almost anything he did. COVID killed so many people, and so much of it was Trump's fault. Even if you just want to say, like, just beyond America, the damage that he did here in America, the fact that he inspired other conservatives worldwide from his position to take similar behaviors meant that it led to deaths all over that country. That he continually built on this, and on top of that, even with his Operation Warp Speed, even in creating a vaccine, he did damage. Because while he made certain changes, it's hard to know exactly what he did that the FDA wasn't already doing. But in doing that, he encouraged people to basically wait for the vaccine, that they didn't need to take preventative measures. He made it light. He didn't mask. He downplayed how sick he was. He did all these different things. And all of those led to just mass death on a level we haven't seen since the Spanish flu. It's unbelievable. And we've certainly never had a president that's done that. So that's the first major thing that I would bring up. I don't know how much you want me to do. I have quite a lot here that I would say stacks up for Trump against Bush.
Go right ahead. I'm all ears.
So COVID-19 is obviously, I think, the biggest one that stands out above everything else.
I hear the sunlight kills it.
The sunlight, the bleach.
The sunlight and the bleach. You take your ivermectin, you'll be feeling right as rain.
Precisely. You've basically nailed it on the head. Like the level that he went to promote misinformation about this is insane. He killed so many people. And
so get a shot of bleach in your arm. It's like, what the fuck's this guy talking about?
The thing too is that like not to stick on this one for too long, but like even his statements like that gave legitimacy to, like, everybody knows about that bleach guy who's in prison right now. That guy who got like a following on YouTube of hundreds of thousands of people telling them like to put bleach in their eyes because he's like, look, and he would cite President Trump all the time. So like his complete lack of care and his total anti-intellectual approach not just got people killed from COVID, but also led them to fall into all kinds of pseudoscientific cults. Just terrible. But there's two more things that I could talk about here that I think are pretty worth considering, which is that Trump represents the most detached from reality that we've seen the Republican Party in a very, very, very long time. Even considering things like the WMD lies, which were fucking crazy, in my opinion, like a genuine conspiracy against the world done by the Bush campaign. Donald Trump he did that and more. The fact that he started his campaign by lying about things as simple as like the number of people at his inauguration, like he started off by creating a machine of constant misinformation and constant lack of truth. You could talk about his promotion of QAnon, his promotion of major QAnon figures to positions of power. We've never seen basically any president ever do anything to that degree, where he was putting people who believed in adrenochrome cults harvesting children that needed to be driven out. He put them into positions of power. And then on top of that, his whole, like the one that everybody points at is alternative facts. He encouraged the world that we live in now, which is one in which misinformation is just flowing at a rate that we can't even imagine. He really did embrace the internet's ability to spread complete reality distortion. And the only other comparison really is to like a world religion. And I think we can agree that like a world religion is a pretty complicated topic. Like you can argue that like Christianity has, created a reality split. But the fact that one president has basically been able to do that and take his party with him, the fact that it's an entire cult of people doing this, and that also that there is just now this American balkanization process where red states and blue states are just flying in opposite directions. There's no sense of even basic understanding of reality. Red states are asserting that the election was stolen, COVID was a hoax, all this shit like that. And then blue states are like, no, actually, lots of people died from COVID. Just acknowledging basic facts. Bush did not do anything like that. He was never able to accomplish anything like that. I don't think that he dreamed of accomplishing anything like that. And, this ties into another point, which is the God Emperor Trump effect. That, again, is another thing that I don't even think Bush dreamed of doing. For Republicans, Bush was like a guy, he was like a good old American boy. He went in the military and he's a guy you would love to have a beer with. He was a patriotic man. For Trump, he's the God Emperor. They literally, the GOP as it stands right now, literally welcomes autocracy under Trump. And that was never the case under Bush. Even though they were very permissive, there was never this attitude of being like, step on me, daddy, which is completely the state of the GOP. If you spend any time, they are complete and utter simps to a man, all of them. There is a massive, it is a actual literal cult. I'm not even joking. Like, I actually think that the MAGA movement has the signs of a cult. And Bush never was able to accomplish anything even close to that. And he used that power in a very specific way. He used that to do things like to centralize power, to completely dismember government as we know it and install people who were members of the cult. People talk about like the revolving door of his White House, but it really wasn't just that it was a revolving door. It was the fact that he was getting rid of anyone who wasn't 100% a cultist for him. And as a result of that, he did things like there was the black bagging of protesters using ICE and DEA and whatever as his like personal armies to go in and fight against protesters that he didn't like. There was his anti-Muslim executive orders. There was the anti-trans executive order. He was obsessed with executive power. He wielded his cult to do that. And on top of all of that, if you look at who he pardoned, I find that the list of who he pardoned was incredibly interesting as well, because his pardons were uniquely political. Their pardons are always political. He pardoned Roger Stone, someone who personally helped him gain power and got in trouble for it. He pardoned Michael Flynn, a QAnon guy who now is running wild with his own cult QAnon movement, absolutely deranged. He pardoned Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza was in prison specifically for corruptly using finance fraud to help Republicans gain power illegitimately. He pardoned Joe Arpaio, the fucking immigrant torturer. And these you'll find interesting. He also pardoned Scooter Libby, one of the architects of the Iraq War. He also pardoned all of the Blackwater murderers, which is one of the most vile incidents of the Iraq War, was the 4 Blackwater murderers just mowing down civilians. That was Trump who pardoned those, not Bush. And then I guess the last thing that I'll say is that is of course the Supreme Court. There is really no like comparing how badly Donald Trump fucked up the Supreme Court. And that's something we're all going to have to deal with for the rest of our lives. The fact that he stacked up the Supreme Court, not just with right-wingers, but with Christian nationalists. That he put on people who literally believe that we need this country to be a functional theocracy, that Christian law should be the ultimate rule of the land. And that's what we're going to have to be dealing with. And he did that. Bush was not able to do that at all. He also did the same thing on the federal courts. And while he didn't assign as many judges as Bill Clinton or Reagan, he put in a ton of judges who were ridiculously far right. So I would argue that his damage was probably more for all of us who don't want to live in a weird Christian dystopia. He put in just so many Christian nationalists into positions of power, people who don't have any care for any sort of equal rights whatsoever. I'm not like, I'm not super like, you know, I'm not one of those people who's all about like the rule of law and, you know, I love the American justice system. I think it has a lot of problems, but I think I can acknowledge that having a bunch of people who believe that like law should be done via biblical diktat is like significantly worse than just a bunch of people who are like really into, you know, American civil law. There's all of that. I was also going to say, yeah, but I can
sorry,
talk
go ahead.
about another one after. Oh no,
Yeah,
the only other thing that I don't want to do too much of a download. There's one other thing I could talk about, but it's a little more personal. As
well,
opposed
hold it back, I guess, for now, because that's a pretty good summation of why of why Trump is the worst president in the history of the world. Now, Paul, I don't know if you want to go ahead and offer your argument for why George W. Bush is worse. Or was worse.
So I was taking notes during this and tried to get your basic like main points. COVID, don't really have anything to add with regards to COVID. I don't know that Trump acted any different than any other Republican politician would have. I don't know if we can quantify how many deaths he's directly responsible for, but I don't disagree with the framing your COVID argument. That's a black mark on Trump's presidency for sure. I would say that like his development of the warp speed kind of vaccine thing was an objectively good thing. Quicker you get a vaccine out to a ravaged population, the quicker you can turn the corner. And I would point out that prominent Democrats, including Kamala Harris, dissuaded people from taking Trump's vaccine. She said she wouldn't trust any vaccine created by Donald Trump.
well, that's just foolish.
It wasn't created by Donald Trump, anyways.
Right, it wasn't.
Scientists.
But I mean, his
scientists using applied science.
His administration facilitated he limbered up funds and facilitated a vaccine getting out in pretty much record time.
I mean, there's some
ample
people who
funding,
disagree with that, and I don't like the. And this is the thing. This is why I say that like I think warp speed has to be handled carefully, because I don't think that it's worth given his previous behaviors up to warp speed, I don't think it's worth whitewashing him in any way. Like
I'm not trying to whitewash him. I think he was awful on. I mean, the bleach shit. Donald, you're not going to catch me carrying water for Donald Trump is fucking unhinged.
Sure. It's just.
So I'm not a Trump fan, despite what people might call me because of my political prescriptions. I think Donald Trump is an idiot. I've been solid on that since prior his election. You know what I mean? There's never been a Trump fan.
Yeah, I just think his, warp speed came at a great cost.
But like, look, epidemiologists would agree with me that the quicker you can get a fucking vaccine out to a plague-ravaged populace, the more lives you're going to save, the quicker you're going to turn the corner on it.
Agreed.
So it was an objectively good thing that came out of Trump's COVID policy that I wanted to fucking point out.
Sure.
But I don't disagree with the disinformation was retarded. All of that stuff was horrible. Sorry to use the R slur, by the way. I'm from the 90s. You'll have to forgive me. Trump disengaged from reality. So you talked about lies, and Trump definitely was a very prolific liar. There are, there are people out there. I think it's a moral difference in some people that a lie is a lie is a lie, and that a big lie can trump a small lie. Yeah. Trump was about self-aggrandizing lies. If you look at I know that some of the news organizations kept track of his shit. If you read through the things that he lied about, a lot of that stuff was just, him putting himself in a good light, which is kind of like politics, par for the course. He's a little bit more fucking boisterous about it than I think politicians have been in the past. But when it comes to lies, the Bush administration told the American people, let me just tell you a couple of things that I was told as a taxpayer.
Yeah, definitely.
Saddam Hussein had nukes. Mm-hmm. Saddam Hussein had stockpiles of deadly nerve gas, and low-flying, long-range drones that he could use at any moment that would fly under our radar and strike the East Coast of America. He had mobile biological weapons labs. So I don't know if you've ever watched Transformers. You know, Optimus Prime is the big truck in Transformers. He's got that trailer that folds out and it's like a satellite dish and a gun. We were told that he had all of that. And these lies were told to the American people by top officials in the Bush administration, including George W. Bush himself.
Yep.
And those lies led directly to the American people supporting a war that to this day, conservatively, has killed about 3 million people. And that's just direct war casualties. We're not talking about deaths from despair. We're not talking about secondary deaths, which is often just like a huge number when you invade a country. That, you know, you don't die from a bullet hitting you, so you're not a war casualty. You die because there was no medicine in your village because the road was bombed out. Right? So you take into account all those deaths in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and in the wider Middle East during George W. Bush's presidency. I think he wins on the lies. I don't remember George W. Bush, or I don't remember George W. Bush being a particularly truthful president. And that lie alone absolutely decimated an entire region of the fucking planet and continues to this day. We're 20 plus years in. And these conflicts rage. So that to me gives him the win on that. But I guess that's a matter of perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, no doubt, like the Iraq War, like I said, I mean, I believe
the Afghanistan war.
A lot of people would say that, like, the WMDs, you know, I've seen arguments that are like, oh, you know, like this was perpetrated between a lot of people. It wasn't just Bush, but I do think that it can be put on Bush. And I also think that it was like I am comfortable personally calling it a conspiracy. Like, I believe that Bush enacted a conspiracy to mislead the entire American public in order to
this ties into
and perhaps PR effective. The only thing that I, and it is hard to go like lie versus lie, because I just think that the lies leading up to Iraq were absolutely terrible, and I don't think there's
they were insane. I just gave you a smattering of them, by the way.
Yeah,
they were insane. They were literally clown world, fucking absolutely everything's upside down insane.
I'll give you this: at least 4.5 million people died in post 9/11 war zones, a number that continues to grow after more than 2 decades, according to a new report from Brown University.
So we don't have a final death toll from these because the conflict rages on, and that was sold based on a bunch of really malicious lies. This ties in. We're going to skip ahead a little bit in my list here to something you said towards the end, which was he filled his cabinet with a bunch of dangerous Christian nationalists. Well, George W. Bush filled his cabinet with a bunch of horribly dangerous Straussian neoconservatives whose political prescription was to project American power by invading countries and to secure American hegemony in any way possible under the guise of spreading democracy. And this horrible, deadly fucking idea is responsible for all of that death, all of that degradation, all of that fucking absolute, unbelievable destruction. So for me, that trumps what Trump did. Maybe it doesn't in your eyes.
It doesn't in my eyes, and that's only because, well, there's a number of reasons, but the reason why that doesn't trump what Trump did is because all of the people that Donald Trump has fallen in line with believe the exact same things, but they also are religious zealots to the point that they also believe that God's telling them to do it. And a lot of the neocons were like Christians themselves, and some of them also are Christian nationalists. There is an overlap between those groups, but the rise of Christian nationalism it's an explicitly dominionist view. They believe in essentially world domination, and they're totally willing to do it. Trump just didn't get like the sort of opportunity.
Right. So do the Straussian neoconservatives. The Straussian neoconservatives believe that America is the sole hegemon on the planet.
Right. I just don't think that. I just think that Trump did exactly what Bush did on that front, but went further, because Trump was willing to ignore basically every precedent. He was so aggressive in consolidating power, in weeding out anybody who wasn't 100% on board with his cult.
George W. Bush was a Christian nationalist. He said publicly, not was caught on a hot mic. He said publicly that he went to war because God told him to go to war.
Yeah, no, I don't
He
disagree.
compared Iraq and Afghanistan to a holy war.
Yeah,
Multiple times.
Not only that, but we have Bush to thank. I mean, we've talked about the cost and blood of that war. We haven't talked about the cost and money. We haven't talked about
it's trillions of dollars.
We haven't talked about the horrible nightmare that ensued when America trusted this guy after 9/11, and he passed the Patriot Act, and he suspended the writ of habeas corpus.
I haven't even gotten to that yet.
Blowback, ISIS.
I haven't even gotten
ISIL,
to that yet.
no.
That is part of this. I haven't even gotten to the Patriot Act yet. We're going down Demon Mama's list.
Yeah,
So that covers lies on my end. American balkanization. I don't blame Trump for that. I think Trump is a symptom of that virus and not a fucking cause.
I mean, I don't. I think it's hard to draw the root, but I think it would be. It would test. You know,
this left versus right shit has been heating up
It's
in the
not
last
just left
fucking
versus
20,
right.
30 years. Yeah, it really kind of is though.
But all of these people that are like Greg Abbott right now, we don't know where this is going to go. We are in a cold constitutional crisis right now. Like, are possibly the closest we've been to civil war in a very long time. And that is a Trump cultist. Abbott's a Trump cultist. DeSantis, with his absolutely deranged use of state power in Florida, Trump cultist. They're all Trump cultists. They were all falling in line to Trump. And Trump really was, like, he really did drive that. Trump drove a movement through America that was able to accomplish more than Bush ever could. He was able to create a completely alternate reality where he's the God Emperor, and no one has been able to unseat him. No one in his party has even been able to do it. Now, you can argue that, like, obviously, Trump is like an heir of the things that came before him to a certain degree, but that's kind of my point, that he took it and went further, and he took everything and went further.
He was a true cult. There was a true cult of personality around Trump. What you may not remember is that there was a true cult of personality around George W. Bush to such an extent.
Close to the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me give you the extent.
He had
George W. Bush
had competition. He had competition from other
George
Republicans.
W. Bush was polling at like 90% approval in the months and half a year or so after 9/11. For that time,
after 9/11, of course.
Well, that's the thing, though. He capitalized on one of the greatest tragedies in American history to ingratiate himself and to portray himself as some kind of daddy figure that we could trust to lead us through these troubled waters. And he used that to start a war for profit and strip the American people of their right to privacy.
Right. I agree. Well, okay. So we'll talk about Patriot Act and other and Department of Homeland Security in a minute. But the and I agree with you. Like, Iraq was terrible. You're not gonna like there's literally nothing.
What about the loss of rights? What about the loss of your right to privacy?
Well, we're gonna talk about that. Like I said, we can talk about that.
Please, let's do.
You want to go right to it? That's fine. I just don't agree with the idea that Bush's cult of personality was anything on Trump's. And I think even
it was way more widespread.
I don't agree.
People like me, who I've been on the left my whole life. I was fucking rah-rahing Trump in the days and weeks after. Bush in the days and weeks after his election.
That speaks more to the event and not necessarily to Bush, because if 9/11 had happened under Trump, I have no doubt he would have done the exact same thing. It would have been, in my opinion, it would have been literally identical. Probably some of the exact same people who advised Bush would have been advising Trump, and Trump would have gone twice as hard.
I mean, some of the exact same people that advised Bush did advise Trump.
I know that. Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of carryover in that.
I've been saying this whole time, that like Trump took everything that Bush was and then ramped it up. He magnified it. And the DHS and Patriot Act, these are not completely attributable to Bush. And I just really don't think that it's fair to even put them all in Bush. Bush was definitely an influence, but Homeland Security and ICE was founded by a vote that had bipartisan support. Only 9 people in the Senate voted against the formation of Homeland Security and therefore ICE. Same thing goes for the Patriot Act. In the Patriot Act, only one Democrat voted against the Patriot Act. It was bipartisan, and
Yeah,
those
no, I
went through
know.
Congress properly. So
Trust
like
me, you're not gonna catch me making any excuses for corporate Democrats. I think that they're one of the most destructive forces in the United States, and the fact that the left is still so married to them is fucking tragic.
I think it depends on how you define the left, but yes, I will agree with you. No love for corporate Dems. But,
The next thing on your list was the
just real quick. I wanted to say on that one because that was one that was brought up a couple times. That these can't be attributed to Bush entirely. If he had done these by executive order, it would have been one thing, but he didn't. He had the support of basically the entire American political system, which was in a frenzy of deranged grief and anger. And so it's not just Bush. If like Trump utilized ICE as a personal army. He did that without any congressional approval. He was blackbagging protesters with no congressional approval. As far as pure dictatorship behaviors, Trump just blows Bush out of the water on basically everything. Bush was representative of a bad system, but Trump was taking
you know who
that
blows
bad
Trump out of the water on numbers? Barack Obama. The Obama administration was responsible for the massive, expansive and use of ICE. He built the facilities that children were put into. By the way, Joe Biden, once again, let's not forget, we're talking about the Patriot Act here. Joe Biden was one of the key authors of the Patriot Act. So this is once again, like, I'm not trying to get into the whole left for the. I'm not.
My argument, though. That's more to my argument that you can't pin the entirety of the Patriot Act or Homeland Security on Bush. But most of the things, almost basically everything that I've brought forward, can be pinned almost exclusively on Trump or was directly empowered by Trump in such a way that it's
the Patriot Act was Bush. The Patriot Act, Bush spearheaded the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act was under the Bush fucking umbrella. He campaigned for it. He advocated for it. He defends it to this day. It's a Bush fucking policy. All right. If you want to give me, if you want to start doing this, then don't tell me that the fucking CHIPS Act is a Biden win, because Biden didn't write the CHIPS Act. Okay.
I mean, we're not talking about Biden though.
Right, but all I'm saying is like, you're trying to gatekeep the Patriot Act because Bush didn't write it.
No, I'm trying to say that when we're comparing Trump and Bush, it's important to recognize that
it happened on his watch. It wouldn't have happened if he hadn't deemed it necessary, if he hadn't campaigned for it, if he hadn't lobbied for it. It wouldn't have happened.
I mean, but
if it wasn't on his watch, it wouldn't have happened.
But it was. But again, it passed. Of course, but that's the same thing. You could make that same argument about anybody basically when something happens under their presidency, with few exceptions. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it wasn't his. He didn't put the Patriot Act in by executive order. He supported it, and I'm willing to say he has blame in it. But it can't be pinned wholly on Bush. You can't say the Patriot Act is like.
I really think that on this kind of stuff,
because Trump used it. Trump used the Patriot Act as well.
I really think on this kind of stuff, you have to kind of take the buck stops here mentality when you're, because like, you know, every president obviously can diffuse blame for their mistakes among many parties, because no decision is just, they're not, no matter what they might try to portray, they're not actually God Emperor that's doing everything themselves. So I think at the end of the day, the buck is supposed to stop with the president. So
it does, but I'm fine with that. But the purpose of the debate is to compare Bush versus Trump, and I think that if there's something that has overwhelming, like literally crushing bipartisan support, it is foolish to pin that as a point against Trump.
Yeah, neither one of these guys ever sat down and wrote a piece of legislation themselves. Exactly. So
right, yes, but what I'm talking about, the things that I brought up were things that Trump himself, that either Trump or his direct, like his immediate circle produced. Like I talked about some of the executive orders that he did, of which there are many. And you can say that Obama was the king of executive orders, but like, just look at the nature of the executive orders. This type of executive orders that Trump was pushing through was fucking Muslim bans and trans bans out of the military, which I have a whole thing I could talk about his, that's my personal, a big issue. Obviously I'm trans, and and the anti-trans movement as we know it was functionally started by Donald Trump. There has always been anti-trans sentiment, but there has never been a movement the likes of which we've seen, and he created that by doing a completely executive order against the advice of his own generals. He hated trans people that much that he wanted to create a cultural issue that much that he was willing to say, that he was willing to basically say trans people don't even belong in the military, which I don't love the American military. I don't know, shocker to most people. I don't
mean,
have
low key they did trans people a favor. There's too few of you to throw into the meat grinder, you know.
That's fair, but the statement, what is actually being said, I've heard that argument, but the statement that's being said is that you are so un-American that we won't even consider you as being able to be our grunts. That's what that statement was. Explicitly banning trans people from the military is rejecting them from the concept of belonging.
I mean,
in
I
America.
agree. It's ridiculous, but it's not something I spend a lot of time railing against because I would rather not anybody go into the military and go into the fucking meat grinder.
I hear you, but what I'm trying to point out here is not like whether or not it's good or bad. Like, I'm never going to go into the military. I hope that every trans person would avoid the military as much as possible. I'd never, ever tell them to go into the military. But the statement was the biggest, the brightest, and the most negative spotlight that trans people have ever received in the history of the United States. There has never been a moment in which there has been more of a massive, and he did that from executive order. It was on his desk. He wrote it. He signed it.
There was a lot of nasty, and I mean like real fucking nasty anti-trans stuff in the 90s and 80s, and trans people were the butt of the joke. I mean, literally the sentiment at that time was so nasty and so fucking negative.
Okay, but
the idea of a
quick reality.
There was a lot less trans visibility in the 90s, though, too.
It was a completely different experience. I agree.
Like, I'm not trying to conflate it. I'm just
listen to this, just real quick. In this year, it has been 1 month. Okay, there have been 125 anti-trans bills put forward in 1 month of 2020.
I get it. I was not trying to conflate the times by bringing it up.
All of that happened as a result of Donald Trump making a executive order on from the loudest pulpit on the planet and saying, we reject you from even serving in our military.
Well,
get the fuck out. You're not
good
welcome.
news. The good news for trans people is that they've moved on to immigrants, so the heat's off now.
Well, I wouldn't.
It's at least
lowering. It's ramping up. Yeah.
I don't know if the heat's off, but you guys have been moved to the low flame to simmer while we.
Yeah, you guys are on the back burner
now for a while.
For this week, right now, we'll see how it goes.
Sure.
I want to try and at least, and it's not that long of a. I don't want to belabor this.
The thing is, I don't think anti-trans sentiment wins elections, and I think the Republican Party has started to realize that. So now they're like. Anti-immigration sentiment, though, will win elections.
Yeah, it's a social issue. Well, Donald Trump, that's how Donald Trump won in 2016. I mean, he's
that's
like,
true.
He's like, look, we're going to build the wall. We're going to, and then, they criticize it. We'll build it 10 feet. We'll build it 10 feet higher. Oh, it's going to be beautiful for America. Oh, it's going to be great. And they're sending all the worst people over. And then you see that rhetoric ramping up again. And obviously you see there's the crisis at the border because you have Greg Abbott, TJ, which please, TJ, don't lose your mind. Greg Abbott is basically, he's doing the Andrew Jackson with the Supreme Court. He's like, Sophocles, do not command what you cannot enforce. He's saying it's unenforceable.
When I see comments like this, I want to ask the person that I'm talking, especially in this case. This dude in our chat said Paul doesn't engage with the points being made.
Hey, I just want to say
weird.
something really.
Hold on.
Quick. I have one really very quick thing to say.
Okay.
Very quick. Greg Abbott should be killed.
YouTube. Have fun with that. There we go. Well, that's the VOD. Everybody in my chat who's watching right now would be a great time to help make up for the fact that this VOD is definitely gonna get me taken down. Anyway.
Yeah. Thanks, TJ.
Yeah. Thank you, TJ. Appreciate that. Glad the edge could come out. Any more incendiary statements you like to make, TJ, to nuke the stream?
Oh, no, don't nuke it any
perhaps
further.
about the Holocaust, TJ? Maybe one up here in blackface? Is there anything else that you want to do to destroy the stream?
Would really not like to do that.
I hope he doesn't, but, here we are.
Yeah, we're in a weird, brave new world. Listen, I guess I have backup careers. I guess my family won't be happy with me, but anyway, Okay, so there is one other thing I wanted to say about that particular thing before we move on. The spotlight shifts from cultural issue to cultural issue by the week with the right. But a lot of damage has already been done with regard to the amount of hate and legal persecution that has been already spun up. It's true that the trans issue doesn't win them elections, but it's not really that's not really the big concern for me, at least. Not the biggest concern. The biggest concern is the fact that red states are and even some purple states are actually being affected by that. And it's not about the elections. The people that are currently in power are passing laws that are ruining the lives of trans people. Just off the cuff, I can just read a real quick list of the states that have passed restrictions on trans healthcare. And this was since Trump was in power. Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, Montana, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and Utah. All of these states currently now have laws on the book restricting medical care for trans people, inserting the government between trans people and their doctors. And it's only going to get worse on the local level. While running on trans people doesn't matter, the constant culture war issue and the constant misinformation and hatred directed towards trans people is getting trans people killed. And to tie that back to this exact thing, that is Trump's fault. Like his military ban was the match that lit this fire. It was him saying on a national level,
I mean, I
don't want you to make this an issue.
I think part of the problem that we have is that we look at things maybe like the passage of political time differently.
Sure.
To say that it's Trump's fault is to imply that the current political climate against trans people is not the product of years, decades, and dozens of administrations, right? So to say that Trump is wholly responsible for it is, to me, just ignoring the fact that this climate has been created over the course of a bunch of different administrations and political climates in this country.
Like I said, that's why I said he lit the match. Like, yes, there have been other people contributing to it. There's always been discrimination against trans people for a very long time. But he gave I mean, you have to think about it. Trans people make up approximately like at somewhere around like 1% of the population at max. And the most covered president ever decided that he was going to make an executive order persecuting us. And from there also, if you look at who's actually publishing this, it's all Trump cultists. It's all MAGA people. It's all Trump supporters. It's all people who were either put into power by him or have been riding off his coattails.
He's the current political
right. I think
figurehead.
Look, transphobia, transphobia clearly. The strain of transphobia clearly started in the Republican Party well before Trump, but I think that Trump
before
Trump's like the floodgate opening.
But Trump really did bring it to a new fever pitch. But I think that's also because trans people have seen a huge increase in public visibility in the last 5-10 years.
Well, it's a dialectic, right? There's always going to be reaction. There's going to be people that for some reason just lose their minds, over someone being trans, which I don't know why, but obviously for political power, people will play on those fears.
True. The thing is, like, I can't believe that I always have to say this, but Obama was like possibly the best president that we ever had for trans people. And it's something that a lot of people don't know if you're not a member of the trans community, if you don't like talk about these issues a lot, which is that Obama passed by executive order a rule that allowed you to change your gender with a simple affidavit on federal documents. So you can get your passport, and your passport can then be used to change state documents, it's really minor, but it was actually pretty big. And he also made it like across the board easier for trans people to file name change stuff. That never got the big spotlight. It definitely increased our visibility, but there just wasn't, at that time, there was no response. Republicans didn't even know what to do with it. They didn't even say anything about it. They didn't even know what was happening. It was Trump that really, he dialed in the focus on trans people and said them. I mean, there's also another thing I can talk about that builds to this, which was the letter that his head of human services, I think it is, or I can't remember the department on the federal level, the equivalent of human services, that they issued, which was basically they sent out a memo to all kinds of charities and organizations that basically gave people a guide to spot trans women. Specifically, it was focused on trans women, and that was an act that was done to create awareness that was purely negative, to create hatred and suspicion, to basically teach.
I agree. Look, it sucks, and you make your point. You make your point when it comes to trans issues, for sure. I guess just, where my contention is I don't really conflate trans people being singled out and trans people having their rights restricted and unleashing a fucking ongoing Holocaust in the Middle East. Just an unstoppable train of death and destruction is different for me than trans issues.
Like he didn't start a war because there wasn't any sort of inciting incident that he could, but this is something I was wondering if we would end up talking about. But the Middle East's current state right now is very much attributable to the fact that Trump just randomly, and that's the best way I can describe it, because I've tried to figure out what any sort of legitimate motivation was, but he randomly tore up the Iran deal. The Iran deal was one of the most promising.
It wasn't random at all. I mean, he talked about why he did it. He talked about why he did it.
Yeah, but it just doesn't make any sense. His reasoning
doesn't. No, but American foreign policy as regards the Middle East doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, but him tearing up
since before Trump.
Tearing up the Iran deal is like the perfect example of how Trump took everything that Bush was and made it worse. There was no reason to do that. There's no one wanted that to happen. Iran didn't want to have, no one who was involved in it wanted that thing to be torn up. It was basically universally agreed upon that this was a huge progress for everyone involved. And he just blew it up. Years and years and years in the making. Countless money was dumped into that deal. And it led to what we have now, which is an unbelievably unstable situation. Now,
you know what? I will tell you this. Thank goodness that we elected Joe Biden and got that Iran deal immediately reinstated.
I mean, well, that's the thing. I don't think it would be possible. I don't think
Why
you
not?
can just because
who's going to trust someone that already reneged on one deal?
Exactly. That's part of the problem, and also that the people everybody left the table. And
the other thing too,
I mean, it's so widely popular amongst all the people involved.
The thing that's really crazy to me about it is that Trump then went and tried to make almost a virtually identical deal with North Korea. Didn't actually have the diplomatic chops to get
I'm going to help
done,
Rocket Man.
But after saying it was a terrible deal with Iran, he's like, I'm going to go make the same deal with North Korea. It's like, what?
And he couldn't even get that done.
And you couldn't even get it done because he sucks, but whatever.
Yeah, but it's just like the fact that he did that on such a whim. And I have my suspicions. I think it's because it was a bill that was it was a deal that was heavily associated with Obama. Obama, even though I don't actually know how involved Obama was, it was in name, like on a PR level, very associated with Obama. I think he wanted to get rid of it for that reason, but it doesn't really matter. The point is that it shows the way that he engaged with politics is a completely unbelievably careless attitude that is completely ego driven, that he basically just said, I want this thing gone and I'm going to do it, consequences be damned. And the Middle East is in a fucking terrible condition right now. It's not saying that Iran deal would have fixed everything, but the fact that he did that permanently damaged relations, it threw out one of the best options.
I mean, American relations with Iran have been permanently damaged for a very fucking long time.
Yeah, but
I mean, there was definitely some headway in that deal.
There was a path to peace.
Right, I get it. There was headway made.
The sanctions being worsened by Trump.
I get it. I don't need to hear it again. I agree.
Yep.
I don't need to hear it again. I have a very short list of what you owe, because your opening statement was very long, but it's a short list. I want to try and get through it. You brought up Trump centralizing power.
Yes.
George W. Bush basically established the legal basis for, a couple of things, honestly. Number one, the Supreme Court deciding a presidency, but we'll set that aside. And established the legal basis for an American president to unilaterally commit America to war with no congressional approval. He also
the first one who did that. I feel like
Well,
that was a big issue.
it was a power that was heavily contested by other presidents. Like everything else on a continuum, George W. Bush didn't invent the idea, but he popularized the idea as it has been used by every president since him. It was him that actually took the steps to say, I'm not taking this to Congress. I have the power to put American military forces anywhere on the planet I want at a moment's notice for the reason national security.
Yeah.
And now it's used by every president, and it's an established fact that the people's house has no say in when the people's troops are committed to the people's war. So that is a huge centralization of power on the executive. Okay. And that doesn't even go into what I consider to be the most damaging and egregious seizure of power. And it never gets talked about.
Which is what?
George W. Bush asserted dominance over state-funded public schools by instituting No Child Left Behind, which destroyed American education. You want to talk about something that's going to have a generationally degenerative effect on the world, not just America.
Yeah.
The absolute bomb that No Child Left Behind was in the American education system. We will be reaping the fucking foul harvest of that one federal seizure forever. It is going to be generations before we get people back on track. Do you have any idea how behind students are coming out of the public?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Versus people that just graduated 10 years before them.
Yeah, I don't. This is one where I can acknowledge that. Like, I think No Child Left Behind was certainly bad. I don't know. It's really hard to say what was more impactful on education, No Child Left Behind or COVID. Because I think both of them have led us to the current state.
I speak from the experience of a person. I worked in the public education system for close to a decade. So I know. It's not a question mark over my head. What destroyed the American because I worked for the district when these things were being implemented. And I saw the fucking absolute devastation that they wrought on small public schools. Happened to be the very schools that I went to growing up as a little kid in my hometown. These are small town schools with huge migrant and English second language populations. Those it was devastating.
In this particular way, like what were the changes that were present in No Child Left Behind that led to
No
that?
Child Left Behind established No Child Left Behind established what's called standardized education. You understand what that's?
Yeah.
Or standardized testing is how it's referred to.
Yeah, it's like having curriculums that are sort of dictated by a federal body.
One of the most important things about a teacher is their ability to adapt to the needs of individual students. Certain students, I was a kid that was gifted with language. I was very lucky. I was reading before kindergarten. I was speaking fluently at 2-3 years old. I was very gifted with language, and I've never struggled with it my whole life. But I couldn't do a long division problem. I couldn't do 4th grade math, right? I suck at math. I always have, always will, right? I needed people to get me through my education that were able to simplify those concepts in such a way that I was able to pass math. And I did. I passed Algebra 2, which was the requirement at the time that I graduated high school. And with a C, you know what I mean? Well, that's a win. C's get degrees, baby. But what I'm saying is, I don't mean to get off track.
Sure.
What I'm saying is, standardized education removed that ability from teachers and gave teachers a literal script that they have to teach across the board in every municipality in America, no matter what the demographics of that municipality. At fucking 5 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, every social studies teacher in America is reading from the same script. And children are given one standardized test across all fucking groups of kids, including ESL children, which was a particular problem in the area that I live in. ESL, English second language. These are kids that don't speak English that are going to public school and that we have to integrate into public school. They were given no deferential treatment. The programs under which they were given treatment to raise them up and teach them English were gutted, absolutely gutted. Class sizes bloated because the thought process was, well, teachers aren't spending all that individual time anymore. They're standardized. So they don't need a 15-to-1.
Yeah.
Now we can do 35-to-1, 45-to-1. I watched all this happen. So I know it's not a question for me. No Child Left Behind and then expanded upon by Obama was Common Core. Destroyed American education. Okay.
Okay.
So that is a
Do you
centralization of
feel
government
like
power.
Trump do you feel like Trump meaningfully pumped the brakes on that at all? Because I feel
No,
like
I'm not
when
making
he
an argument for
pointed,
Trump here. I'm just saying that is something that George W. Bush did that is going to literally, I don't mean to use the word flippantly, retard generations of people.
yeah, I feel like I definitely would agree with you. I do think that my understanding, and admittedly it's not my area of expertise as far as like how the internal structure of public schooling goes, but yeah, I think that that's a pretty
I mean,
fair-
if you ever want to fucking talk about that, I'm your guy, because I was privy to the inner workings of the fucking public education system, and the things that I know make people's blood run cold, dude. When people find out how bad it really is,
I mean, I have a lot of general critiques for the way that public education is handled in our country generally. Perhaps famously, I don't know how much.
But moving along down the thing, political pardons. I pulled it up as you were talking about the political pardons and looked at George W. Bush's list of political pardons. And it was the worst type of criminals, in my opinion. Embezzlers, thefts of public funds, tax cheats. It's just a long laundry list of white collar criminals that he just said, like,
I also checked that before, and
I think that white collar crime, honestly, I think white collar crime is so fucking destructive. And
sure,
is
but
so,
I don't know. I can't.
Well, look, my dad.
Look the other way at go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'd to say that my dad was. I mean, I guess he was pretty much a white collar criminal.
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
So I mean, he, when he was going to jail, I mean, someone came to him and was like, "Hey, look, I know the government seized a lot of your assets, but if you got an extra fucking $500,000 laying around somewhere, we can get you a Clinton pardon before he gets out of office." And so I'm sure all those guys that you're seeing on those lists have all paid for the privilege of their pardons. That's why they go to white collar criminals with that shit, because that's who can afford to buy their way out and fucking make a little money on their way out of office.
Yeah, the white collar criminal thing seems to be a universally done thing. But there is something else to consider on that as well. I don't want to keep bringing it back to Trump versus Bush like crazy. But that is kind of the topic.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out.
Literally is the white collar criminal. Like we didn't even talk about this, but the entire Trump what's it called, Trump Foundation, which is now being completely dismantled because he spent years doing charity.
I gotta tell you something. I mean,
he's the guy. He didn't have the president. He used his presidential power to do that.
I don't know if Scotty would agree with this or whatever, but Trump reminds me so much of our dad. Just like the way he talks, his attitude towards things, his sense of humor. Like, there's so many things that when I look at Donald Trump and I listen to him talk, he reminds me so much of my father.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's like
kind of strange.
It's like almost eerie how fucking similar they are. So I think I understand Trump because of that on a more of a personal level, because I've been around someone with that exact personality type. And, that's one of the reasons that I'll pretty much never be able to fucking support Trump for president, because it's like, I just think to myself, like, imagine your dad was president. I'd be like, oh, no,
fuck that, yeah.
Don't do it.
I mean, our dad used to do this thing where like he would meet someone. And like, let's say he's flying across the country, right? He's like, I think you told me a story. Like, or going to Las Vegas, and our dad, who was, claimed, I guess the closest thing you could say to religion he had was like maybe he was a deist.
Some kind of like deist or something. He believed in some kind of other realm or something.
But he got sent next to some Bible thumping holy roller, and like he just played the part for the flight. He had this total act of like he'd be for abortion's evil.
For 5 hours, he just told this woman what she wanted to hear until she loved him and thought he was just the nicest, most wonderful man. And at the end of the fucking flight, after this woman goes away thinking she's just met like one of the most devoted Christians, and the most morally upstanding guy that just, wow, this is like a great example of like a human being. My dad fucking turns to me and he's like, man, really pulled the wool over that bitch's eyes.
I was like him.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
And he went on to like gamble and buy porn compulsively the entire trip they were there. So it's like, right. But I mean, of course, you can put on the act, which is what you're saying Trump does, which he clearly does.
I think it's more than just an act. Like, I mean, he's channeled like he is able to channel and mirror like what he thinks his cultists want to hear. So
he's a performer. It's an act of sorts.
Exactly, and he won't even like. It's really funny. He doesn't even talk about Operation Warp Speed anymore because he started getting booed because the movement that he's created is so anti-vax that they don't even like hearing him talk about it. And so you can actually see it happen. It was God, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. I did a little video on it a while ago where he he got booed on Warp Speed because he mentioned the word vaccine. They started booing before they realized he was boasting, and then he just doesn't bring it up anymore. He won't do it. He won't even bring up his own thing. He's just that willing to like channel and manipulate.
Well, if you're
he doesn't want to hear that crowd boo. If they boo, he's like, I ain't doing that anymore.
If you're a politician and your crowd starts booing, you're obviously, I mean, no politician's ever going to bring that talking point
like,
up again.
Shit.
But it's also just like
someone got fired for that one. Who mentioned that? Who put that in my speech?
Most people would find a new way to spin it. Most people wouldn't just pretend that he didn't do it at all because he's realized he created an anti-vax movement to that degree. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, on the white collar thing, like Trump is like the king, like, and I don't have all the facts on like all the figures on hand about the Trump University and his retail or his real estate fraud, but like he was doing that as president. His kids were doing that while he was president. Like the level of fraud is insane. Like I mean, I don't know if you followed the case much earlier last year, but that was what was being said. He's done. They're like dissolving all.
Oh, there's insane levels of fraud in the Trump organization.
Like, there's just so much that keeps going on. Like he is the guy, and his pardons were, like I said, just to finish off the pardon thing, like his pardons were literal war criminals and people who personally helped him gain power. Like Roger Stone is a great example. Paul Manafort, another great example. Yeah. He pardoned people who helped him get into power and were convicted for it. It's like, it's incredible the degree to which he was just like, yeah, thanks, you helped me cheat this. And
Paul Manafort, by the way, one of the Bush operatives that survived the Obama years.
Again, he fucking, it was Trump who pardoned Scooter Libby. So there's that as well. Like I just really think that like no matter how you slice it, Trump took all of the Bush stuff and just magnified it.
My politics are very tied.
I'm starting to feel like I'm changing my position on this argument as I hear it play out.
Yeah,
I'm not. Not. It's not. I'm not taking your side either. I'm starting to feel like this is almost like looking at a snake, like a horrible venomous snake that has stripes, and argue about like which stripe of the poison snake is the bad one.
You have like the green mamba and the black mamba. You're in between. You're like, which one's gonna get me?
Not even that.
Yeah, I will admit.
Hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on.
It's not even two snakes. It's one snake.
That would be fine, and I would accept that. I'll accept that from you, TJ. But Paul got really fucking pissed about me saying, hey, this head of the snake is pretty goddamn venomous, and I feel like I'd rather get bit.
I want to know, Paul. I know Paul's got a few more items here. I want to try to wrap this up. I know Demon Mama, you agreed to do an hour. You've been here for nearly 2. So
as you want. Literally, doesn't matter. If you guys want to keep going, I'll go.
Hey, you dude. I'm the same type of. I'm the same way. I'm ready to fucking roll.
All right. Well, Paul, I don't know if you want to. I know you got a few more.
I just have a couple of.
All right. Well, Paul, could you hold on to him for just a second so I can really briefly go over our goals with people, since it's
let's do that.
It's way past when we normally
would do that.
You can
mute us, Demon Mama. You don't have to sit and listen to all this bullshit.
That's fine. I'll listen. I don't care. We'll listen.
For 150 tonight, we have Dementia Olympics Mini.
We've definitely made that.
Which we've probably made it, but the Dementia Olympics was we were trying to figure out who's the more dementia-addled between Trump and Biden.
Wait. We got Demon Mama here. Before you do this, we have a tradition. Let's let Demon Mama in on the tradition.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
What's the tradition?
Well, you see it here on the screen. We're sharing with you.
Oh, okay. I'll go ahead and play it.
We have a hot Velma. I have a hot Velma fetish.
Oh,
and
okay.
we
Nice.
try and pull a diverse array of hot Velma cosplays and critique them in a way that's kind of objectifying.
Oh no, I can't critique. All right, hit me with it anyway. I'll do my best. I can't say I'll critique, but
Sorry. Oh, it'll loop back. You'll hear it again.
That's me sitting on the chair.
oh, I can't hear it. For
That's
some
you in
reason.
a fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, we don't play the music. Sometimes it's like
Oh, okay.
copyright.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
I actually did
I
intend
think
to
she's
share
pretty
the
hot.
audio this
I'm not
time.
gonna lie.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is a 10 out of 10 Velma for me. The curves
I think
are,
she's-
Hold
are
on, I'm gonna bring it
crazy
right back.
bodacious on that. What was that? Look, sorry to be so fucking toxic male,
Oh,
but
I get you.
bang,
I mean,
boom, and
Tinky,
pow.
I lost my glasses again. Fred?
Uh-oh.
And the glasses are on his lap, you know?
Oh, the glasses are on his dick.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Okay,
I did it.
I think. Look, I'm not gonna lie. It's a pretty. The Velma. If I'm gonna criticize anything, it's gonna be the quality of the fabric. Because I'm gonna say that the Velma colors are a little off, and that fabric looks weak. It kind of looks a little Party City to me. But
That's
she looks great,
That is
and I
true.
do.
That is a
I think
common
we-
problem we find with these Velmas. Is
Yeah,
that, like,
the colors
qual-
don't match. You're right.
And like
Mhm.
a few, sometimes they'll have like a good sweater, but other times, it's like a really cheap material. And I don't know. I like it when they have like something that has a little bit more like texture to it. But in terms of like just, yeah, I mean, she's definitely hot. So
Yeah, definitely hot.
loving the discussions. Take money. We will.
we had
Anyway,
thank
we
you
had a
for your money.
femboy Velma on recently. And that was we're going for max diversity. We've
Yeah,
had
Paul.
some
Paul
various-
likes the BBW Velmas.
I really am a
yeah.
fan of the BBW Velma cosplays,
I mean,
and there's
Velma's
a
a little
lot.
chunky in the original series, so.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
that's part of the Velma fetish in my mind. Is like like Brittany. I called her Brittany. What was I don't even remember the chick's name. The other one that was Daphne. Thank you.
Hating the discussion. Take nothing. Fuck you.
Damn. Boo.
You know what?
Uh,
You're on a timeout for your rudeness.
Wow.
But yeah, no, Daphne, so basic. You know what I mean? A dime a dozen California girl. You know what I mean? But Velma, she had something else going on. She was a little thick underneath that sweater. She's a little
I got a
nerdy.
soft spot for I got a soft spot for nerdy girls. I gotta say.
Me too. Oh, me too. We share that, Demon Mama. We share that.
So we're
so-
vibing on that for sure.
For 300, we have videos that will make you choke on your tea. Even if you don't drink tea, you'll still mysteriously find yourself.
I do
choking
drink
on it.
tea though. So.
Oh, you got some tea? I'm gonna
worried.
get myself some tea. Too.
I actually finished it. I had boba tea earlier. It was great.
I like a hot tea.
I hate boba tea. All right, so
Oh, you're an
450
idiot, tea. Boba tea's great, dude.
Boba tea sucks. For
Wait, what type of boba tea
So
do you get?
pedestrian. You're so
Why do you
pedestrian,
want-
DJ.
I don't want little weird cum bubbles,
Dude,
fucking
the-
in my
the
tea.
little
Get out of
tapioca-
here.
the tapioca's
texture
funny,
left over
dude.
for me.
Hold on.
Yeah, ugh, it feels so gross.
Oh,
Okay,
dude, she's sucking the cum bubbles in her mouth. Oh my god.
no. All right, for 450, we have Vosh and Kyle talk. Basically, my drugs argument with Vosh continues to advance through various places on the platform.
Well, if the Greg Abbott shit doesn't get all of us in this room banned, I think Demon Mama lasciviously drizzling boba cum all over the place. It's probably gonna be. I think that probably pushed
I don't
the envelope.
see why there would be anything even wrong. Like Greg, I mean, look, I'm saying after
All right,
due
don't
process.
go into it.
Okay.
Glenn,
Scotty,
please.
hit the button. Hit the button.
Okay,
hit the button,
I'm
hit the button.
sorry.
Don't even talk about it.
He's muted.
All right. Oh my god, dude. TJ, please. I want
All
to
right,
keep working.
fine.
I want to have a job, TJ, please.
It's just explaining the logistics, but for 600, we have 7 signs someone you know is a demon.
Whoa.
Appropriate have demon mommy.
Hey.
I don't know if openly identifying as a demon is a sign or not, but
Yeah,
I mean,
we'll find
that
out.
should be
That's a big
number one,
sign.
I think. I mean,
For 750, we got your girl Roseanne Barr
yes.
having a conversation with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh my god, what a vortex.
I know. And then also, as if that's not enough, we have a little bit of an after dinner mint in the form of Andrew Tate. Just I don't know, having some kind of
A
take.
sour mint, that is.
And then our final goal of the night is Rob Schneider talking about how he found Jesus on the Glenn Beck show.
Top goal.
Oh
Well,
my god.
I'm sorry if we make it, guys.
Yeah,
That
I
is
hope we
that's
don't.
that's a spicy meatball right
I
there.
hope
I
we
gotta
don't.
unpack that one in my head for a minute.
That sounds
Oof.
incredible. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds fucking amazing.
And then
It really
after all that, we will be doing our after show sloppy seconds, so you can stay tuned for that. That's for patrons only, so you got to give us money for that one, or you got to sneak past our flimsy fucking paywall. I guess you could do that too.
Or you can use it. Or
But
we have free
please-
trials as well.
Free trial too. Yeah. Please give us money though, because we like money. We're very greedy here. Even
Same,
though
me
we are
too.
even though we are outwardly socialists, we still are extraordinarily capitalist when it comes to you giving us money, as all streamers are.
My
because
view, you should give me some money right now.
that
Thank you.
hypocrisy is pretty much unavoidable. So fuck you. And then on January 30th, that's next Tuesday, I believe, we will be talking about. We'll be doing probably our strangest gauntlet yet. We're going to be doing Roseanne Barr versus Rob Schneider versus Andrew Tate, trying to figure out. I don't even know yet, because I honestly don't know how I'm going to structure this until I actually sit down and fucking do it. But I'm going to figure out some shit about these people. We're going to learn things in the course of this.
Well, it's
And if
verse,
we don't-
right?
And if we don't learn anything, we'll just start making some shit up, because
Well,
that's.
I mean, there's
that's
a
our way.
versus thrown in there too, so you can't just say it's like, well, we're gonna learn about them.
Oh no,
Like,
we're
they
gonna
have
learn
to fight.
We're gonna learn how to rank them by various metrics, Scotty. I don't know. We're gonna figure out which one's the worst, which one's the best grifter,
It's measured in Andy.
which
Dick,
one's the
right?
most fucking annoying. I already know the answer to which one's most annoying though. It's Andrew Tate, clearly,
I
because
don't know.
he's the only one I can't. I like. If you told me I have to watch like 10 hours of Roseanne Barr, I'd be like, okay, I can do it. I mean, it's going to be painful, but I can
Well,
do
there
it.
has
You
to
told
be
me I
a
have to watch 10
process for you
hours
to
of
come to
Rob
that
Schneider.
conclusion.
I'm probably going to want to fucking die, but I'm not going.
Well, I'm not
If
going
you
to
tell me
call
I-
it yet.
If you
No.
tell me, no, fuck you, Sky, shut up. If you tell me I have to
Don't
watch 10
fu-
hours
what?
of Andrew
How
Tate,
dare you, TJ?
You tell me I have to
How
watch 10 hours of
fucking
Andrew
dare you?
Tate, I'm fucking opening a wrist, all right? So I
Well,
can't.
then
I
why
couldn't
even do
it.
the gauntlet, TJ? Why even do it, man? It's
you
Roseanne
know what?
versus
Maybe-
Rob Schneider versus Andrew Tate.
Because you stupid idiots might disagree with me, and there's
Who's the stupid
there's
idiot?
three of us.
No,
so.
TJ, it's a competition. You can't say someone's
It's
already
not a
won
comp.
it, dude.
Well, I'm saying Tate's already won that one for me. I'm fucking just letting you know
okay,
my
that's
bias
one
going in.
metric. That's one metric.
It's one metric of many. All right. So anyway,
go for it.
obviously this will be contentious because Scotty wants to pick fights and fucking take dumb
I don't want to
positions
pick
on
fights. I
purpose
want
just
to point
trigger
out,
me.
TJ, that it's a versus thing. You gotta have the
Yeah,
fight.
yeah,
Have the
yeah.
fight before you declare a winner, TJ. That's how it
Go,
works.
go suck a fucking big hefty bag full of dicks, motherfucker. Anyway,
Well,
we got other gauntlets you can fucking watch. We did a true crime gauntlet.
So
that was
angry.
pretty fucking
That's
cool.
so
Bill
crude.
Maher. What happened?
I'm just saying that was very crude of you, TJ.
I'm a crude
I mean, look,
motherfucker.
I mean,
you know
look,
this.
I mean, you are, TJ. You are.
But,
It's,
I
it's
mean,
unfortunate.
we have company though. You know what I mean? This
Oh.
is how you behave in
I'm
front
not
of
supposed to
company.
shit on the carpet when there's guests.
Yeah, you're
That's
not.
right.
You're
You
supposed
go
to, like, put on
outside
your,
into the yard, TJ.
you're
I
supposed to
get-
put
I
on your
get
big
ready
boy
for it. I
pants.
get
Well,
ready.
TJ, aren't you another kin? We got you a litter box, TJ. We got you a litter box. Go.
Cool.
We'll do that.
You know,
Oh,
I did shit in a litter box one time.
Really?
Yeah, I was just
Sounds very
curious. I was just
sound.
like, I wonder what this feels like. It
How
didn't-
was it?
It was inconvenient.
Yeah,
It sounds
Yeah.
inconvenient.
it's
It
not really
wasn't-
built for you though. It's built
I
for
know.
a cat.
That's
you
the
know?
thing. Yeah.
If they came up with like a comfy human litter box, I'd use it.
I mean, that's true. Maybe if it had been a comfy human litter box. But
That's
then, you know,
By the
every
way,
single
that
time
whenever
every
litter
single
box,
playground in America, seeing a sandbox, being like, "Wow, I didn't know they made litter boxes for children."
dude, that is one of my
unfortunately, those
favorite
do
things.
end up like that a lot of times.
That is one of my favorite things, like that's come out of like the right wing trans hysteria. Is this like meme that a lot of them believe is real? That like certain school districts are installing litter boxes for the kids that
Joe
identify
Rogan
as
fell for that
cats.
shit, dude.
I
Yeah,
know.
he did.
Actually, it just kind of shows you like, I don't know. I feel like that kind of shows you that like none of the distinctions that you try to draw between like any like sexual minority, gender minority doesn't matter because they all just think that like their deranged fantasies are so off the wall that it doesn't matter. Like they don't know, you know, like I don't know. Maybe that's
You
just
know,
me.
like let me
Yeah,
float
it's not a critical
this.
examination of reality. It's just like I'm biased and don't like it, so therefore whatever.
They're
I
don't,
do is
it's not
true.
even that they don't like it. It would be one thing if they actually didn't like it. The thing is, that they do like it, but they hate that they like it, and they have to persecute
we
other
have
people
seen
that
that-
like it.
We have
so-
seen the data
true.
from those porn companies where it's like that's for the states that view that kind of content the most, as far as like trans content. So yeah, that
for
is true.
Yeah. It's
Well,
incredible.
as-
Like, the hate fucking energy is like off the charts, but that's just kind of like that's just how it goes, right? Like that's it's like psychosexual,
Well, that's my theory as to why there's always such hate for LGBT
Oh
people.
shit, Mr.
Mr.
Naughty
Naughty
Priest,
Priest dropped it.
50.
Thank you.
Whoa!
Mr. Naughty
God
Priest,
damn.
the chat MVP yet again. Thank you.
What a
God
fellow.
damn.
What a guy.
Never
Thank you,
forget
Mr. Naughty Priest.
TJ's awkward CNN appearance. I don't really feel like it was that awkward, but okay.
That was not.
Well,
Yeah, you know what?
It was
I
a
mean,
little
I'm
awkward.
TJ's greatest detractor, and I don't think it was that awkward.
It was a little bit awkward.
How
it wasn't
was awkward
TJ's
about it?
fault.
Mean, Paul.
But it wasn't TJ's fault.
Okay. Well,
That's some
then
was
sour
awkward-
grapes,
it
Paul.
was awkward
That's some sour
because-
grapes.
It was awkward because they never really gave you a chance to talk because the Pope died.
Yeah.
That's funny. The Pope fucking
Stupid
preempted
fucking
you.
Pope.
Let's hear from this atheist. Oh, never mind. The Pope's dead. Who cares what he has to say?
But anyway, I was just going to say that I believe.
On in that moment, the Pope dies. That's kind of like a mega flex. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
they should have fucking tried to coax me into saying some shit about the Pope and like get America's.
They didn't have
damn
those
They
right.
could have got you to
man.
say
It
some
was
shit, too.
nice. It was nice taking him out, kind of thing.
Yeah, missed opportunity.
Yeah.
I would just be like, you know what my grandpa used to say, and he really did. Poop on the Pope. So
Well, I'm convinced that a lot of the obsession that right-wing brains have with trans people and LGBT people comes from just like repressed sexuality. I think that they're attracted to trans bodies.
Yep.
I mean, that bears out in the porn statistics. I mean, if you look at where trans porn is the most popular, it's the South. Why is it? Why is that? You know what I mean? Like, why would that correlation exist? In my mind, it's just, I'm a very Freudian thinker. I'm a very psychology is everything thinker. And I really do think a significant portion of that hatred comes from a hatred of some little slice of, gayness or gender queerness in themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's complicated, but I do think there's that is a dynamic that's at play. Like, I mean, the amount of, like I said, the hate fucking thing is crazy. Like the amount of people who, like simultaneously want to kill you and jack off to you, when you're a trans person it's something.
I'm
you
sure it's a
encounter
worrying
constantly.
thing.
It is. It's upsetting and weird, but also it's kind of like there is one small way in which it's like reassuring, which is just that like. It's like what the truth is in the end. Like where the tide of the world will always end up going. Like that like they can't lie to themselves forever. Like trans people are attractive to them. Trans people are attractive and are just as much a part of the sexual landscape as anybody else. And they can pretend that it's like aberrant and we don't like it, but it's just reality. Like they can deny it all they want, but they're mostly like I guess. When they're in positions of power, they're in places to hurt us a lot, but they're also torturing themselves.
I mean, so many of them have been caught fucking with their pants down, literally. Like,
Oh,
fucking,
we've seen that super
was it? What's his
anti-homosexuals,
name?
and then it's like they're gay. It's like
Who's that rat dude from Texas who got caught with like? I think he got caught with like ladyboy porn on his.
a rat dude? I was thinking
on
Ted
his
Cruz. I
Twitter.
was like, is
that
Ted
happened
Cruz?
to it was Alex Jones that happened to.
Oh, was it?
Was Alex Jones?
I thought there was
He
a-
lives in Texas.
I thought
Alex
there was an
Jones
incident involving
Trans cock is like.
Ted Cruz.
Yeah.
I thought it was Ted Cruz.
I think Ted Cruz liked stepmom porn.
Oh,
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
wow.
hey, you and Ted Cruz got something in common there, Paul.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
well,
Paul,
not
want to
just,
watch a
not just
teen
me and
kitty
him, but
film?
apparently everybody. Okay.
Yeah, it has her stepmom
Yeah,
in
that's
it.
a very popular genre these days.
Oh,
Like,
it's super popular.
I went out.
Paul's like,
the
he
last
knows.
time I went porn surfing. I tried to look for something that wasn't stepmom porn, and I couldn't find any. So, it seems to be very popular with everybody.
I was forced to jerk off to it.
I had two last areas of George W. Bush shit. I don't want to belabor them. Number one, I put 9/11 on George W. Bush. It was his military and his regulatory state that was asleep at the wheel. I mean,
And he
that's one
ignored
thing that-
intelligence in that direction.
Yeah,
I mean, at the
yeah,
very
yeah.
least. I mean, he might have
the
done
whole
worse. but-
apparatus was under his fucking purview. He's the commander in chief of the military. The military was asleep at the wheel that day. I put it on him, and that was That was an event that will scar the next fucking 10 generations of Americans. They literally set us on a different course. I don't want to get into it.
I agree with that part. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can agree with putting it on him. I feel like that might be a little too much.
I mean,
he was
have to put-
handed he was handed a
think-
memo. He was handed a memo weeks before the fucking attack, with the actual attack as it happened. I mean, he was just literally handed like, "Hey, these guys want to do this. They want to fly planes into buildings and shit," and he did nothing with it. Like it was literally asleep at the wheel. It was shockingly asleep at the wheel. The only other time that I've been shocked,
I think you can at very least put a little bit of. I mean, you could put some of it on him for sure.
The only other time in recent history,
some of it on is for sure. Like, I mean, especially the response. Obviously, the response, like a lot of the response.
Oh, the response you could put 100%.
I don't know if I can just say, like, I don't know if I just don't know if I'm willing to jump.
I put the whole fucking thing on him. I think that if there was a competent administration in place,
I don't know. I feel like I put a little bit on. I put a little bit on Osama bin Laden and shit. But I don't know.
No, I don't. No, fuck. He was just doing what he had to do to survive.
Oh, gotcha.
Sure. And then you said there was another thing or something.
Yeah.
One last thing. He denied us all the ultimate pleasure of seeing his goofy ass get hit full in the face with an Iraqi nationalist shoe. Not once, but twice. And it made him look so fucking based and manly and fucking athletic and cool, and that was the worst.
About that earlier, we were saying that that's one area where George Bush would just wins no matter what, like no matter what argument we're having.
Dude, Trump would not have dodged those shoes.
No,
no
it would have
fucking way.
If he would have to have taken the shoe in the face, because if he dodged the shoe, I swear to God, his body would like slide in half. Like it would just go like, like a moldy pumpkin, straight up.
Bush just matrix dodged both of them. He was just like spot dodge, and it was just so cool. And fuck him for that. It would have been so great to see him eat a dirty fucking Iraqi flip flop. You know what I mean?
Great, but
so that's all I got. I will say that I kind of agree with TJ after going through it. I don't care as much like as when we started. And I do think
pretty goddamn mad about it. I saw the clip.
I was very mad about it. I still kind of am. Because I made
a pretty goddamn good case though. Like,
yeah, right? No. I'm not faulting you. I mean, like, look, that's kind of why I don't care as much anymore, because I think you made good points. I think that it wasn't maybe as absurd a claim as I thought it was, given letting you explain it over the last 2 hours. I still disagree pretty heavily, and maybe the reasoning will avail you of why. And I think that this is going to be super contentious.
Sure.
But whatever, maybe I'm wrong about that. I think that right now there is like a real aura of unreality around Trump. And I'm very sensitive to fear mongering, largely due to the kind of surveillance state and shit in the wake of 9/11. Maybe got a little PTSD, a little 9/11 PTSD that lingers, but I'm very much wary when people are being pumped full of fear about something.
Sure.
And I feel that on the left, there are people that are overblowing reality in order to kind of shame people into voting for Joe Biden. I think they're overstating the case of the devastation that would happen with another Trump presidency. And I believe that disempowers people, not empowers them.
I haven't really seen anybody overstating the case against Trump.
You think there's going to be like a trans genocide if Trump wins?
I think there's already one building right now, and I made a whole video about this. In fact, that's one of the topics that I think is like I'm most comfortable with arguing about. I think like first thing first. I don't think that a genocide is like a single distinct event. That genocides by their nature have to be built, and that there's a process of genocide.
We agree.
In fact, I would be willing to even, I'll reach out and I'll do just a little bit of a citation here. The Lemkin Institute, the institute founded by the guy who literally invented and coined the word genocide, states that they believe that there is an ongoing trans genocide in the UK and the United States. And so you can take their word for it if you don't want to take mine, but I do believe that that's the case. I think
what I'm talking about is the kind of hyperbolic implication that trans people are going to be rounded up, hunted down, put in camps, exterminated, disappeared. Do you think that that's going to happen at a rate higher than it already happens? I mean, unfortunately, trans people are disproportionately the victims of murder.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's hard for me to predict that exactly, but I don't have a very positive prognosis in that direction. And I do fear very much for Trump, especially given like some of the stuff like Project 2025 and some of the things that he said. He gave like an address talking about how fixating very heavily on like doctors are mutilating our children, and we need to take them and arrest them and lock them away, which will kill trans people. I don't know if like the way that an American genocide would take place would look like rounding people into camps. But what I can say is that actually the camps take a slightly different shape right now. Currently in Florida, they have just passed a rule that says that Florida insurance companies that are operating in Florida have to cover conversion therapy for trans kids as a part of their thing. And that's a huge industry right now that is very invisible. Something that I'm sort of plugged in because of my past, but conversion therapy is huge. And these are torture camps for trans kids, and they disappear in the night because they don't look like the government doing it. It's the government saying it's not just
it's LGBT people across the board are thrown into these things. Yeah.
Parents are charged by Republican media to fixate on trans kids. But yes, it is true. It's all LGBT youth. It's not just trans people, though that trans people are kind of the fixation that parents are on the hunt for. I think that's one way that it happens. But also, you look at places like Texas. Governor Greg Abbott was drawing up lists of trans people, keeping track of families that had trans kids, and then was in disobedience to federal orders, was instructing his Department of Homeland Security to persecute those families. And he even went so far as to tell them to use personal lines so that they couldn't be tracked by the government on work lines in order to do this. Now, it wasn't amazingly successful because obviously he was flying by the seat of his pants. But the fact that that's even being attempted in places is kind of a demonstration of where this will go if it's charged up further. And I don't think, again, like just to repeat, I don't think that the like electoral viability of railing against trans people really has any impact on it. They don't seem to want to stop doing that anyway. Even Donald Trump, he doesn't focus as much on trans people, but he still brings it up fairly frequently, and his loyals do all the time. So I don't know. Some people have a very specific view of what a genocide would look like in the United States, which I don't agree with, and I think it's ahistorical. Like the people always point to one specific genocide, which is the Holocaust, which is and people kind of have an image of what that looks like from movies and from things like that. But the reality is that genocides unfold in multiple ways. A great example of this is the what I consider to be an ongoing genocide in Palestine. Which did not look like, take the shape of like what the Holocaust looked like, where people would be carted away on trains. They were living in a place. They take different shapes, is what I'm trying to say, and but the effect can often be the same. And now,
shapes aren't as different as you might think. The ghettoization of the Jews, the ghettoization of the Palestinians, the building of the walls and the delineations and the pogroms and all that shit was happening, in both cases.
For sure. And they do look a little different, and people don't always see them unless they resemble exactly like this historical image. And I think that's what some people react strongly to people saying, I am worried about a trans genocide. And they think, oh, well, you think that like it's going to be black and white images of like people being carted away, and that may not be what it looks like. It might just look like one state after the other, making it impossible for you to to get the healthcare that you need, torturing you publicly, making it impossible for you to live the life that you need to medically, and then criminalizing things like getting access to HRT that you do if you do it on the gray market, which is not currently criminalized. At least it's partially criminalized. For trans men, getting testosterone can be criminalized. It's complicated. I don't want to get too far into it, but obviously testosterone is a controlled substance. It's not heavily, it's not as heavily, what's the word, prosecuted as other controlled substances, but it is technically. But it would be nothing for a couple of states to start clicking and saying, we don't want this to happen anymore. Now you're going to go to prison for this shit. And then you have the functional thing. They just disappear because one of the main things that you'll notice that a lot of right-wingers try to do is they try to destroy. This is something Michael Knowles did very publicly. He said, you know, we want to eradicate transgender ideology from the public eye. They want to destroy the category so that you can't be seen as a trans person, which means you can just disappear and you can't be tracked at all. If the prisons suddenly start getting filled up with trans people, but the state has no way of saying this is a trans person in here, you're just some person who violated some law that is on the books, then you have functional camps, which are just pre-existing prisons that are now just being used to house a ton of trans people.
Sure.
Like,
I think they're under your kind of description, there would be a number of genocides going on in the United States right now. I mean, there would be a genocide against black men for sure. The prison industrial complex has just absolutely destroyed black people. I love it when people point out that black people are historically impoverished and historically do more crimes or whatever, but want to ignore the absolute fucking modern day slavery that is the prison industrial complex.
I've had a conversation with people about this where they got indignant and said like, oh, well, like, then you're going to say that like, you're going to say like basically exactly the thing that you said, like, well, yeah, then wouldn't that mean there's multiple genocides going on? And I just say, yes, I think that we kid ourselves about certain types of behaviors that we categorize and write off, but that they absolutely meet the definitions, and that anybody who's a serious scholar on it will call those types out. If you actually spend any time, which I have, the reason why I came to this position wasn't just off the cuff. It wasn't just out of fear. I went and looked and I said, what do these people actually have to say about this? And so on that front, you know, to sort of wrap it back around what we were saying, I don't see a lot of like overstating the case against Trump. What I do see is people overstating the case for Biden, which does annoy me. And I do see some types of like, I would say like aesthetic, maybe is the right word. I don't know. People mostly, what I see is a lot of people make factually accurate claims about Trump, and then they just sort of like leave it there and then spin into, well, that's why you got to vote for Biden. And I think that's a bad look, and I don't think it's the right move. I do generally tell people that if it comes down to Trump versus Biden, that you should probably vote for Biden. But I'm not amazingly passionate about Biden. I've never have been. In fact, I've been mostly throughout my
I think anybody that says that they are is fucking lying.
I mean, is anybody really? Maybe him.
No.
Maybe some really like oldsters and shit out there, real fired up.
Some
for
people at the
Biden.
retirement home might be really.
But yeah,
enthusiastic.
no, I don't see anybody. Now, you know, this is a contentious fucking thing for me, and I'll tell you, I get called a class reductionist a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I am. I don't know. I really don't care. But I get called a class reductionist a lot, but I really feel like it ignores kind of the messaging. Now, I'm a kind of like old school labor leftist. I believe that if you wanted to empower trans people in this country, the number one under the current paradigm, and of course, we're not talking about our prescriptions for a hypothetical future. We're talking about now.
Sure.
But I wanted to empower trans people. The best thing that I could do is put more money in their hand.
Yeah, I don't disagree entirely.
When I talk, and you know, I'm not trying to say every trans experience is the same, but we have quite a few trans people in our community, and I talk to them.
Sure.
And one of the things that I've noticed across the board is that a lot of them feel trapped. A lot of them, especially the ones that are in these southern states that have passed these ridiculous draconian laws, they feel like, well, I want to get out of here, but I just don't have the fucking money. If I put money in the hands of trans people and everybody else besides, it's the whole rising tide raises all ships argument, right?
Margaret Thatcher, yeah.
I agree with Margaret Thatcher on that, if anything else, right? A rising tide.
I always find that one funny.
Yeah, I just feel like it's true though. Like when poor people have more money, poor people benefit. Overrepresented as poor are LGBT people, people of color, migrants, and immigrants. Right? These are the minorities in this country that are under attack and that need our help now, not yesterday, not tomorrow. Trans people need our help now to get out of these states. They need our help now to better position themselves in lives and to surround themselves with people who are going to love and nurture their identities and not question it constantly. That's that to me. I'm not a trans person, but I would feel like that would be one of the most empowering things a person could do, was to put some salve on my financial woes and give me some options.
It's a little hard because there are some issues in how to get the money into trans people's hands, and like, for example, trans women specifically are like one of the most like sort of discriminated against single demographics of people when it comes to employment. That there is an incredible amount of employment-based discrimination. The unemployment levels, for seemingly no discernible reason other than your trans status, is like really, really high among trans people generally, but especially among trans women. And that means that there's like there's an underclass, you know, even to what we would consider like the traditionally considered proletariat. And that creates a problem, which okay, so you said you kind of have I don't know if your position that you stated here would be, I would consider class reductionist. One of the problems that I generally have with the class reductionist position, and one of the reasons why I argue against it pretty strongly, is because class reductionism was often used to undermine the labor movements themselves. And a lot of people don't know this part of America, especially American labor history, but that because of that very, very directly, divisions were intentionally drawn between between black workers and white workers to create tensions within the unions, which basically meant that the unions were saying, we have to focus on the labor struggle, we have to focus on the class struggle, but none of the black people in those unions were being heard, so they divested from involvement in the unions or were excluded entirely, which makes the union weaker. And that's why I think
unions have a very colored and colorful and checkered history when it comes to race, because yes, there were some racially divisive unions. There were also unions There were also unions that were incredibly forward-thinking and egalitarian with their black and brown and gay or whatever membership. They didn't. You had to be a worker, right? And so yes,
not all sort of succumb to this, but it is traditionally a tactic that's used to sort of draw division.
You know, I grew up in a strong labor household. Both of my parents were factory workers and members of a local trade union, internationally recognized. And I was exposed to my first openly gay person because of that union, because my parents worked with a person who otherwise they probably would never have mingled with. His name was Demas. He was a black guy, very openly, unapologetically, flamboyantly gay. And I was a closeted bi kid. And so Demas was my first real, like friend that was openly and unapologetically himself. And that happened within that union structure. Demas was a vociferous union member. And so, I saw how all of and I'm not like, look, dude, there was racial division in my household. My parents are pretty racist. All that melted away at the union table. You know what I mean? All the bullshit, there's just no place for it because a rising tide raises all ships. I may not agree with Demas, but if Demas making more money means I get a fatter paycheck too, because we got a better contract. Yeah. Lift up Demas. You know what I mean? And I believe a lot of good work can happen in that space of deprogramming people from these kind of like stupid, baseless, racist and gender discriminatory lies that they're fed. I think the best thing that can happen in a lot of cases is just for these people to be exposed to a trans person who's reasonable and not the crazy child rapist demon that they're being told or whatever. It's just a person. Exactly. And
I do think there's strength in that. I guess one thing that I see among the sort of class reductionist circles is that and it depends on how you define this, but it's a group that I've become fairly familiar with. I've found them to be to never actually like deliver on the promise of the so-called like you know, the color blindness or the gender blindness or whatever. I mean, a great example is like that piece that was written by Slavoj Žižek, who is sort of like he's in that circle of the sort of people who are very very fixated on class and kind of against identity politics, and then he goes and pens an explicitly anti-piece for his Marxist magazine that he's working for. I think it was for Compact Mag, and he just wrote it, and it was completely uninformed. It was damaging genuinely towards the trans cause, and trans people are like they're not you can't put aside something like your identity when it's like that, when it's like somebody is going after you or advocating directly against you. So the class reductionist cause has that problem, and which is why I'll always support the more solidarity focused approach. And I don't think that's like, I don't think they're in opposition. I think in fact unions that focus on solidarity and are able to recognize like the needs of minority groups within their own structure are going to be the strongest ones.
That is across the board true. The strongest unions in America would probably be the teachers union, the Teamsters union, and the prison and law enforcement unions, and those are all agnostic to race. They're all colorblind organizations when it comes to membership. So
yeah,
you know,
and I hope that's the case. And like generally as a movement, I do my best to critique class reductionism as a standard position, and instead like recognize that like classes are more complicated than just income. They're more class is a very complicated conversation, and it isn't literally only tied to like your paycheck each week. It's tied to your position economically and otherwise, and there's a lot that goes into that. Again, like being not represented in the workplace at all would preclude you from being able to participate in unions. And yet there are like for example, like our trans sex workers who are not able to get work because of discrimination. Are they any less, you know, worthy of liberation than anybody else? And I would say obviously they are just as worthy as anybody else.
I don't know anybody who wouldn't.
Yeah, they might not be as represented in a discussion that purely focuses on, you know, unionist politics or whatever. I just think that it's important to have a broader view.
Until we get ourselves a sex workers union, then
yeah, true. I mean, that might be possible. That would require a couple of pretty big changes, but yeah, definitely possible.
One big union, baby. That's the goal. Is all of these specialized unions are under the masthead of one big organization,
the
like
Freedom Guild.
Yeah. The Marxist International was a huge step in the right direction and needs to be revived, if not under the same banner.
Wow.
But
that's a whole other conversation.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, operating now, empowering workers and empowering working families and poor people in this country, and the people that need healthcare and the indigent, is my number one political driver. Secondary to that is limiting our fucking damage to the third world and the environment, limiting our exposure as a weapon dealer internationally, and stopping a lot of the flow of that money to ongoing conflict, and a real focus on, you know, like a new deal in America that reestablishes the rights of people to have a decent job and a roof over their head. And
I would love for us to see something like that. I am not amazing.
Well, one of the things that bothers me, Demon Mama, about modern politics and the discourse on the left is it seems like economic issues seem very much to have taken a back seat to social issues. I don't hear the economic argument being made all that often anymore. I feel like we're not being honest with ourselves about how detrimental.
But Paul, Bidenomics.
Right, yeah. I mean, like, I literally saw Joe Biden standing on the deck of an aircraft carrier like George W. Bush, but instead of the banner saying mission accomplished, it said Bidenomics on it. This is how out of touch this dude is.
Yeah.
I've seen news stories that are just like incredulously like, the stock market's breaking records, but people aren't feeling it. And it's just like
Yeah,
like
the
they don't
vibe
know.
session, that whole thing, the vibe session thing.
Yeah, like they don't know.
So there's a couple of things. There's a couple of things I could say on that, I guess, which is like, I think a lot of the left does talk about economics. It just depends on where you're looking and what you're looking for. Social issues are obviously a big focus of like content creators on YouTube, and part of that is just because economics is not accessible to a lot of people. They simply will not watch it, and there's not much you can do about that. You have to.
I think that's a problem of the presenter, because I don't think economics is a boring conversation when you're talking about empowering workers and workers maybe eventually seizing the means of production and asserting themselves in the halls of power in a way that's never happened. Like that to me is passion, and it equals any kind of trans liberation passion that I've heard. You know what I mean? Not to poo-poo it.
It's just that when so the trans liberation passion is like, I can say this firsthand. That's a big thing I talk about. It's not exactly the most popular topic in the world. It's popular,
and I'm not saying it's not. By the way, just to make it clear, I'm not saying it's not an issue that we should focus on. That's never been my argument. My argument is, and I think it bears it out, I think that there's a kind of a frightening turn away from economic issues, and there needs to be a heavy turn back towards economic issues.
So I don't 100% disagree with you. I just think that it's a question of how, and this is where like you might get my little anarcho-leaning side coming out, which is just that like I don't think that most people are in a meaningful position to actually do anything about their economic position at all at the current moment. And like when we talk about, I mean, in America especially, like the class striation is it's bordering like, we're like neo-feudalism at this point. The amount of money that is concentrated at the top is people are so unable to get even a foot ahead that they're not, and also they've been moved out of the sort of the answers that Marxists of the past were able to give, the union pushes and all these sorts of things, aren't universally applicable anymore to large swaths of society. There's no way, there's not a whole lot of ways for YouTubers, for example, or as another example, DoorDashers to actually follow like old school Marxist organizational principles, because they don't apply well to the modern world.
Yeah, we don't really know who our boss man even is.
You don't know who your boss is. You're not.
Yeah.
And the law.
I mean, we know who owns the company and who profits.
Yeah, but it's all so decentralized and
exactly
kind of vague and like,
it's,
you know.
And you get a lot of people who like
they don't fucking like
a lot of like rah.
Like, that what's the woman's the CEO of YouTube? What's her name again?
She don't sign.
Would Jicky don't sign our fucking paychecks, you know? Like,
yeah.
No, but I mean, like she is the head of the organization that would be our foe in any kind of ongoing labor dispute.
You can't fight against somebody without like you can't fight against that just off the cuff. Like you can get mad and you can shake your fist, but we don't have any. There's
the labyrinthine structure of business to insulate workers away from the halls of power is not new. This is as age-old an anti-union tactic as you get. Oh, you don't actually work. Oh, you can't establish a union because you don't actually work in the lumber yard. You're a contracted adjacent to the lumber yard. You work at the gravel pit, and there's already an established cucked union at the gravel pit. That's basically a company union. And you have to join that.
But that's even worse now, because that doesn't even to that degree doesn't happen. Contractors just don't have any. There is no legal support.
Well, here's the problem: is
to build a union for contractors, and every single day more and more people.
Here's the real problem, though. Here's the real problem. Sure. Like in every union, part of the fucking strike is stopping scabs, and if you're a DoorDasher, it's pretty hard to fucking figure. I mean, because they're not reporting to the DoorDash factory. If you're a YouTuber. Yep. As long as people have access to YouTube, there's a bunch of every YouTuber tomorrow is like, nope, we're on strike.
Well, there's really no legal
fresh crop of new YouTubers who are like, holy shit, now's my chance.
Yeah, it's my chance. Exactly.
There's no legal way for a union to stop scabs anyway. Like, you're not allowed to beat the fuck out of people that try and get into the building to do your job while you're in absentia. and keep the fires burning. You're not allowed to beat the fuck out of
Yeah,
them.
but
that does
actual
happen,
meaningful
though, too.
social pressure.
Well, yeah, in
I've
the outside
I've
of the
been
YouTube
seeing
space
the
that
lefty
can happen,
spaces.
and I get your criticism. I happen to think that the reason that YouTubers and DoorDashers can't unionize is because there's really nobody spearheading that. There's nobody making the argument.
I've tried so many times. I've been streaming.
No, yeah, it's been like, look, then they didn't make the argument right.
Times. It's not just about making the argument. It's about the fact that the answers haven't been developed, or at least the answers in that structure, in the unionist structure, haven't been, may not even exist in this current paradigm. I think that we have to come up, like, this is, like I said, this is why I personally lean towards the sort of anarcho direction. And I do find that there's a lot of compelling, I mean, I could give you shit to read right off to read, a modern theory that's being written about this. But like, the structure of the modern world is not what it used to be, and much like how what worked for peasants to be able to fight for their own liberation, you know, under feudalism, did not work in the industrial era. Likewise, in the tech era, we have to learn some completely new and innovative ways to resist and to fight for our ability to liberate ourselves. But there's also a compounding problem, which is that there's, in addition to all of these things, we're also contending with an encroaching environmental crisis that is unprecedented, and we haven't seen this level of like monetary class disparate. What's the word I'm looking for here? Anyway,
Disparity?
class striation since nearly feudal times. It's incredible how different it is. So there's a huge.
Well, we're officially
yeah.
we're officially not just a steel man. What you're saying, we're officially beyond what we called the Gilded Age in the United States after the Civil War. Where the workers are officially worse off than they were in the Gilded Age when it comes to the percentage of profits that they're taking home. So we've reached all like unprecedented in American history levels of labor disillusionment in this country, and it needs to be capitalized on like yesterday. There needs to be a giant shift.
Very hard, and I think this is where we run into a certain problem, which is that a lot of the solutions I don't think give themselves to being discussed on social media, which then, you know, which is fine to a certain degree. Obviously, this platform can only go so far. But, you know, and my job is not, you know, I don't brand myself as some kind of revolutionary saving the world. I do a show that's very political. That's it. And, but also, like, it can give you the illusion that there's no conversations happening, that there aren't people doing this. The reality is it's just not being talked about on social media because it can't be. And also, of course, there's the fact that, like, social media, as we understand it, has been completely and utterly compromised. Twitter was at one point being used very effectively for a form of quite effective resistance. This was really Twitter was incredibly popular for basically pop-up protests during the BLM protests, and Twitter has been completely destroyed in its capability to do that in numerous directions.
Well, the need for an organizational space is nothing new either. I mean, cops and the government used to routinely bust into union halls and places people were meeting to unionize. The company would hire thugs to do it, to, you know, beat people up literally and fucking keep them, you know. So this is all this is all part of the struggle, as I understand labor.
Yeah, it's just
the company will do everything. The company will do anything to not give you a seat at the table. Mm-hmm. You have to put everything on the fucking table. And that's why we don't have a YouTubers union. We don't have a YouTubers union because YouTubers are kind of like, fuck you, got mine, dude. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm living kind of a fucking, I'm not rich, but I'm doing okay. You know what I mean? I'm making money. I don't have any complaints. I mean,
that's true about basically every work. I don't think it's just that it's a fuck you, I got mine. I think that the structure is designed. I mean, we don't share spaces. You don't.
Well, what it would require is for us to start. It would require us, and when I say us, I mean all YouTube content creators of all stripes, to start organizing and to be willing.
How do you do that? That's the
right.
question.
I know it's a tough question, but I'm saying
it's a question that I've never gotten a good answer on. Every time I hear people say that, I hear people say organize all the time.
If you look at other industries, so there are labor magnates that are kind of revered in the labor space. Cesar Chavez in California is one of them, famous labor advocate for migrant workers. And the answer to that question is the same as it always has been. You need someone with a voice and power to charismatically advocate for it and to walk bravely into it. That's what we need. We need somebody that has way more reach than you, way more reach than me, somebody that's in the establishment of YouTube. You know what I mean? Like big name, multi-million.
You're ready to fall in behind the Vosh union in 5 years.
I mean, yeah, dude, if Vosh was like, fuck this, I'm taking my content down and I invite you to do the same. And I went and he had an organizational structure and I was able to read it and I agreed with what he was doing. Fuck yeah, I'd follow Vosh down the fucking
I don't think it's gonna happen. I think that
no, because it's fuck you got mine. Because Vosh is super comfy, man. Vosh is doing like fashion streams and stuff, talking about his like
I love his
$800 Italian knits and shit. You think he wants to give that up to fucking lead the revolution? Hell fucking no. But that's what it needs.
I mean, I don't think he could. I don't think even if he did, I think it would just his
I think he could make a fucking decent run at it if he really poured himself
think he
into
would
it.
make a drop in the ocean. I think he would disappear and people would go, remember that Vosh guy? I do genuinely believe that would happen. You would get lost in a tide of other content. The YouTube machine is designed to not.
Yeah, I just think there's too many scabs for it to work that way. There has to be. I mean, like
it's not just scabs either. It's that there are like
this is real rudimentary though. This is all true if we were sitting here and we all made hubcaps for a living and we were talking about like how do we get this
because
off
then
the
we could
run?
fucking literally block the scabs from going into the fucking.
No, we really can't because like if all we are is just a small shop union, if all we are is just a small shop union, we're not going to get our asses in front of the door to stop a scab. The cops are going to be out in force and they're going to have us cordoned.
It's the fact that on YouTube, nobody fucking knows each other and nobody works together. If we're all making hubcaps, we're standing together in the same physical location. You live down the street, I live down the street. We all live in the same place. We have a foundation on which we can build. Right now, we're all over the place. I don't even know where everybody's streaming from. Even if we were super motivated and we wanted to, we are disparate. We don't have like and what you're asking for is for people to basically align behind somebody they don't know and don't care about. Like if Vosh.
No, that's why I said it has to be a powerful. I don't know if Vosh meets the bar. I haven't looked at his subscriber
That was more of a joke. I think it would have to be like for
like
somebody
a PewDiePie or some shit, like somebody that's got like 10 billion.
Union that fucker would make.
I was just using him as an example of
socialist union.
I was using him as an example of somebody that's at the top tier, like somebody that's got a wide reach would have to fucking start it, and then people like you and me are going to have to make the leap of faith to join it or not. That's how every union works.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't think there's the trust there. The unions don't.
And that's part of the problem. One of the to answer your question as to why don't we have a union, like why can't YouTube have a union? It's because, and I'm not trying to be mean or antagonistic, most people don't know fuck all about labor.
Well, true.
Like in the YouTube space, nobody knows anything about the labor struggle. I don't hear anybody bringing up the history of it. And
because most of it is irrelevant to them. When you're talking,
no, it isn't though. No.
There is nothing like they can have a concept of solidarity and a respect for a historical event, but their lives simply do not resemble the lives of those that you're
right. But I feel like they haven't availed themselves of what happened and what the tactics were that led to the successes that labor had.
Read so many things about labor who poured over so many things. They could cite you all these different labor events, and it doesn't mean anything because there's no way to apply.
Well, where are they? Because I can't find them anywhere on YouTube.
Like it's half of BreadTube has been doing that, and that's half of what they talk about.
Well, then it's the half that's hidden. It must be hidden by the algorithm for me because I never see labor. I never see labor agitation coming out of BreadTube. Almost never.
Because there's no labor agitation. They're not in a factory.
Right. That BreadTube is supposed to be the labor agitation. That's my point.
No.
Yes. What do you think BreadTube is?
It's a consumer label that was not even
right. But what is it referencing, Demon Mama?
It's referencing Kropotkin.
Right.
Yeah.
It's referencing. It's referencing like international fucking workers and socialism.
This is the problem, though, is that people are looking to YouTubers, some of whom play into it and some who don't, are looking to YouTubers to change the world when they can't. YouTubers can't do that. I'm fucking broadcasting from my fucking tiny little side bedroom and trying to make a show that makes people laugh. I can't fucking tell you how to fix your. There's no way I can do that. I don't even know the people. Most of the people that I'm talking to.
I'm not asking you to, Demon Mama. I really not.
But that's just what I'm trying to point out is that no YouTuber does. There's not one.
Right.
It's not possible. The structure is different.
Well, I can't. I don't have the reach.
In a factory,
I've been
you're
doing.
walking in every day to the same people. Even, I mean, like, if you work in a factory, you're going in every day to basically the same group of people. Some people might come and go, but for the most part, it's the same group of people every single day in the same physical location, in the same geographic location. That gives them grounds to do things, to be able to respond in a way that we can't when we're dissipated into a gigantic content machine. I might have, 500 viewers right now or whatever watching my show, which is super cool. Love you guys. Support my show. Thank you. But like,
Well, you've got another 900 on our side too. So thank you to you guys as well.
Subscribe to my channel. It'd be cool. You guys will like my
go
stuff.
check out Demon Mama and give us.
Yeah, if you've enjoyed Demon Mama, or even if you didn't, even if you're just like, I hate Demon Mama.
I'll tell you,
Yeah,
I've enjoyed this talk. See, here's the thing.
Me too.
I don't mean to shift gears and talk drama because I
Paul.
think we agree. I could go on
Wait,
forever.
Can I hit the
Go ahead
restroom?
and sum it up. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I just wanted to ask if I could hit the restroom before we move on.
Oh,
to
please
another
do.
topic.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I need to go too. I'm gonna go do that too.
All right.
Do we
Quick
all need a
restroom.
pee break?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Paul.
I don't need one, but I'll just talk to the
All right,
audience while you guys are doing that.
Everybody
Petulant.
entertained.
All
That'd be
right.
awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I've been up and while they've been talking, you guys probably noticed I haven't talked that much. I don't know, Sky, are you still here?
Petulant Paul, DJ.
While they were talking, I was listening on my phone and just kind of walking around my entire house because I was like, they'll talk enough. I don't need to even fucking necessarily be there as long as I'm still listening.
I was just looking shit up about what they're talking about. I'm like, hey, let me look this up.
And I was just wandering around my house with like looking at them on my phone, and then I'd pop in here when I had something I wanted to say, like the thing about Greg Abbott that I think should happen.
He should,
Stuff like that.
They should have sex with a rhino. That's what you're talking about.
Yes, he should be made love to by a rhinoceros.
He should
for
know
sure.
a rhino every night for the rest of his life.
But TJ, stop letting Paul bully the guests. Dude, they're having a fine conversation. Their conversation is good because it just means that I can just kind of walk around and not have to do much and just watch it on my phone.
No, I'm at my desk. I'm not like they were just mainly talking. That's why I wasn't on camera. It's like, what's the point? I mean, like, look, I'm here.
I've been all around, but I've been listening the whole time on my phone, and then I'll just pop in whenever I hear one of them say something that makes me want to, throw something in there. But honestly, even when I've tried to jump in, it's been hard.
I don't want to jump in particular because if two people are having a discussion, I don't want to like bully one side or the other.
Plus, I've already
them.
talked to Demon Mama a few times, and Paul's never talked to her, so I thought it might be good.
I gotta be honest with you, the Paul's takes tonight, terrible
takes.
Awful. We bring on a respectable guest, and what does Paul do? Terrible. Look, I'm hugging a flag right now. I'm so happy.
Why do you think Vosh and Paul couldn't have a normal conversation like this? I just think that
that just evolved into that just became a one-note conversation. To be perfectly honest with you.
The problem is that you got like, I don't know, it's like two billy goats or something. They just want to fucking ram each other.
Also, I just think that I think there's more animosity there. There's more of a genuine animosity in both of them and antipathy towards one another. I mean, which is clear. So I think when you have people that have, as much as I like to say it is just a ideological disagreement, there is something a little personal there.
Sure.
What are we talking about?
So when you have that, obviously they're not, they don't know each other, but when you obviously have a disagreement, sometimes passions get stirred, and
we're talking about how you and Vosh are like oil and water.
Paul barely let her get a word in. Is that serious?
That has to be a joke.
That is facetious.
You guys have both talked plenty. There's not been a shortage.
Oh, the Baconator. My man. Guess you just got a Baconator one break from my That's exactly what I would expect from your weed delivery job. Hey, deliver me a Baconator, bro. Give me a fucking Baconator.
So some pissed off vegan wrote us before your...
Oh, shit. Sorry, vegan.
wrote us before you came on, Demon Mama, was letting us know that you're no friend to vegans or whatever, and
Oh yeah, I bet.
and they're mad.
Yeah, we got to.
Yeah, there's-
How would a
screed
vegan
onions.
tell us that we're the Baconator's a meme on our show? It's like, I'm sorry, I get,
Yeah, like you're not gonna find any commiseration from us. You know,
You know,
there's
like,
there's no.
I don't hate
vegetarians here.
vegans. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate vegans at all. But it's just like, I mean, I eat Baconators, so I mean, I have no words.
I will
can't-
say
I can't
this.
speak on that issue with any
There are-
seriousness.
I'll say this about vegans: there are other groups of people that I hate more. So
Yeah.
Okay, how
There
about-
is
So
that for
the vegan thing is kind of funny. It's really crazy because I've most of the conversations I've had on my channel have been like pro-vegan ethics. And my main criticism, and this is the one that like gets them to blow the fuck up and cause some really weird situation, is I just think that I think a lot of vegans fall into a hyper consumerist focus where they're very fixated on everyone buying the right vegan products and not buying the wrong products, and that they then, because they feel trapped by that framework, because obviously that's not going to actually do anything to stop the mass murder of animals, then they start taking it out on random people and like doing this whole thing like, nice murder sandwich, bro, which is something that literally happened. Once I was just eating a sandwich during like an 8-hour stream and someone came on and got super mad. I said, why the fuck would you act like that? They got really mad. They ended up debating me. And then after that, as a result of that conversation, a really infamous vegan channel named Vegan Gains. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
Oh, we've
Yeah.
more than heard
we
of
know
vegan gains.
Yeah, we
have a
helped
history with vegan
popularize.
gains.
Yeah.
We helped popularize vegan games.
Oh,
back in
wow.
the DP
Well, he
days,
was
yeah.
popular. He already had his shit going before we came along.
I don't know. We gave him a boost.
For sure.
He got really mad and he came in to debate me, and he opened his debate by basically like, he started out like basically just fucking with a load, right? Like fucking already blown in his pants when he came in. He was like fucking, it sounded like he did cocaine, which I guess is vegan friendly, but he did that like he came in like so amped, and he was like, you're a fucking murderer, and then I just like, okay, well, I guess if we're just throwing accusations around, I called him a child rapist, and he got so mad about that, and I'm like, you just called me a murderer, like unfounded, and I think if you're gonna call me things unfounded, I'm gonna call you things unfounded, and it basically ended the debate. He couldn't recover from that. He started freaking out and just talking over me every time, and then he quit the call and raged about me for quite literally weeks afterwards. And so there's like this subsection of the vegan community, the ones who make me wonder if maybe the vegan diet does do brain damage. But I don't want to be mean to all vegans, because I know there's a lot of good ones out there. But yeah, that community doesn't like me, and they basically
I'll be
go
mean to
around
all
them.
vegans.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well,
Vegans
it was
suck.
that person that reached out to us, or somebody that knows that person, because that meat
Almost.
sandwich.
TJ,
shit.
what about the vegans that don't say anything
Or
to
that
you and just eat,
murder
and they're just
sandwich shit,
vegans? You
I think
hate
they
them?
need the
I don't
vegans that
even
leave me
mind if
alone.
vegans want to say things to me. I've actually had some really good conversations with vegans. And like I've
Well,
said,
yes,
I'm
of course.
fairly open that I'm not a vegan, but that I've like, as a result of conversations with vegans and a result of just thinking through the sort of ethics on my own, I've drastically reduced my my meat consumption over the course of years. I don't know. I'm not at that point. I'm not at a point in my life where I feel like I can easily, because it's not just me. I live in a house with my multiple partners, and not all of them are on board with veganism, which means like, it's just a whole thing. There's a lot of steps that have to go on there. And maybe someday I'll go full vegan, but I don't know. I don't know.
Don't do it.
I haven't fully decided on that. But I have drastically reduced my meat consumption over the course of years. And it doesn't seem to matter to vegans. They're at least a lot of the ones that come at me, they're very obsessed with you being like,
That's like
So
saying I've
picture perfect.
reduced the amount of murders I commit. On
Yeah,
a daily
Yeah,
They're
basis.
I can tell you that's gonna be completely inadequate to most people who are super active vegans. That's
yeah, and that's
probably
fine, and they can get fucked, because quite frankly, I think they don't actually care about what they believe in. And
I
so
think,
I
I think a lot of vegans' heads are in the right space, but I'm kind of a doomer on this. I feel like we are probably going to be considered to be a pretty lucky generation of people, because we'll know the taste of meat. Like, I think human beings are just going to exhaust this planet's ability to support the factory farming industry and shit.
yeah,
And
I
it's
mean,
going to become.
hate factory farming. I just the thing that is like I think that it's a much harder question, and like I don't think that most vegans are prepared to actually talk about what would actually help. They mostly just want to yell at random people and make themselves feel better about the world they live in and feel morally superior. It's something I've encountered over and over again, and I think it's like to the point that I think it's like much like how like moral superiority is like deeply ingrained in like Christian movements that you even encountered on like lefty leaning Christians. They'll still have like a certain level of like moral chauvinism or whatever, like where they believe, they ultimately believe like that their way is superior and that ultimately you're definitely going to come to see our way of the world and a bunch of other things like that. It's like ingrained in deeply in the culture. I think that's the case with vegans too, almost to a really bad degree where so many vegans became vegans from engaging with other vegans who are basically obsessed with the moral high horsing and not the actual the actual movement or whatever is going to solve the problem. And so you end up just encountering chains of vegans who are just moral high horsing, and that's what they're only interested in. They're interested in being an asshole and trying to make themselves feel better about their decisions than somebody else. And it's just like, and it's really funny because if you try to talk to a vegan and you'll talk to a vegan, they'll pop up their camera and they'll be wearing a fucking shirt that's no doubt made in a fucking nightmare factory in China. And I'll just be like, so you're yelling at me about eating a cheeseburger, but you're not even going to have a conversation with me about the fact that like you buy fast fashion, that you own a computer that has lithium and cobalt in it. And they'll go, you're just trying to pivot away. I'm like, no, I'm trying to bring up the point that like a consumer focus, like is not the answer. You can't just boycott your way out of everything. Otherwise, you better get fucking moving into the woods and finding a source of pea protein in the woods. Because it's not
ethical.
just,
There's no ethical consumption. If you look at the supply chains, it's impossible. There's no one that's, if they're living in the modern world, is ethically consuming the products they use.
I mean, like everything else,
that's almost certain.
Like everything else, accelerationism is really the answer that nobody wants to talk about. You know what I mean? Like, get to the point where the planet can no longer support these fucking things because we're on a bullet train to that anyway. And then there won't be any more factory farm. Well, there will be. They'll just be cockroach farms making cockroach milk and roach protein and all this shit.
I don't know if I agree with
Paul, you're going to be on the back of the Snowpiercer, just so you know.
Yeah, I will be on the Snowpiercer for sure. I hope I'm in one of the I'm hoping in that like circus cabin that there was. I'll look like the fun cabin.
Paul, you're gonna be one of the plebs in the back, eating the cockroach.
I wanted to ask Demon Mama. The Vosh discussion that we had, you kind of went over it with a fine tooth comb. You watched the whole fucking thing.
I did. It was fun. I had a fun time. Yeah.
There's this like I think kind of like bad faith kind of thing that like a piece of scrutiny that I heard you give during that against me, and like it seems like Vosh's audience and maybe a lot of people that are kind of co-audience members in our audience seem to share that I just find to be like, I don't know, it's a head scratcher for me.
Hit me with it.
I feel like the debate got salty and spicy or whatever the fuck, but I feel like Vosh was the first one to take it there. Like, I went back and watched it, and he called me and TJ by proxy a child. I think it was like 5 times before I ever raised my voice. He was very like smug and dismissive and preachy. He was definitely the first person to yell. He gave
maybe.
Like,
I don't remember like the exact blow by blow. Honestly, like I don't remember who.
Well, it just seems like I feel like a lot of the issues that were between us got buried under this like keck culture of like, hey, salty, you know what I mean? And yeah, dude, that's my thing. Is I'm a pretty impassioned person. When I argue, if somebody wants to raise their voice, like that's the reason why this has been a pretty nice conversation between the two of us, even though we disagree on some stuff, is because at the very least, like you haven't, unless I missed it, you haven't called me a fucking retard or a child or
at one point.
Huh?
I did call you. I did say you were grandma, but that was more like
Paul, you're a child.
Whatever.
I'm gonna start out there. Paul is a child.
You fucking privileged son of a scammer.
What? You know, that's true. I can't even argue.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess my interpretation. I don't know. I tried not to engage in any keck culture. I was definitely laughing about it. I was having a fun time, and I did poke some fun. Specifically, there was a laugh that you may have seen that part.
My
I
ha
did,
ha
I
ha,
did
my
tease-
loud ha ha ha.
Listen,
Yeah.
it was good. Okay, it's on my soundboard, so
You know,
you
that
can just
part was funny. I laughed at that part. That was
It was
good. That
fun.
was good. That was fun
and,
stuff.
and I didn't even mean we lined that up perfectly with the
But,
arguing the chief.
you
But
know,
listen, but that was funny. But I didn't have any like I don't know. I felt like I don't know. I wouldn't be able to say who's fucking blamed for raising it first, but and I didn't really care. Like I guess it's like for the most part, my problem was just I don't know. I didn't really agree with the arguments that you were bringing forward.
Sure.
And we can talk about that subject just between us if you want to. Like we don't even have to like talk about it through the veil of that previous conversation.
I
It's up
mean,
to
do
you
we
what you
want to talk about that, or do we want to talk about the eternal preservation of international maritime trade? 'Cause we haven't talked about that. International maritime trade, hot button issue for the socialists and anarchists right now.
Oh, we talking about like the Houthis thing?
Those, I'd rather TJ threaten the life of a public official again than hear that name. Those Houthis.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I don't know.
I didn't threaten
Those
anybody.
Houthis.
Admittedly, it's
Oh,
not
those Houthis. Dude,
it's
you know
not like
me. I mean, you could probably tell, and I wanted to say, you were explaining some of the roots of your anarchism and your leanings towards that. You got a friend in me, okay?
Sure.
One of my political, inspirations is a anarcho primitivist, smash the fucking dams kind of eco-terrorist guy. So I definitely have a little bit of that same kind of philosophy flowing through my veins, and that's good. But wait a minute, what was I talking about? Saltiness.
This?
What was the point?
You had said something about the Houthis and
Oh yeah,
and
those
you said-
Houthis. Oh god, I put them right out of my mind. Those Houthis. God, curse the name.
And then you said something about us having a shared thread on the anarchism thing. I do have a tendency towards anarchistic thought.
I'm a
just
smash the state, tear down tech capitalism fucking dreamer. Okay.
Yeah,
You may say that I'm a dreamer. I'm not the only one. But when those Houthis, those godforsaken Houthis, interrupted international maritime trade in order to try and punish an ongoing genocide, I lost my shit. You know, there are lines that you don't cross.
I feel like maybe this is a reference to something somebody else said because and
Where are you at on the Houthi thing? You think we ought to be bombing Yemen?
No.
Thank you.
No, I don't. I don't
Based.
support bombing. I especially don't. I don't support. I don't know. I feel like fucking firing missiles into civilian areas is a pretty fucked up thing to do. And I feel like there is almost assuredly other options that could have been taken.
What about this? What about parking one of those big fucking aircraft carriers we have in the Red Sea and just protecting the boats? You
Craig
know what
Y
I mean?
has a red filter. I'm just TJ. Because I'm wearing a mask doesn't mean I automatically turn into Craig Y. Stop it.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what I feel like that would be a pretty major projection of power. And I don't know the international trade thing. I can understand where some people are coming from in that it's like, in that like people are concerned that it's going to have downstream effects for a lot of innocent people. But also I can't help but say like, is this not what's to be expected? In the current state of the world, like, do you not expect?
Well, I mean, as a leftist, as a leftist and a revolutionary, if you get caught up in that, you're just fucked. That's a bog. That's the bog of eternal stench. Of course, that's the way things are in the world. It's because we're not in charge. God fucking.
No, I just mean like, when it comes to like what else do you expect? Like
anarchy.
A trade line that's running next to like a permanently destabilized area of the world. There is obviously people are going to attack that shit. Like, of course they are. There's expensive things. There's ways to make a statement. It's like the biggest target being drawn on everyone who goes through there ever, and that's a downstream of policies that like the average person talking about this has no impact on whatsoever. Like the state of the Middle East has like any YouTuber who wants to try and have an opinion on it there's this problem. This is something I know. This is going to be a little bit of a disambiguation or whatever, but pardon me. There's this problem that I have that I hate in political discussions online, which is the the policy brain thing. It's this, like, when people start to talk about politics, they no longer talk as themselves. They pretend that it's as if they were the president of the United States or something, or some kind of like magical wizard who can make any decision. And they go, this is the way that it should be, the way I would do it. And I'm like, okay, but it feels to me like such a bankrupt thing, because it's like, oh, well, this is what I would do if I was in that position. But it's also like, yeah, but you're not in that position, first of all. And secondly, how do you deal with all the other decisions that were made that led up to that? You just ignore them. And so it becomes this exercise in sort of just take making that I don't find very compelling. And maybe that's part of the reason why I don't spend a whole lot of time like arguing with people over like the nitty gritty of like international policy, because I feel like it's mental masturbation. But
I mean, it deserves our attention. No,
sure. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with
it is one of the things by which at least I measure, the success of politicians, right? Is like, how deft are they at keeping us out of these things? How quick are they to bomb a country? Like, these are major points of contention for me, politically and morally.
Oh, no doubt.
And by the way, not to cut you off. Somebody said I need to clarify for your chat, because everybody thinks I'm an acolyte of Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. No, Derek Jensen is the name of the guy I was talking. You're not gonna like him either, but I'm not. He
didn't mail bombs to people.
Yeah, I'm not a Ted Kaczynski acolyte. Okay,
Ted Kaczynski's a really weird guy.
I don't necessarily disagree with Ted Kaczynski on some things, but
he's one of those weird guys where it's like, sometimes you'll read something that he says and you're like, wow, this guy really nailed it, and then 2 sentences later he'll be like, yeah, but gay people need to be ejected from our society. He's a fucking weird guy. And he has a lot of incoherency in what he wrote. I don't find. So people meme about Ted Kaczynski because it's edgy and funny, and I get it. It's funny, and I laugh sometimes when people make Ted Kaczynski memes. But like, the reality is, like, if you actually read Ted Kaczynski, a lot of what he says is fucking incoherent.
He was out of his mind for sure.
He was.
He had some valid critiques of modernity, though, for sure.
Yeah, for sure, no doubt. Like,
I mean, usually when someone is like some kind of crazed mass bomber, you're not really gonna find anything that's common ground. So it's kind of neat to just be like, hey, actually on some stuff, this guy was.
When you're right, you're right.
He was a radical. He was a radical, and he was a little out of his mind. And I think that most people are a little out of their minds, but maybe not to that extent.
Usually not to that extent.
No, but I'm not a Ted Kaczynski guy. Just clear that up.
Yeah. I don't remember what we were talking about. I guess all I was saying is I kind of get frustrated at policy brain type discussions sometimes. Like, I don't know. I think there's places where it's easier and there's a clearer path to like what we should do. Like, I mean, for example, I think that it's fairly easy for me to talk about the ongoing massacre of Palestinians and say, hey guys, we should be doing everything in our power to apply pressure to stop this. That's an easy one. And
right.
It's like, you don't,
and at the very
when people say,
least,
like, when people are like, should we condemn the Houthis for shooting a missile at a trade boat? I mean, yeah, I guess shooting a missile at a civilian boat isn't that great, but it's like, I don't know, like, what do you want me to say? Like, what do you want me to do about that? I have no say on, like, what am I supposed to do? Right?
I mean, the Houthis haven't killed a single person as far as I could find in these attacks, and the loss is cargo owned by billion-dollar multinationals. You know what I mean? It's not. This is. For me, as a fucking a person that advocates ultimately for humans to ditch the fucking monetary system completely, ditch capital and all forms of trade, I'm not crying a single fucking tear over a fucking couple boats that got all the iPhones blown off of them.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some people be like, being like a little raha, like, oh, based, pirates are like bad and they should get blown up and shit, and I'm just like, I don't know, man, like, that seems weird to me.
Well, I mean, Vosh is one of those. He's been very like, this is based of Biden to bomb Yemen because the Houthis are disrupting international maritime trade. And it's like,
That
well,
sounds weird to me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would agree with him on that. I just, I don't know.
well, that's part of the
some
animosity. Part of the
difference.
animosity that I have with Vosh is that I feel like a lot of his takes are kind of indistinguishable from what I would have considered like a right wing take when I was a kid. It's like he's very anti-drug use, or at the very least, pro shaming people who use drugs. I guess he treats drug users like a monolith. I mean, that's right out of the right wing.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'd go that far. I did spend like last stream going over his takes. I feel like he was. It felt a lot more like edgy antagonizing people in his chat and making some like take stumbles on the way. I don't think he's like, I don't think he's like a fucking dare person on drug use. I mean. Maybe I do think that some of his takes were just like poorly constructed. I talked about that on my own video, but I don't know. I found that whole protracted beef that he's had with his chat to just be, I don't know, not productive.
I mean, it's stupid and it's out of touch and it's reductive and
it happens though. Like I don't know. I don't want to be too harsh because like I get like sometimes you get. I don't know. I don't want to be too critical, but at the same time, also, it's like on one hand, yeah, you got to be responsible with how you fucking word your takes and not get triggered into chat into saying something that's like, you know, I strongly disagreed, for example, with the way that he said like, oh, like, you know, the untrustworthy comment that he made. I didn't, where he's like, oh, you know, somebody who habitually uses drugs is like the most untrustworthy person. And I'm just like, I feel like that's like a vague.
Well, that was the opening line. I mean, that was the first move in the little chess game is like, you know,
I mean,
well,
habitual drug users are untrustworthy. That was the premise that he defended from.
I don't want to be unfair to Demon Mama and ask her to account for shit that Vosh is saying. She's not Vosh.
Yeah, I can't be. I mean, I know.
But knowing what you think about some of these takes,
but you
since
can't fucking help it, Paul, because you got Vosh on the brain.
No, it's true. I do. I said before, I got the worst case of VDS in human history. It's a medical anomaly. I'm being studied. You know, another kind of boomerish take that he recently had that had me scratching my head, the one that kind of triggered me to have a full-blown meltdown, was he was like poo-pooing the DSA and saying that liberals are the way forward for politics and the DSA is a waste of time. And like from where I sit, the DSA is an organizational structure that materially supports like labor unionization, protest movements, demonstrations, gives young leftists like a touch grass place to go and meet other people that think like them. And so I don't understand like what the efficacy as a self-described libertarian socialist would be of like shitting on the DSA. It felt very spite based. Like somebody from the DSA said something mean about Vosh once. So the whole, he basically said like we should just let it disappear. Like,
I mean, I don't know. I definitely can't speak to him, speak to his opinions on that at all. I have no fucking clue what he said about the DSA. I can give my opinions on the DSA if you want.
Sure.
I think that the DSA is a bit of a checkered organization. Some of the branches seem really strong and very motivated, and other ones seem like endlessly mired in sort of like party bureaucracy, which is something I despise, by the way. One thing that I truly hate is organizations that take your money or time and then don't give you anything for it, but except for like the feeling of like, it's just, it comes from my hatred of the fact that I left a fucking cult that was like that, where they want you to show up at church, spend your whole life there, and they promise you this, they promise you that, and they never fucking deliver on it. So I'm very distrustful of organizations that like spend a lot of time like internally organizing themselves and then not really doing anything else with it. And I do think that some areas of the DSA have that problem. Not all of them. And I think there are some branches of the DSA that are really good.
I would never make the argument that DSA is some kind of I mean, I don't think a perfect organization exists. You know, maybe hence my anarchist leanings at the core of things. But yeah, no, I'm not making excuses.
Yeah, anarchism's like my consolation philosophy.
It is mine too. You know,
after
it's mine
monarchy with me in charge, of course.
I think, you know, for me, the reason why I think anarchism appeals, like as a set of theories, as a school of thought, I guess. And the reason it appeals to me is because to me it feels like it does a very good job of engaging. It does a better job than most other political ideologies of actually engaging with the way that humans engage, like humans actually interact with one another, and that it has a focus on like recognizing that like we are in this together, but we also have like we live our lives. Like there's this tendency in a lot of political ideologies to just adhere to these enormous constructs. The biggest one is like why I'm so opposition. Like I do not trust and actively disagree with like the big, like especially American Marxist Leninists. I think they are mostly cults. That they engage in this sort of creation of a imaginary construct, this party that does not actually exist, and that is centralized around a few leaders who benefit from it all, who basically get to take all the money and take all the attention and direct everybody's energy. And I find that to be no different than fucking falling in with a church. You're falling behind your pastor, your pope, your whatever. And I can't stand by that. The thing I like about anarchism is that it has a fixation on teaching people and encouraging people to be in a persistent state of basically like resisting the fascists that exist within all of us and all of our communities, resisting our desire to live lives ruled by domination. And I find that to be helpful.
I think that like these LARPy commie folks have always been part of leftism. I think that there are places where they can be useful and where their messaging and aesthetic can be useful. And I think there are places where it's just kind of a pipe dream, and places where it's like a reinterpretation of history that's way too charitable to communist regimes in the past, or whatever the case may be. But I don't see them as, I think that they as a problem. I feel every time I see somebody that I watch in the bread tube sphere mention tankies, I feel like I want to ask them, like, are the tankies in the room with us right now? Like, where are these people actually in efficacy and politics? And should they get anywhere near as much
political power? They don't basically have any.
They don't even register, right? So why are we as leftists getting ourselves all wrapped up arguing with people that are LARPing, North Korea supporters or whatever? Like, we got bigger fish to fry now.
I mean, I can answer that question in part, which is that they're really fucking annoying, and they're incredibly
They are annoying, yeah, but
they're
that's
incredibly
why
aggressive on the lefties.
All the better to ignore, Like,
yeah, I do think that ignoring them most of the time is the answer, but I also don't
ignore
really
like annoying and powerless. Like, sounds like something we really ought to not be. And the way it's like crept into the discourse, like the tankies are right around the corner, is very much not reflective of the world as I see it.
Well, I do think that there are some ways in which they are.
Yeah, I mean, we have like one of America's two major political parties is morphing into like the new Nazi order or whatever. So maybe we should fucking focus more on that. I don't know.
I feel like that may be the case.
The thing that I like, where I mean, I've an incredibly minuscule amount of my content by and large has been like criticizing MLs, and tankies, but I do think they exist, and they are fucking annoying, and they're not just annoying. They're the only power they really have is to fucking ruin your life when you're like a small, like, left-leaning person who doesn't agree with them. This was something that I encountered really early on in my career when I was first entering into like making left-leaning content, and people would come. They want to suck up. There's a bunch of these groups, and some of them are like literally just LARPers on the internet, but other ones are associated with little micro cults. You saw this around that guy Caleb Maupin is one of them, where he makes these micro cults, and they try to find small left-leaning people, and they try to love bomb the audience and get you in, and then if you don't, then they fucking try to make your life hell until you fall in line with them, and they can actually do that.
I mean, I knew some people. I knew some people growing up in my high school days and my college days that you probably would have described as MLs. And you know what ML was to them as young people? Like, if you person to person, if you just went, it was just like a little doorway to leftism. It was
Sure.
fun. They got to play dress up. They got to wear a cool looking Che Guevara t-shirt, and they got to listen to Rage Against the Machine, and they got to talk about smashing the state and international communism, and like it introduced them. None of them is running around with at my age, 45, like I'm 43 years old now. None of them are in their 40s running around with a fucking hammer and sickle t-shirt on. You know,
Sure.
none of them. So like for me, I just look at it as a little.
I will say that, like, while they don't have any meaningful, like, widespread political power, and I do think there are some people who like spend all their time fucking yelling about this tanky thing, and I do think there's a bit of yelling at clouds going on there. There are a couple of organizations that are what I would consider to be, I would call them tankies. Like offhand, I would just be like, these guys are fucking tankies. That I think are like resemble, I don't even shouldn't say, I just think they're cults. I think they are cults, and they extract money from people. Maupin is the best example of this. Caleb Maupin is a guy who ran a complete shambles of an organization that looped in a ton of vulnerable people, and he was literally collecting checks from the Russian government. No joke, like that's just real. He was a paid, contributor to Russian state media.
Sure.
And he used that to create an abusive cult in which he sexually harassed women in the cult, in which he locked people into deranged housing situations. And I don't like that shit. And there are people, and then of course there's like the other type, which is just like the Twitter fucking virtue signaler. And some of those people are just insanely toxic. And thankfully Twitter is like, at this point, fucking toast as shit. But there was a period of time on Twitter where there were these accounts that I would call tankies that were super into the ML posting, didn't seem to really do anything in the real world, but that they would wield this like fairly large platform to just get people to harass you and fucking do shit to you. And that stuff is really fucking annoying.
This is another big divide, I think, and just kind of like a generational thing. Is like I've yet to be convinced that anything that has ever happened on Twitter matters. And I believe that Twitter is basically a tiny little club where people can say things with little to no fucking personal ramification, and it really encourages people to take super radical stances on things and just get in like blood sports kind of arguments. I don't think anything's happening on Twitter that is worthy of anybody mentioning it ever, but it seems to be like central to how your generation sees the world, at least the people, younger people in this space. It's Twitter said this, and I saw a thread on Twitter, and blah, blah, it's like,
well, Twitter, I think Twitter was, there's two things. Like, first of all, like, yeah, there's like right now there's a coping process of Twitter is dead as we knew it. But for a while, it really was a very popular location for political discussion, and also for the like sort of growing space for people to actually do things. Like, I don't know. When I first started streaming, I
see it as the opposite of that. Honestly,
I can understand that.
I see it as a place where activism goes to die. You know what I mean? Like, it's not.
Well, I don't know, because
it does.
Like,
it's online brain shit.
That happens, but also it's not just one or the other. Like, there was a lot of stuff happening on Twitter at various points in the past. There are real actual, like, I mean, fuck, the people who are doing the land defense, like the where they were blocking the roads from loggers and stuff like that. Like, Twitter was a primary tool that was used by them to get to like let people know where they're going to show up and set up a roadblock or whatever next. So they would use an anonymous account.
I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, Twitter cracked down on them.
Oh yeah,
banned a bunch of their
at
shit.
this point it's like it's dead. And there
They
have
would
been
have been better
ways
off going with like some kind of other one that's not super public, but that allows them to talk, some decentralized thing.
It's
Twitter.
Yeah,
that's why I say it's where activism.
It's the magic. Like
that's why I say it's where activism goes to die, because it's like telling on yourself to tweet, "I'm going to go block a road." It's just like, oh, now the cops know.
Well, here's the thing. There was a way that the way they would do it is basically you would have a totally anonymously created account, and then people who are in the know would boost that account off of their accounts, and then it would spread outwards from there. And that it worked.
Papa Fed is always watching in that case. Something starts getting getting
That's
boosted,
always
Papa
true.
Fed is right there.
Always true, and to a certain degree, yes.
Yeah.
There's always ways that it gets broken down, but it worked for a while. So what
Harder
I'm
to
trying
do
to
that
say,
if you're meeting in person in different locations and
of course,
not putting
No
your
one's saying
entire fucking game plan on the internet. You know what I mean?
saying is that Twitter had its times where it was actually being used for real things, and also it had its time where there was an intermediary space where there was a lot of collaboration happening. Now it fell apart. The site it had deep flaws, and of course it got taken over by Elon Musk, and it's total trash now. But there was a period of time where it was possible to build things on that site, promote things, and start conversations. It wasn't the best place, and it had its limits, and people didn't know always how to use it. But I do think there was a time, and I think that during that time, there were the reason why you mentioned why people talk about tankies all the time, and I think it's because of their presence in that space, which was a space where a lot of content creators were trying to do things. And
that kind of goes to my point, though, is like I feel like this was years ago, back in probably the heyday of Twitter, probably 6 years ago. We had an argument on this show between TJ and I, and Scotty was a part of it as well, where we were arguing about not Louis Theroux. He's a documentarian. What's his name? The fucking comedian that we got in an argument about.
Louis C.K.
My fucking brain. This is how pot brain works. My brain was like Louis Armstrong, and I was like, no, that's the jazz guy. And it was like, oh, okay, yeah, the jazz guy, Louis Armstrong.
Paul, you're that.
And I was like, no. So yeah.
This is your brain on drugs, Paul. I mean,
Louis
you know what?
CK.
Maybe he's right.
So Louis C.K. had gotten canceled on social media for showing his, and we argued about that. I actually took the position that what he did was super wrong, and TJ thought it was kind of like, whatever. That's maybe like a very short, like you'd have to go watch the whole argument. But the point is that Twitter, like Louis C.K. came back, and he announced, on social media and everything, he was like, I'm doing another show, and Twitter was like, nobody's gonna fucking be there, boo. Yeah, but if you went by Twitter, you would have thought Louis C.K. is done. Louis C.K. is fully back. At that first show, there was one person in his audience of hundreds that got up and disrupted the show and was like, "You're a piece of shit, Louis," and left. And that one person is Twitter, right?
Sure.
Like
that, I do think that can happen at times. I mean, but it's not wholly representative. I do think that like a lot of the like boycotts and whatever on Twitter are very meaningless because it's super easy to like tweet something, but it's super hard to put up, I just mean that like, I don't know, like there is a Twitter had the ability, and it doesn't really anymore to the same degree, but it had the ability to get a lot of eyes on something, and certain things that can be very impactful on, other things it's not. For a protest, an in-person protest against Louis C.K., not going to be very effective. But for getting 100,000 people to all like sort of obsessively stalk somebody that you don't like, can go really well. That can go really well.
I don't know. My intention is it's always been a shithole, and it really isn't worth.
The tankies that you're talking about, a lot of them have an unfortunate tendency to do that thing that I'm talking about, which is that and yes, there is a certain frivolity to it all because at the end, it's not the end of politics. But for people who
don't
are like
feed the troll, right? Like that's old, right?
It's kind of hard to not feed the troll when you've got like.
I don't understand.
An example. I knew somebody that I knew who was posted on Twitter, talked about Twitter sometimes, ended up getting the fucking FBI called on her. By some fucking freaks who literally, and it was literally the people that people call tankies, like some of the like main accounts that would have been.
If you're a tanky, don't call the FBI. But overall though, I really don't see what the big problem with the tankies is like ideologically though. Like
I don't know.
I can explain that if you want. Like
I want to know. I want to know what's actually so bad about what they believe because I've never really seen anything too egregious. I mean, you could call out individual behaviors or whatever, but like,
what do you think?
In terms of political philosophy, I mean, I don't even really know what the fuck a tanky is supposed to be. As far as I can tell, it just seems to be a modern day leftist that has an affinity for the fucking Soviet Union.
Well, as I understand it,
the definition today, anyway. So
the word tanky was coined to describe supporters of the USSR in Great Britain in World War II.
Right.
I mean, there's a
Correct.
crazy
Actually, well, okay, so it's a little complicated. There's a couple of stories that are told, and nobody really knows which one's the real one. Some
Sure.
people say that it was
That's the
it was a
apocryphal
reference
tale.
to. Yeah, some people say that the term originated with communists who supported like Khrushchev rolling in the tanks to stomp out protests against him, which is
Right?
like
Yeah. Supporters of
another
the
source.
supporters of the USSR as a regime within democratic societies, particularly Great Britain, is where
Yeah,
the term came from.
Sure. But regardless, so the tanky. Now, I admit this is it's a slang term. It's not really going to be like perfectly precise or whatever.
Well, that's
But
part
in
of
my
that,
mind-
that's part of my problem with it is that I believe like it's come because I get called a tanky a lot. Have I said
That's weird.
thing
Well,
one that would
every
lead you to believe
fucking-
I'm a tanky?
every
Like,
fucking
No,
word.
not
has
at
to-
all.
So
I
it
always-
just becomes like I disagree with you.
Oh,
I
okay,
always
but
believe that
anyway.
any term, especially a complicated, I mean, like people can't agree. Like if I'm to tell you, like visualize a white rabbit, neither of you could see it in your head, but no one sees the same one. So
Right.
that's an animal that we can all agree on. When it comes to something that's way more like ephemeral, like a concept, people are going to have vastly, insanely different fucking definitions of what.
That's why you have
means when
to.
they're talking about that.
That's one of
And
the first things you have a discussion with
It's
someone.
just a
you have to-
limitation
you
of
have to say-
language itself. There's not much you can do to overcome that.
Well, yeah, we have to clarify as much as you can.
So the tanky. So when I say a tanky, and I'll just speak for myself, when I
Sure.
call somebody a tanky, it's somebody who I think is a basically I would another word I would use to describe them would be like a virtue signaling authoritarian communist. And I say that with quotes because I don't think that the authoritarian communists are communists at all. And I would be willing to have a very long conversation about that and have in the past, but I don't think that they are. But they call themselves communist and they're very fixated on authoritarian governments. They tend to be hard. They tend to like take positions of anti-imperialism while also like strongly supporting people like Stalin, while strongly supporting sometimes even going so far as North Korea. That's the extremity that I would take.
The place where
And
I usually run afoul of like quote unquote tankies is because I won't suck Stalin's dick, and they always want
Yes, they
Stalin's
love
dick to be
Stalin.
stuck, and I'm like, Stalin was anti-gay, so I'm never gonna suck his dick.
There's a
because-
reason for this, which is that
No,
Marxism.
I'm never gonna fucking do that. I don't care if he was based in other ways. The fact
Yeah.
that he persecuted homosexuals, pretty much, he's out. He's out of the based club forever.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a number of reasons why I criticize like the Authcom like school of thought, mostly because I don't think it's communist in any way. Like I don't know how you can argue for an authoritarian position and also believe yourself to be it's oxymoronic, it's contradictory. But the tanky position tends to be very, very much. They tend to do a ton of Stalin apologia. They tend to do a lot of Mao apologia, and the reason for that is because
North Korean apologia too.
North
right,
Korean
is,
apologia, and they're like the tanky is the ultimate caricature of like the ML, and there are, and I'm not gonna insult all MLs, but when I first came to this space, I was very open to MLs, and as time went on, I was less and less open until at this point I don't even care to talk to them. They can go do their own fucking thing. I know they can't have any impact on me. I think their movement is a joke, and the reason for that is because Marxism-Leninism is first of all, they don't even know the fucking history of their own goddamn movement. It's called Marxism-Leninism, but it was founded by fucking Stalin. He categorized it as a state ideology, his own version, and he called it Marxism-Leninism to call upon Marx and Lenin, even though it was his own writings for the most part and his own very creative interpretations of Marx and Lenin. That was a political move that was done at the time. That's where Marxism-Leninism comes from. And Marxism-Leninism has been basically repackaged by a fucking 1,000 different aspiring political people across the globe, some of whom were better than others, a lot of whom were extremely vicious and power-hungry people. And I don't find it a compelling path to communism at all. They claim they're creating communism and they never do. What they do instead is create a generally a generally very reactionary state power that ends up behaving like every other state power in history because it's a state power and it follows the same rules. And they claim that the goal is ultimately to like take that state power and then turn it into something good. But that's not how it works. State power, by its nature, reinforces and must perpetuate state power. You can't just take state power and click a switch and say it's good now.
And this is, you know, I would be critical of that too, but I don't see it as a problem that needs to be addressed on by leftists, because I see it as like a little nursery for leftists. Look, kids are stupid. Source was one, okay?
Yeah.
And a lot of times when it comes to politics, they're looking to attach something personal, like their sense of style to it, right? And that's where I think what we call tankies nowadays really do, like, it's, if at worst it's a fucking wash, and at best it's a place for young people whose minds aren't made up about things to be a little rebellious, to dip their toe in,
I totally disagree though on that.
to get exposed. Well, you can disagree with it, but that's what it is, though.
I don't
Remember
think
when I described to you that the MLs that I grew up around, I knew several people.
Back then, maybe, but
well,
the
okay, but
now,
that's another thing that comes up a lot, is this idea that back then was so much fucking different than right now.
I do think it was. I think
there's just Twitter now. So all of the dorks wearing Che Guevara shirts in every school on every campus can get together and speak monolithically now. That's the only difference. It was a play. All of those people that were running around with fucking hammer and sickle bumper stickers and shit are now pretty fucking just standard issue left wing people. Which I don't think that's necessarily.
That's because the function of it has changed, and what you have right now, and this is one where I'm like, I do think this is the serious part about why the left can't just ignore like MLs and tankies, if you want to call them that. And that's the fact that there are, like I said, there are multiple legitimate cults that are recruiting from this group of children, and they exploit the children. And again, if you don't believe me, you should just watch. I can't explain it all here, but you should just watch my video on the Caleb Maupin cult. He got a fucking ton of kids in there. He was taking money from them. He had them all living in a house together and using their own cars.
Yeah,
to
but
do
like
shit
cultists operate in a different, like, the ideology is almost secondary when it comes to cults.
That's the problem. It's not. It
is though. I mean,
they
that's just the way it is.
Use it in a certain way. They are appealing to the way that they predate, and the way that they get people in is by exploiting real existing feelings. So they take a kid who's frustrated with the system and wants to rebel. It's not just a shirt anymore. You're getting a shirt from an organization that wants you to then come over and do something.
It wasn't just a shirt back then. It was a kind of like baby, like I said, like a baby leftist.
Because the orgs have changed significantly.
This is edgy because people don't like it, so I'm gonna do it. And then they did it, and it really availed them of some resources, probably in their longer lifespan, to like learn a little bit about leftism. And like I said, none of them are running around LARPing revolutionaries anymore. They're all normal folks with families.
I mean, I feel like maybe that's true. I don't know. I don't know every single person who was pulled into these groups, but the groups have changed over time. And right now there are a number of organizations that I think are genuinely abusive that do recruit specifically from those circles.
I think this is part of the overall oppressive. I think this is part of the overall oppressive fucking nature, like just like fear mongering that's happening on both sides of the political aisle. Just constant pumping of fear. Like, I don't think
do you spend much time? Like, I mean, do you spend much time?
Yeah, I do. I spend a lot of time.
Saying, because if you look into groups like PSL, if you look into groups like fucking Maupin's Center for, what the fuck was it called? Center for Communist.
These outline. Do you think that most people? Do you think that most people in these ML circles? Like, that's the thing, though. Are most people in these ML circles going so far as to be like recruited into some house and have their money stolen? No. They're college kids that are figuring it out.
Most people in Christianity aren't. Like, most people in
Christianity are right. They're college kids that are figuring it out.
Yeah, but like, that doesn't mean it's not hurtful. Like, you can't just throw it off. You can't just say Christianity's not a problem at all, or like there aren't.
I mean, there's always going to be problems with human beings conglomerating and
my
creating a hierarchical power structure.
My contention is not that it's not hurtful.
And there's always going to be exploitation. I mean, that's always just going to be part of like any hierarchical social structure. Like that's always going to happen. I
My
don't.
contention is
that's
my
part of my
contention
problem,
is
right?
my contention
Is
is
that these
never
are-
that it's not hurtful. You know, like obviously they're wrong about whitewashing the bloody history of these movements and you know that's incorrect. My contention is it's not a problem that really deserves much focus right now, and it's kind of a head scratcher that it receives so much because I think it's being
I
amplified.
don't know who's spending all that time talking about it. I don't know. Like that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know.
The all of RedTube, the term tanky is thrown around like a colloquialism now. Are you kidding me?
People use that as slang, sure, but it's like I don't know. Like I don't know where you're
Constantly, and it's one of the first things that I'm labeled when I don't agree with somebody politically or agree
Well,
with
look,
their
I
political
mean,
descriptions.
leftists-
Tanky.
Leftists have all these ways of like dividing each other up. And
No, I
you're
know.
a class reductionist, and you're a tanky, and this and that. And it's like
But people do
maybe we should
everything.
work.
I don't know.
Maybe we should work together against the Nazis right now. I don't know. We could
I
argue
would
about this
agree
shit
with
after
you. I
we've
would agree
won.
with you, but hold on a second. This is where I think there's a little bit of an important like thing, which is that a lot of the figures that were the tanky figures that I would have called a tanky 2 to 4 years ago, they became the MAGA communists. They literally fell in line with them, and I think that that's telling. And we should be able to argue against
Who cares though? Like I don't know.
I mean, that was
the
because that
world
was
is
such a-
burning, is it
It's
not?
so
The
weird.
world is
Okay,
fucking burning,
that
right?
was such a-
I feel this is so silly. So
that
like
was such a
so wait,
meme,
hold on.
though. I mean, like no one ever took MAGA communism remotely. I mean, that was
No, like,
always
okay,
a joke.
This is the thing, though. Like, so it depends on what you're talking about. I'm getting a lot of different vibes here, which is
Okay.
like, okay, conservatism is stupid. Supporting Trump is stupid. These guys, the Republican Party are Nazis. It's bad to support them. So why is it bad if I say this fucking group of a bunch of people who are constantly sitting on here posting
not.
fucking hammer and
It's not.
sickles?
No,
with
I
a
mean,
bunch of
it's
fucking
not.
people
Feel
that are
free to-
pulling people over to the right.
Well,
right?
feel free
So
to
what's the problem
criticize.
with that?
Feel free to criticize that the people who specifically did that.
Yeah.
But like, I just feel like if anyone is nominally on the left, even if you might fucking not agree with everything they have to say, or even if you don't agree with a lot of what they have to say, like for now, isn't it better to form a coalition to fight against the very well organized machine of, you know,
Not even
fascist,
for now.
authoritarian, Christian nationalist
perpetuity.
bullshit that's going on
Not
in this
just-
country?
Not just for
but
now,
you can't
in
make
perpetuity.
You can't make a coalition with somebody who's against you. Like, if I go up to somebody and they say, "Hi, I'm a MAGA communist,"
Well,
believe that
obviously
we
you
should-
can't hold hands with that person on that front. But like,
Obviously. I mean,
I think
I don't have
I
any
think
problem.
I think
I'm one of
most
the
people
like-
most people who are pro-communist are probably not pro-MAGA, right?
yeah,
like,
I would say that.
I mean, the vast majority are probably not like-
That's some cognitive dissonance you got going on.
Because if you are, I mean, like that's why MAGA communism was so laughed at, because it's like it's philosophically retarded. It makes no sense.
By you and by me and by people who are mocking that.
I mean, was there
think
ever-
that's what you're talking about here?
Was there
Like-
ever an actual movement of MAGA communists that like got together and were like, we are the MAGA commies and we're gonna touch grass together and we're gonna be politically effective in some way?
Not
Like,
that
did
I'm
that ever
aware of.
happen? Because I don't
Politically
remember that
effective,
happening.
No, but abusing a bunch of random kids who got involved, yes.
Well,
That
if-
did
Yeah,
happen.
well, that
Well, that
sucks in that
sucks.
specific instance, but cults do
It's
that all
not
the
just that
time under a whole banner of benign
So why are you-
ideologies.
This is what I don't understand. Why are you shrugging at a cult doing something bad and not
I'm
just going,
not.
"That's
I'm
fucking
shrugging
bad"?
at you. I'm shrugging at you, convincing me that because a cult happened, that there's something that needs, like, it needs to be so important that it's like common parlance on the left to call somebody that disagrees with you a tanky now.
I mean,
like,
I don't know.
I feel like
That's
you're
not what I-
empowering
I
them,
don't-
if
I don't
anything.
throw it at
You put me
everybody.
on their team. You like this is how fucking bad and ineffectual you are at fighting this supposed fucking demon in our midst. You and your ilk have put me on their team. I'm
mean,
now
gonna
a
be completely
tanky.
honest. I guess that sounds like a you problem. Like I don't know what to tell you with that. That
Yeah,
sounds like
exactly. I know I would be, huh? When I'm being otherized
sounds like-
to the point of
What?
having my politics
This is-
completely
this is literally just
misrepresented. Because
this is literally
hold on, Demon Mama. I'm
no.
being fucking told I'm a tanky when I've
Ooh,
never
I
held
call
a
you
fucking.
tanky?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you've called me a fucking
I
tanky,
never called
but
you a tanky. What the fuck?
I'm talking about just in the bread tube circles. And
So
shit.
somebody on Twitter called you a tanky, and now you're falling in line with MAGA. Isn't that exactly the thing that you just got mad at? You said,
falling in
Twitter doesn't
line
matter,
with
but somebody on
MAGA?
Twitter called me a tanky, and so now you just said you were on their side now because I called you a tanky, and then I said, when did I call you a tanky?
When
You
did
said,
I
"No,
say I was
somebody
on MAGA's side? Can we rewind that, please?
You just said you're putting me in. I'm on with them. Did we not? Or did you just not
No,
watch this?
I was
Chat,
talking
I'm
about
not gonna be-
tankies.
Come on, you just heard this.
I was talking about tankies, not MAGA. I said when you label a leftist like me a tanky, you're putting me on their team in your mind. And any force to eradicate tankies would thus eradicate me, right? That's my problem. Where the fuck did you get that I have anything but contempt for MAGA? That seems inherently fucking bad faith. When have I been a MAGA person? I'll wait.
I never said that. When you just a couple
just
seconds
did.
ago, just a couple. Okay,
You said I'm siding with MAGA.
You went on a thing. You went on a big thing. You raised your voice and you were like, I'm on their side now. Now you're lumping me in with them because I've been persecuted for being called a tanky. And I said, so wait, now because somebody called you a tanky, now you're saying that. Maybe it's just a wording thing. Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. But it sounded to me like you're saying, oh, I've been lumped in with them. Now
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know how to rectify this
I don't call
gap.
everybody a tanky. I'm sure there are all kinds of people people have called me a tanky, which is like
I don't support America's material support of the war in Ukraine. Am I a tanky? I absolutely think that the United States should not have spent a dollar.
I can understand why some people would say that, and I think they're wrong. Because I wouldn't call you a tanky for that, but I think that some people would. And
Paul ain't a tanky, but TJ sure smells stanky. Fuck you. Get out of here. You're timed out.
Genius.
What?
A lot of people would call you a tanky for that because, and I think they would be wrong still to do so, but just as an explanation, because it's incredibly popular in Marxist-Leninist circles to not just, oppose sending money to Ukraine, but to also support Russia. And this is one of the things that I think
I don't do that, but I'm told that I do.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know.
This was a whole. I know. Maybe you're not aware of it, and I'm not claiming that you are taking part in it. But there was a whole arc here on the channel, of Ukraine and me going like, I don't think America should be funding more fucking wars all over the fucking. I don't think that helps. I think America should flex its muscles fucking diplomatically in this situation, or not at all. And I've been called a tanky. The entire swaths of other people's communities camped out our fucking subreddit, camped out our comment section, and I was called a tanky hundreds of times. Not just somebody called. I don't even have a Twitter. Well, I do. I don't use it.
I'm coming out as a moderate tanky.
Oh shit!
Let you guys know.
TJ's a tanky.
I don't know. I still don't really know what it means, but I'm coming out as a moderate tanky. I'm
a
mid-level tanky.
Like, I'm not married to the term tanky. I'll throw it at somebody if I think they're being like that. If somebody comes into my chat,
you said it's all about authoritarian. I mean, here's the thing about me.
It's about sucking Stalin's dick. And if
here's the thing about me,
you're fucking tanky. Get out of here.
If I
Same thing as I'll call somebody. People get mad at me for using the term. My own community gets super mad at me for calling some people woke scolds. And I'm just like, nah, some people act like a fucking woke scold. And if you act like a fucking woke scold, I'm going to call you a woke scold. They're like, but it's not a scientifically accurate term. I'm like, obviously, it's a fucking insult. I'm saying that you're being woke and you're trying to scold me over it. Shut the fuck up and move on. That's how I feel about the word tanky.
The thing about it, I think, is that if I get to be Stalin, then I'm pro-authoritarian. But if I have to be under,
of course,
if I be under Stalin, then I'm anti-authoritarian.
What if you're really high under Stalin? Like you're a multi-billionaire with yachts and shit.
Then I'm secretly anti-authoritarian in my heart, where it doesn't matter.
But you're working behind the scenes to monkey wrench it.
Overtly authoritarian for the perks. So
yeah, I'm sorry I yelled at you there, Demon Mama. I don't mean to come off that way to people. I'm trying to be better at that. But I'm very sensitive about people coming along and labeling me, who I consider myself to the left of most leftists. I mean, I'm fucking like I've got so much hope for the future of humanity, and I see so many paths to it. I'm a crazy leftist thinker, and I've been labeled a MAGA. Like, you're not the first person to come and say you're so you support MAGA.
I mean, if
I'm
anything, Scotty's fucking MAGA. He's the one with the fucking Trump picture in there.
I didn't call you fucking MAGA. I said
You did.
I was trying to interpret what you were saying. I'm gonna fucking play this back. And
Thank you for calling me MAGA.
Play it back.
I'm gonna fucking dissect it. Okay.
I'm gonna make
You did.
America
You said-
great
you did
again.
that. You said-
Again. Thank you.
You said you're throwing in with MAGA over something, and I.
Well, thank you, Paul.
Because the conversation got messy because there was talk about tankies and there was cross chatter about MAGA communism, and so the two the wires got crossed for a second. And
I
that's
can
all that
confirm
happened.
that Paul is
So
MAGA. Thank you.
Quit fucking making a thing of it because it was just a miscommunication.
No, dude,
Paul
I
is
don't like
MAGA,
being,
dude. I'm
I don't
sorry.
like being called a MAGA.
You're not MAGA. Everyone knows you're not MAGA. It's fine.
I have a personal connection to Donald Trump, and he has assured me Paul is MAGA. I'm sorry.
Oh shit. Well, then never mind.
I mean, you can look, Paul. Hey, the donor list doesn't lie. The donor list don't lie,
Hey,
man.
bet on the winner, or don't bet at all.
You got it, bad, right?
What do you think, Demon Mama? Since you're here, what do you think is the pro? I mean, I want to ask you two questions about the. Well, I have three questions for you. They're very important. The first one is who's going to win? Not who you want to win.
Yeah.
Who's going to win the fucking election? Is it going to be Trump or is it going to be Biden? Who you think?
I still lean towards Biden, and but I will say that as with each passing day, I get a little more worried. But I do think that even
Terrible
still,
take.
like Trump is he's in such a bad position right now. He's fucking struggling out there.
We covered him. We covered him at the latest rally that he did or something, and he looks
every poll.
He looks so sweaty and sloppy, and
oh my god, he looks so bad.
He's drippy and brown face. It was almost like he was wearing brown face.
You know what it was too? He's like started to have this sort of almost like dissociative way he talks. Like he doesn't really seem like he's there fully. Like
feels
he
checked out.
He's low energy.
Here's the other thing. Like the other thing too is like his finances are fucked, and I think that's going to be a bigger hit than most people realize because like he just lost
he lost that suit for like 83 million bucks or whatever. 83
million, and that's after now he's all of his foundation stuff is getting dissolved. His properties are being seized and forcibly resold. So I don't know. I want to say that even with Joe Biden's lack of popularity, that he's still going to win, and it's not just because I obviously I prefer Biden over Donald Trump, but look at
every poll. I'm winning every poll. I'm doing so good. I'm doing tremendous. Doing tremendous. Look at polls. Look at the polls right now. Look at the polls. TJ, poll.
He doesn't have the energy, and I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he's going to have a second.
Okay, so I have a second question for you.
Yeah.
Winning.
And the second question is who's going to die first between the two of them?
Oh man,
Biden.
That's so fucking hard.
That one's harder. It's like everyone's like, I don't know. I'm hoping Biden. There's like, oh shit, I don't know.
Both of these dudes look like
on your head.
Both of these dudes to me look like they're knocking on heaven's door, dude.
No.
Okay,
I don't know
if
that's the way they're going, but yeah.
I will say that I do think Biden's going to be the one who kicks the bucket first, and that's only because Donald Trump has the fucking pure piece of shit energy that makes fucking for some reason pieces of shit always hold on for fucking ever. What the fuck is up with
like Dick Cheney and Henry Kissinger?
And Henry Kissinger and
I don't know that we're going to get into the news tonight. We probably won't because we've done this so long, but I did want to. Because we're talking about it here, it turns out that if you average out his approval ratings from his third year, his third full year is in office, Joe Biden is pretty much just barely ekes out Jimmy Carter for the same place.
What about
Donald
Genius Trump? How's he doing?
So that's a
just
really
but not by much.
that's not a
Winning.
great that's not a
I'm
great
winning.
sign.
I beat him.
Now. Luckily, there's no Ronald Reagan sort of figure that's going to come along and run against, Trump is no Reagan because Reagan actually had the ability to like have cross appeal and unite the country.
Oh, Reagan won in a fucking landslide.
Dude,
Right.
Uncle Guy talked about voting for Ronald Reagan, and he's a fucking liberal. I mean, like, so
Yeah, no,
Reagan had
my
complete
parents
cross
voted
appeal.
for Reagan. It was
Yeah,
he had a real cross appeal.
Didn't Reagan win pretty much every state? Like, was like one or
It was
two
almost
states?
yeah. It was a huge landslide compared to
I
any
will
election of
say
our
I
lifetime.
have a lot of fucking concerns about Biden, and so on the death thing, I personally I feel like I lean towards Biden, but it's a real tough call because
Yeah.
I think
Donald
Trump could-
is falling apart.
Yeah, he looks like I have been a fucking Biden's probably going to kick it first guy myself, but I'm telling you that last segment we did of him where we like really got like looked at him up close, he just
It's
doesn't.
bad.
I felt
Yeah.
bad for him, honestly. I'm really at a
Beautiful.
point where I'm starting
Right.
to feel bad for them just as like old men that don't
Yeah.
know that they're failing, you know what I mean, and are being propped up by this fucking group of people that don't really care about their well-being. You know, I felt that way about Trump. I was like, they really shambled him out in front of an audience looking like that. He looks like he needs to take a nap, like real bad.
Joe Biden has a lot of like fumbly moments where you're like, dude, what the fuck? He like short circuited, but they tend to be really short. Like he has like a moment where he's like that one that with that fucking Bill O'Reilly, that stupid scum fuck, was posted on Twitter today, where he's like the beer barrels.
I mean, I think that's being a little charitable. I think if you look at Biden like during the Obama era, that would have applied. Like, yeah, his brain short circuits and he says something stupid or inscrutable, but most of the time he's all right. Now, do we watch a lot of Biden speeches here? We make a lot of fun of it.
I
And
see a lot of them too, but
he is muddling his way through these speeches, slurring like he's over medicated or something.
He's definitely very sleepy. It's just like when I see Trump, like
Scotty,
and I
pull up
look
the
at-
nut, dude. Pull up that
I
same
look at-
picture you found before.
It is a beautiful
Trump
picture.
From the Trump from like when he was president to the Trump now versus the Biden from when Trump was president to Biden now. Like Biden's like he's not changed a little bit. He's the same as he was fucking 4 years ago. But
Huh?
Trump is like, oh man, the man's a garbage bag. He has none of the energy, and so some of that makes me think maybe he's losing his grip on the like will to live. Maybe he's just lost too much money, and that's like it's starting to suck him dry. But I don't know. But even still, even with all that, there's the piece of shit energy. Is a big contender.
The list of questions has increased to 4, but
Heavy
the new number 3 is, what do you think of the nunt? Yeah.
Have you seen this? Okay, so let me explain to you
what's the
before.
nut?
Let me explain to you before
Scotty.
Scotty pulls it up.
Get the nunt,
Dominoes.
Scotty. Get the nunt.
Donald
I've
Trump
got-
is growing a vagina below his chin. And we have,
Is he a fucking Cenobite now?
dude, I'm telling you, I don't know if you've looked at this close, but it has like the internal structures of a vagina. He's got like labia majora, labia minora. There's a urethra in
I have
there,
it
I'm
queued
sure.
up. Viewer discretion is advised.
Pull
Viewer
it up,
discretion is
Scotty.
advised. Are you guys ready?
I'm
We're
For the
ready.
nut.
I'm fucking ready.
I don't know if people in the chat, are you guys ready? I want to see people saying no.
Are you ready?
Are you guys? I mean, look. I mean, we're ready, but are
'Cause
they
if you
ready?
guys
I
have
don't know
not
if they're
looked at
ready.
this is one of the things that I cannot believe this is not a news story because it is fucking disturbing what's going on.
Dude, I need to fucking be prepared because usually this makes me feel uncomfortable.
No, it'll make
nunt.
everybody feel
The
uncomfortable.
nunt. The nunt.
All right, come on, Scotty, put it up.
All right,
I'm
give
tired
it
of
to
the
us.
suspense. Come on. Oh my god,
Oh
no.
my god. Oh
Zoom
my
in
god.
on the nunt, dude.
Enhance.
Enhance the nunt.
Oh my fucking god.
You see what I'm saying? You can see the inner lips. You can see the
There's a-
clitoral hood.
It's there. It's all there.
It's the fucking stem cell antibodies they gave him to survive COVID. They accidentally gave him one and it started growing a pussy on his fucking neck.
This is
Holy
unbelievable. If you watch this in motion, it's mesmerizing in the most fucking like
Melania's
cosmic
gonna tickle my
horror
nunt.
way.
Oh
It
god.
moves
Tickle
like a
the nut.
vagina moves. Like,
Tick-
look, I'm not
yes.
trying to brag. I've seen
Tickle
a
it.
few vaginas in my life, and this is one of them. This is it.
Well, Paul's only seen one. Let's be honest.
Oh my god.
Man, I wish I
It's
could
real
find that
sad.
video we saw of him recently from Truth Social where it's like jiggling as he's talking.
Oh
It
yeah,
has, like, the
dude.
Flap it in the wind, dude.
Yeah,
It
dude.
did.
It's like fucking. It jiggles like
say,
jello,
Donald's
dude.
brave to go out on stage like that,
And it
Everyone just-
bobbles and it does things.
There's no way if you go to okay, look, if you this because I think this is from one of his stump speeches essentially. If
The
you're in
pick
the
from the
audience
last episode is
and
better.
you're
Yeah,
looking
well,
at this, I mean, I don't know, man.
Well,
I don't know how do you not just get
I
fixated
feel like
on
he's gonna actively distract people when he's on the fucking presidential stage. They're gonna have to be careful with that. They need to
I
give
can't
him-
tear my eyes away from it now. It's complete because he's so low energy. I have trouble paying attention to him anyway. And this nunt has
into the
become the
nunt,
center
Paul.
of my Trump
Look
universe.
into me, Paul. You shall obey.
The flaps, I can't stop watching. It dances on top of
TJ,
his
can you
tie.
find a clip so we can see the
think
nunt
we're gonna
and
get a day,
in
dude?
motion?
Yeah, I'm trying to find that Truth Social thing we watched the
get
other
the
day.
nunt in motion, dude.
Do you think
'Cause
we're
I
gonna
mean, you
get
can't
a day
appreciate
where,
it fully
like,
until you see it.
he forgets to shave for a day, and so we get it with the stubble on there.
I said that he should put a landing strip on it.
That's a 70s nunt.
You should grow just a little chin pubes above
bush.
it and have like the fucking, like the 90s landing strip.
Holy shit! Advanced. This dude's got fucking advanced fucking reconstructive surgery going on.
You know what else he could do? He could vajazzle it. You guys remember vajazzling?
Yeah, true.
Oh.
He could vajazzle the nunt. Put like a little hearts and stars and like little My Little
You should
Ponies
get,
with
you should get
rainbows.
a hood piercing, Get it right.
Yeah,
Stands
treat it
out.
like Crocs. Get little charms and hang it on there.
So I know this is not the best video quality in the world, but
Damn it, that's,
you can
Jesus.
watch it. You can at least see how it moves.
You can see the
Watch
motion.
it bibble and watch it bobble.
It's there.
It's its shape.
This is pornographic to some.
It is
Everybody.
It is actually extremely shocking that he has that it literally does have a fucking inner lips as well.
It has the whole
next
structure
level.
as far as I can see. It's
You ever been balls deep in the nut, Paul?
no, but I want to know
Oh, I want to know, boy.
if it
Boy, I
shares
wanna
the
know.
other properties of a vagina. I
Well,
want
you're
to
gonna have
know.
to. You're gonna have to see. You have to proposition him and see if you can get him head pregnant.
I have to see below that collar and see if there's a canal under there.
is. I think there is.
I think there is.
That's pretty wild. I didn't
It
know
is.
what to expect when you said the nunt, but I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to. I mean, fuck, you can't look.
You'll never see it.
Not
You'll never
something-
watch Trump again and not see it. That's the thing that happened to me.
Yeah.
This is why I think we need to spread awareness. I think we need to put out a commercial or something.
Exactly. Yeah. Put it out there with make a YouTube video that's just like a compilation, like a fan cam for his nunt.
It's a beautiful thing. I mean, it's not. It's horrible, but whatever.
Look, it's a it's a beautiful thing. TJ, tell us how you really feel.
Trump's
you-
got a squeeze box. Rudy never sleeps at night.
Okay, so the fourth question. Now you're pretty woke, right? Demon
Yeah,
Mama.
I
I don't know how. I don't know.
This wokies
Yeah,
terrible.
Hey, woke.
Terrible.
I'm problematic, so I don't
wokies.
really know who's woke and who's not. I don't really know what's
All
extent.
right,
Yeah.
sure. That's fine.
That's good. TJ.
But,
You
I
shouldn't be
need-
woke.
Would consider me fairly.
I need.
woke, but-
Okay, I need your professional woke opinion on something.
Okay. All
All
right.
right. So I have a lot of
Hit me with it. Hit me with it.
I have a lot of trans people in my audience and stuff, and I was showing this chick that I like, Gracie Bond. She's like a giant butt model or whatever. She's huge
Okay.
ass, and I was showing her on a stream, and one of the trans girls in my stream was like, "Man, I wish I could have a butt that big." And I was like, "You know what? I should start a charity
Uh-huh.
that helps trans women get BBLs."
Yeah.
And then I was like wondering, like, is that problematic or whatever, or
No,
am
it's
I
based.
good?
No, that's like giga based.
Cool.
That's
not?
like that's like super good. That's like that is the real one of the real ways to be a true ally.
Anything that
Like,
adds
straight up.
more giant, cartoonishly fat asses to the world is giga based, in my opinion.
No,
I don't
if
care.
you're fucking if you're putting up money and energy to help trans people get the body they desire, that's fucking based as shit.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure that wasn't
Literally,
Yeah, it's
problematic.
gonna
in
be your
some way.
non-profit,
That chat
TJ.
is quite literally what, like, basically close to approaching 100% trans people is my chat, and they're all going for it.
All right. See,
Literally
I'm,
everyone. Oh, even the content creators in my chat are going for it. They're all
All right.
Yeah.
I'm glad to know that. I was just curious.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, you're good.
All right, those are my questions.
Damn, those were fairly easy questions. The
Yeah,
death
I
one was
wasn't-
pretty hard.
I wasn't trying to throw like some kind of crazy, throw you for a loop or anything. I was just trying to give you a chance to expound on those things.
Yeah, no, I think that's based, solidly based.
All right,
And
Scotty.
the thing is, I have this weird thing.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I would consider myself fairly, woke. I have some very radical opinions, but there's a lot of people who people call me a lib sometimes because of one specific opinion.
I think everyone gets that shit. It's just kind of like tanky and like all this shit's just thrown around so fucking loosey.
You're a something. I don't know. It's something bad.
I'm
Vosh
figuring
is
out
a
some way to
lib,
dismiss you.
Vosh
That's
is a
lot of
lib.
times
Though.
what it
Let's
is,
not
but-
let's not beat around the bush. Vosh is a lib. But
Vosh
other
is
than
a
other
lib.
than that, other than the narrow focus of my ideological opponent, I agree.
There you go.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. There's a couple of things I guess people will get frustrated at me on, and I don't know. One of course is probably one that we would have. I'm surprised we didn't end up arguing about this, but which is probably the thing that like I'll tell people to vote for Biden if they ask me. Like if they're like,
I think we're kind of tired of that argument. Maybe Paul's not. Paul, you want to have that argument for the 12,000th time? You want to go?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like she already went over. Like, I don't know that the Vosh discussion was the best presentation of the argument. It got a little angry, but like if you listen to what I say in there, my critiques of it really haven't changed, and I doubt her reactions to it would. I don't feel
probably
the need to
not.
rehash.
I mean, yeah, my position on
I
this-
really don't fucking
Well,
care,
I have-
honestly. Like that's
Well,
the thing.
I will
is
say this. I'll say two things on it then. If you
Sure.
guys don't feel like having that out again, the two things I would say on it are number one, my biggest fear is that Trump. Like we've seen that the GOP gets more and more extreme and more and more extreme. I don't think Trump is the pinnacle of extreme the way that other people do. I think there is way worse than Trump waiting in the wings. And I do not want a weak Democratic Party when that happens. I want a strong one. And I think that by supporting candidates like Biden, we're ensuring that it's going to remain weak forever. The other thing I will say is that whether you decide to vote or not for Biden or not, I think that should be a very small part of whatever your political engagement is or whatever your engagement with the system is. I don't think it's all that important. I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. You can argue about how important it is, but I can tell you this, it's definitely not the most important thing. There's definitely a lot more you could be doing, especially considering how, like, really, most fucking leftist votes are either scattered among the rural areas where they don't make much of a difference because they're lost in seas of red, or they're congealed in the cities where they don't make much of a difference because they're lost in seas of blue. So when it comes to being a leftist in this country, there's a lot more that you should be doing other than just, voting. But, if you feel like it's important to do it. If you feel like it doesn't matter, don't fucking do it. Just stick to your principles on that. Have an argument about it. But at the end of the day, work together on more important shit that we all agree on.
I think ultimately, like for me, I'm tired of the argument, and I'm just tired of having it over and over again. And what I hope is that if it turns out that Biden drops the strap to Trump again, if we get another Trump, I hope people don't underscore his historical fucking weakness. And I hope that they make better prescriptions going forward than backing and materially supporting a genocidal, racist, warmongering piece of fucking bank-owned shit.
Oh, you're getting blamed first, Paul.
I know I will. And look, dude, I'm used to that shit.
Dude. You're getting it
I'm
first.
used to that, dude. You have no idea the type of shit I got for the second Biden administration when I started making this argument of like, this motherfucker isn't going to do anything, and all he's going to do is expand upon Bush era fucking policy. He's going to keep all the fucking secret prisons open and keep torturing people. Then fuck him. You know what I mean? People, best president ever, and fucking I got fucking railed against, and I'm getting railed again. But I'm just hoping at some point.
I really hate the argument that I've heard the argument people make. Oh, by a certain measure, Biden is the most progressive president that we've ever had.
Oh, I'm so sick of hearing it. I want to fucking throw
I
up.
think it's such a stupid argument. I think it was.
By that measure, Nixon was more based than fucking Biden. Nixon started the EPA and the FDA.
Yeah.
And started free school lunch programs based. Anyway,
I think it's a silly thing. But
it's
no,
retarded. I
what
hate
TJ
it
said,
when that
like,
happens.
I think I'm mostly on board with it. The only thing is that I don't, and this is, I don't know. Some people might call me a doomer for this. I don't think it's doomer at all, but people interpret it that way sometimes. I don't think that I or most of us really have much of a say, and I include this going all the way as far as somebody even, significantly larger than me like Vosh. I don't think most of us have a meaningful say in whether the Democratic Party is going to be strong or weak for the next presidency.
That's just the
I
thing
think
is if we had a leftist that came along and did something as fucking sweeping societally as WIC,
yeah.
and now we can't even hope from our leftists to get Nixonian conservatism, we're in a bad fucking way, and we need to change course immediately, and that needs to be part of our advocacy.
Well,
Stop with this fucking
I mean-
supporting Biden with every breath, every time some criticism comes up. It's
I think
gotta
that,
I think
stop.
there are people who are. I will say that, I think a lot of people have taken a pretty good approach to at least. I don't know. I can speak. One thing I'll praise Vosh for is I think he's done a pretty good job of at least recently, of not overly praising Biden. Even on Twitter, I'll see him, there was a video that was going around. This is just to say, because I've criticized him a bit in this stream with regard to the drug stuff and whatever, but there was a thing going around of I don't know what it was, a Jubilee or something, where some lady was they're like, are you going to vote for Biden? And she's like, I'm a leftist, but no, I'm not going to, because I can't support his support of a genocide and whatever. And the person who was responding to it, who made the tweet, was like, how do you speak to somebody like this? And then Vosh replied, and he was like, well, you could start by, maybe telling Biden to stop supporting a genocide in the Middle East. And I think that's kind of the approach at the moment, is to kind of be
very little teeth behind saying that if you're just going to go out and show up for him in massive numbers,
Well, the problem that I don't
that's
think
that's the problem that I have with Vosh's
unless-
perspective on this. I feel like his newfound criticism of Biden is happening because he doesn't want to be appended to a politician that's materially supporting a fucking open air genocide right now.
Well,
and so it's like an aesthetic choice. But ultimately, he's got hours and hours and hours of pro-Biden advocacy under his belt.
Yeah,
I feel like you need to account for that at the end of the day. If he drops the strap to Trump, and you spent instead of railing against him, you spent his entire presidency going, that's kind of giga-based. I think Biden is way better. He's the best president I've ever had in my life. If you spent your time doing that, I really feel like you got to account on some level for Trump's incoming presidency. Because that's how you get Trump. You get Trump when the liberals are so divorced from the problems that affect people at home that they are indistinguishable from conservatives. That's how you get Trump. And we keep doing it cycle after cycle. We're going to keep getting the same shit.
But also, there's the cycle after cycle thing is you're going to keep getting the same shit. Of course you are. You're not a fucking Democrat. You're not a fucking Democratic party elite. You don't have a say in that. You're out of that room. And I guess that's where my perspective comes in, where it's where I'm just I tell people they should vote for Biden because I think that it's just, for me, voting is a purely an incredibly simple, the equivalent of dropping a fucking penny into a lucky pond. It's like, hey, it's
the simplicity of the process doesn't divorce it from the magnitude of the decision. Just because it's simple to do doesn't mean it doesn't have wide-reaching implications on people's families and shit.
That's I don't.
So it's super important.
I don't disagree with that, but also I just think that if we're on that front, then it's just an obvious decision who the slightly better option is. You're not going to have anybody else, and that's the thing. I never have been in my life, and I never will be invited into the Democratic halls of power. So for me, the act of voting is a very pure, cold.
Right. So as a leftist, you've got to kick the doors down, right, and insert yourself in the halls of power, right? That's the plan.
Maybe. I mean, I think
maybe.
I mean, I don't know if.
So wait a minute. They've officially they've built a buffer against us ever stepping into the halls of power, and we as leftists are supposed to go I don't know, maybe someday we try and accede to that throne or what? Well, no. To me, isn't that the point of leftism?
No.
No.
No, it isn't the point of left.
The point of leftism is not to to make a more equitable fucking world for people. Like that's not the point of
different than
leftism.
what you just said. That's very different than what you just said.
Well,
Well,
it's
right,
easier,
but we're not
it's
gonna
easier
do
to do
that
that
if we're
from a
forever-
position of power. I mean, like,
Right? How are you going to do that
Well,
if
but
if
positions of
liberal
power are
if
different.
leftists are continuously cucked out of the process and we just go like, what are we supposed to do? Vote Biden, I guess. How are we ever supposed to get powerful?
Well, okay, so there's a few things I could say here. First of all, I don't think that the purpose of leftism is to sort of do like entryism into hostile structures that were built from their base up to like resist us.
well,
I
it's
think
either either that or build up something on our own, and you know.
Nobody,
Yes,
no,
but
not
just
yes.
not just building up something of our own, but also finding ways to meaningfully, and I mean meaningfully.
That's a pipe
divest-
dream.
I don't think
If
so. I
you
don't think
when you watched the Vosh discussion, he called that like he called it magical.
I don't know what specific thing you're referring to.
He referred
To
several
our-
times to us when we brought up this point of like building something else and stopping material support for our own oppressors in the form of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the rest of the do nothing fucking Dems. And let's build something else. And he called that whimsical, magical thinking.
I thought he was talking
Impossible.
about third party.
Learn to love the whip. We have nothing but cyclical failure ahead, and all you can do is suck it up.
I don't agree with him on that. He has a very stoic approach towards suffering.
That's very
I don't
charitable. I'd call
agree
it doomer.
Sure, I don't think it's. I think it's weird. I don't know. I wouldn't call it doomer. I don't want to sit here and armchair psychologizing. But
It's a very
I don't
Catholic
think-
approach. It reminds me a little bit of Mother Teresa and her little house of
there is a little
suffering.
bit of that in there.
Wait a minute. Why are you so much more charitable to him than me? Because you called me a doomer in the fucking. You said I was doomer brained and I can't get it or whatever during your review.
What,
of the
I don't-
Vosh thing.
What part did I? What was I reacting to? I don't know. What part was I reacting to?
You're just reacting to us arguing with Vosh about vote blue no matter who. I don't remember. I don't have a timestamp for you. I just remember it.
See what I was reacting to. I mean, I can. We can just. We're having. a
You don't have a hard time armchair psychoanalyzing me, but you do with Vosh.
Well, I mean, when I'm that's not true. I mean, I've criticized the shit out of Vosh. In fact, some of my most but I'm not reviewing a fucking debate between them right now. I'm not goofing off about it. We're just talking in generally. Like, I
Sure.
mean, yeah, you want me to, like, I'm not sitting here armchair psychologizing you now. When I mean, I guess I leaned into it a little bit. I guess you could.
I'll
criticize
armchair
it.
psychoanalyze all of you. I don't give a shit.
But like right now we're having a conversation. I'm not like doing a reaction to a debate and saying my thoughts off the.
Yeah, I don't
fly.
think it's always fair to try to put Demon Mama on the spot for Vosh takes either.
No, but I mean,
Yeah.
this take that we're talking about, she just told us with her own words and her own that she kind of agrees with it. She'll advocate for Biden.
Paul, I'm a fucking stoner, dude. But I will say this: having you not
That's basically what
described
you said.
yourself
You said
as
you
a
would
doomer.
tell-
I haven't really
Paul, I'm
gotten.
gonna ask you this: have you ever described yourself? You've described yourself as a doomer, right?
Maybe.
I mean,
it's fair to say.
I think I just kind of leaned into it. Honestly, like I don't know if I would really like if I was honestly trying to introduce my philosophy to people. I don't know that the word doomer would come up because I feel like if anything, I'm a little too fucking optimistic. You
Well, I mean,
know?
fair enough. I mean, I like, but to me, it's just I think your association with the label, maybe that's why the misconception has
Earlier
proceeded about you.
did say that
Yeah, I mean,
you-
I have a shirt with your face on it that says Doomer underneath.
That's why, yeah.
Right.
I
But
mean,
like I said, I
And
leaned
just a
into
few
it
minutes
because I
ago,
was
you did
labeled
say,
that.
like- You did
Sorry.
also say like that you feel the only real path is accelerationism, and that we are going to end up having the only meat that anybody's going to taste is cockroaches. That sounds like a fairly doomer position.
How is that? How is not a viable path to a better world and a better social structure? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a hard accelerationist. I don't feel like we ought to be hitting the gas on every fucking teeter-tottering problem. But I do think that it's a valid talking point if you're talking about like future prescriptions. Maybe it's better to let the economy bust under its own weight, the greed and the malfeasance, and allow it to cannibalize itself, and that
that's
gives
also
us a
hard
chance.
call to make, right? It's kind of hard to call when the fucking economy is going to actually.
Right.
bust.
I try not to do that. I try not to like go like in this year where this
I
is going
think,
to happen. But it's
I
pretty
think that-
clear that we're in a cyclical cycle of these economic depressions.
We have been for a long time. Like
Right.
the cycle of like crisis.
I think people
capital
always
is
feel
not
like
gonna
it's
be
teetering right over the edge, but I think just like it's going to hold on way longer.
I mean, I
people
felt
think.
that way in 2007, and it was. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you're right.
Yeah, but it wasn't the big one though.
By a fucking cunt hair, dude. You realize the global economy came like 1 fucking hour from utter and complete confusion and collapse. Like it was literally do or die. The federal government has to mobilize something that it's never done before and purchase a bank and all of its debt. Like that all had to happen in like a 3-hour period as the market was crashing. It was fucking like that close. That fucking close.
So okay, we kind of have gone a couple of directions, but I wanted to say, so like
That's
on
just the
Snake-
show.
Yeah, that's fine. No, it's been really fun. I've been having a great time so far. We've been going for like fucking 4 hours. And it's been
Yeah, it's
really
been a
fun.
minute.
Love to have you back, by the way, Demon Mama. No, in case I don't say it, when you
anytime.
decide to,
Invite me anytime. I'll come on.
you're a fun guest, and I actually really like this conversation that we've had. I don't think either one of us has changed the other's mind, but I feel like we didn't yell at each other. There was not a lot of name calling, and I feel like I understand your perspective better now. Which, if anything, that's good, right?
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, I think you made a really good point to me on the Bush thing about. I mean, I hadn't really even thought about the education front, so I'll grant you that one. That was pretty good. I didn't really think about No Child Left Behind, and that was a pretty big spot that I missed.
I really wish that the left would get. Not to, but I just really wish the left would get back in the business of talking about education because it's such a passion area for me. My time in the educational system was one of the most depressing
And it also
and
really sucks
eye-opening
ass
times.
that this is a time right now when the far right is really entrenching itself in education and school libraries.
They're
as
doing
much
a lot
as
of bad
possible.
work, and the leftists really aren't countering. You know what I mean? A lot of this book banning bullshit.
Other than-
there's not a whole
And these
I
like
don't-
hostile invasions of school board meetings where these MAGA weirdos are fucking talking about trans people indoctrinating children at the school.
Yep.
It's fucking crazy town, and there needs to be a huge leftist pushback. We need to take back the education system.
Now there
from
have
George
been a
W.
few
Bush.
examples of people pushing back, but it has to usually get really bad in a school district before people
Because
take notice.
to this day, the worst parts of Bush era policy on education are still in full effect. Biden has done absolutely nothing to push back against No Child
It's
Left
crazy
Behind.
because they talk about the
Common Core.
They talk about the federal mandates, but a lot of those come from No Child Left Behind, which was bipartisan supported.
Let me
but
let
Bush was
me tell you.
behind it.
I'll give you an anecdote. I worked at a little rural school called Millview Elementary in Madera, California, and it was the school that I actually did K through 6 at. It was my alma mater grade school. Okay, and I worked there. That was one of the sites that I oversaw in my position. And when No Child Left Behind happened, or not No Child Left Behind, sorry, this happened with Obama's Common Core.
Common Core.
When Common Core went into effect, Millview was the beneficiary of a type of funding called QIA funding. It's a federal funding grant to schools that have a large population of English second language and migrant children to bring their funding up to the level of some of the more successful schools in the district. Millview Elementary absolutely relied on QIA funding in order to keep the class sizes down to a minimum the best they could, keep the things in the school functional, the technology, the buildings maintained, all of that, the grass mowed, right? They needed that money. When Common Core came along, part of Common Core was a cutoff threshold. So when we give this standardized test that makes no allotments for the status of the student as a migrant or an English language learner, if you don't perform at this level, you lose QIA funding.
Damn.
So they actually punished the poorest schools that were in the most need of funding. So when you talk about gutting the educational system, that's where it happened. And I haven't heard a peep about it politically out of anybody but me for years.
Well, I think I feel like I've heard that one of the people. There's actually well, I don't want to call him a bread tuber, but they're a lefty video essayist by the name of Zoe B. Talks about education all the time. That's one of the main things that she talks about, and I feel like I wouldn't be. It would be unfair of me to say there isn't anybody out there, because I think you should check out Zoe B. Zoe B's been talking about a lot of
Well,
stuff.
I don't watch everybody, and that was a little bit of hyperbole, but I'm just saying it's not a mainstream talking point on the left anymore.
Yeah. Certainly.
And it's hugely damaging. We're ensuring that more idiots that are easily wooed by things like the Trump cult
Well,
are
I think
born
that it's
and
not
created.
It's not something that there's widespread awareness of. I think that
No.
you know, like other than you just saying that story right now, I've never even heard of this shit.
Right.
So
most people, I mean, like I said, if there's one thing I have insight on, it's this, because it was my life for almost a decade.
I mean, it sounds to me like that's something that, like, I don't know, maybe there's an opportunity for you there, like a channel.
Well, I mean, look, I try and bring it up every time I have one of these conversations. I try and weave it in. I don't know. I'm not the type of guy you want running an organization. Okay. I know that about myself. I'm hot-headed. I'm a little vindictive sometimes, I think. I just don't have that like leadership quality. And so I can't do it. You know what I mean? I know that about myself. I'm an advocate for the things that I care about, and I'm willing to follow where somebody leads, but I'm not the guy. I get that a lot. It's like, oh, Paul's always talking about unions, but when's the last time he founded a new international workers union? And I'm just like, you know, that ain't me. I can't do that.
I do think that's a problem that, like, we run into along, like, on multiple axes with political engagement right now, is that there's been a destitution on numerous fronts, that there is not a political experience, there's not political machines, they've been heavily smashed, and a lot of the left is building with trash, and but that's all that a lot of people on the left have is trash, because there's been decades of just unbelievable levels of deranged demolishment of I mean, you could talk about it in so many different angles, which so many issues. Pick an issue, and there's probably been, severe devastation of the structures that once existed in that place. There's been the right wing has, with the aid, by the way, of the sort of moderate left, the Dems, which I don't even think qualify as lefties in any meaningful way for the most part. Like, they've also assisted in this on a large level. Is sort of like just demolishing people's ability to have the skills. Just they don't always just appear in a vacuum. And this is one of the things that I was going to talk about with the whole, like, just a few minutes ago when we were talking about, like, how do you what's my theory of, like, how do we build power or whatever. I don't think the answer comes from, like, entryism into the Democrats. I think that we have to build structures that are very, very different, that are and we have to start on a little bit more of a basic level. I think lefties, and I've talked about this in some of my conversations about religion, atheism, and Christianity, which is the topics I talk about a lot. But the right has a huge advantage over the left perpetually in America, which is that the church social networks still exist. And the left doesn't really have much like that. And I think it's time to, like, for lefties to start seriously thinking about how we build actual social networks, because you can't build anything else if you don't have ways for people to actually meet each other and come together and brainstorm and share resources. And the reality is that there's just not much of that for left-leaning people. The right has a chokehold on it to the degree that they choke out almost all other things.
I think it's because most of us fucking hate each other and are just not people for the most part. So
maybe, but I don't know. I don't think it's just that, because, like, I see a lot.
Because I feel like there's a lot of motherfuckers on the left that ain't gonna touch no grass anytime soon. And
but it's true on the right too, though. The right is full of that type of people.
Yeah, well, they're better at it. I mean, like, you see way more.
They're better at it because they have existing structures.
They might post a picture on their Instagram once a month of them fishing or something, though. They definitely have got a. They've got a.
It's like
a little bit of an entry into it.
They're moving more into that space.
I remember the best point I ever saw a right winger make, and it was really, really recently. I mean, it wasn't a good point. I mean, it's not something I want to agree with, but I kind of have to be like, well, there's a little truth there that I don't, and it was during this whole thing with all this Civil War talk and shit going on. And someone was saying, even if this doesn't pop off, as a leftist, we got to fucking arm ourselves. And I've said it before, even though I don't have a fucking gun myself. And I've heard other people say it. And it's like, but every time the left starts talking about that, there's a huge number of people on the left that are just like, well, I might self-harm if I had a gun. It's like, man. And I saw this right winger point this out. It's like, man, all you guys just are worried about shooting yourselves.
A lot of that is the magnification that we were talking about that
and I'm
social
just like,
media presents.
Right, but
I
I'm
don't
just
think
also
that's most people.
I'm also
Oh,
just like,
you'll be happy to hear my community is full of battle queers.
yeah, I know you guys have lots of guns over there.
I've never
even fucking fired a gun, so I don't know.
Go get a gun.
About guns.
It's so bizarre, TJ. You ever fired a fucking
be like
gun?
cool.
Wild.
My thing with guns and leftists is like, please don't become another right wing. Don't start fucking making videos worshiping your guns.
No,
that's not what we're getting them for. It's not for the aesthetic.
About we need it. I think my video is literally called "We Need a New Gun Culture," and I specifically argue against the gun, ammo sexual type shit, because it's a and I really do think that. I really do think that in America, the left has to contend with the fact that you're not just going to delete guns. It's not going to happen. It literally just will not happen.
Yeah, it's pretty much
you need a gun culture.
That's always been my contention. I'm a gun control advocate. I believe that guns should be commensurate with other licensure things that the government take, like driver's licenses. Like, you have to take and demonstrate that you have a minimum competence with this dangerous machine that you're wanting to operate legally. Sure. I think that guns should be treated much the same. I think you should be licensed for a number of years and have to go and re-up. You have to be able to prove that you're doing your best to store the guns properly and you're not handling them wrong and all that. And I think it's fine. Maybe a background check obviously needs to be a little more tight. But I'm all for gun ownership responsibly. I grew up around guns. I'm a redneck.
Me too. Yep, same.
So, I grew up shooting guns. I'm not afraid of guns. Now, well, I that's not true, but I am the victim of a violent gun crime as well. So I have emotional and triggers and whatever. I don't like being around guns now because of it. But that doesn't. I'm not one of those people that like started railing against guns just because I was done wrong with one.
My partner. Some of you, I don't know if you all know Doe, but my partner Doe, when it first moved out this way, it was terrified of guns, and we just worked on it together.
I'm not terrified to the point where I would mishandle one but
yeah.
I think Scotty, you were present one time when I had a real emotional breakdown with a gun. We were doing a meetup where we had our fans come and we rented out a venue. It was cool, everybody drinking, partying, having fun, meet and greet kind of thing. And some idiot brought 2 airsoft pistols that were indistinguishable from real guns. Just these replica type guns, and brought them into the venue. And that was one of the reasons why they shut us out of the venue, was this idiot showing up.
Yeah, he said he wanted to be like Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah.
And we're like, what the hell are you talking about?
Me and Scotty are pissed off. We're like, fuck you. You're not shutting us out. What is this about? Because they wouldn't even tell us. And then the security guard took me and Scotty in the back and he produced these pistols. And I immediately I started crying. You know what I mean? Because I was not expecting that. And immediately the implication of like, somebody in our audience brought a gun here. To me, that was fucking scary. I don't want to be scared of my audience. You know what I mean? And I have an existing fucking fear of guns and them being used on me and shit. And so
there's just been a shooting at a grocery store. Well, actually, it was crazily enough, the cops ended up actually killing the people, not the person they were pursuing.
Yeah, I mean, there was all this talk before that about how like locked down that area was because right up the street there'd been a shooting, a cop involved shooting just the day before. Everybody was already on edge. And then when that happened, I just lost it. Like, I could not fucking believe that had happened in our fan base, and it went all over me. But I'm not the type of person that thinks that everybody has to share that prescription. Most people, thankfully, will never know what it's like to have a gun put in your face. They'll never know what it's like to be kidnapped and taken hostage and shit. They'll never feel that, and that's cool. And I don't want that for people. And I think you can responsibly own guns. You can be super safe with guns. And I think leftists should do that. If they can avail themselves of it, they should do it.
I think that lefties could, one way that lefties could actually make a big headway is by encouraging an actual gun culture. There's a lot of passion to learn about them. They can be like, learning to use a gun can be really fulfilling.
I just hope it's not this cringy bro worship, fucking firing your gun into the field indiscriminately, fucking finger on the trigger, no gun, no trigger discipline bullshit that comes out of the right now.
We want to focus on the sexy people wielding.
I love that.
sexy,
sexiness of the gun.
sexy,
I love that,
sexy, heavily armed trans people shooting big machine guns at the range safely and responsibly. Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
You know, but
I
let's
was
not.
watching. I love that
Let's
these,
not with this other thing.
when you talk about any sort of like gun control at all, right? When it's always like we're responsible, don't punish us because we're responsible. But then I remember one time I saw this video of a dude that opened a beer by just shooting it, and I was like,
They claim that they're responsible, but it's their children that are being killed by this shit.
And then all of them were just like, "What's wrong with what he did? What's wrong with what he did?" It's like, don't ever tell me you motherfuckers are responsible.
Like
again.
I can say
insane.
firsthand, like I grew up in, like I said, I grew up in fucking rural Maine with a family that had a fuckload of guns, and I can tell you, my dad put me through fucking gun classes, and then I would go home and there was just none of the gun safety. My uncle, same fucking way, just completely unsafe with their right-wing gun culture is deranged.
I had to go through an accelerated gun safety course for a role I was playing in college because I had to handle a blank firing pistol. And if I would have taken that pistol and shot a fucking bottle cap off with it, my instructor would have tackled me, zip-tied me. I would have been immediately taken off of that show. I probably would have been prosecuted criminally. It's just like nobody that has any seriousness about gun safety would ever do a stunt like that. You never put your finger on the trigger of a gun unless you know what you're shooting at. And you have something to shoot at. Otherwise, to do a stunt, to be a rootin' tootin' cowboy, no.
Yeah, it's fucking bad. And like the thing is, the crazy thing too is like with the right-wing gun culture, it's like it's not even fucking accidents. It's negligence constantly.
It's accidents too. The number one killer of children in this country is still guns, and it's not mass shootings either. It's fucking home gun accidents where the gun wasn't locked up and little Timmy got it and brought it to school.
We looked into that, and it's almost every week.
It's
almost
absurd.
Every week there's a story
and
like
in
that.
A lot of cases, there's no negligence charges for these gun-owning people.
Yeah, they don't do ruling the negligence is the thing. But what I mean is, like, when I say negligence, I mean like, so for example, my dad, paranoid as fuck, okay? Super into the right-wing gun culture, still is as far as I know. I don't talk to him anymore. But when we would visit his house, like, he had guns. He would have like 4 guns in almost every room. He had a gun hidden underneath his sofa, which had no fucking safety on it. He had a gun hidden in a VHS tape, no safety, no fucking lock, no nothing, loaded all the way up, just sitting there right where all of us go to grab the DVDs and VHSs. Didn't care. It's hidden in a VHS cast, just a fucking pistol there, fully loaded, ready to go, no fucking safety on it. He left these fucking guns hidden all over the goddamn house. And like, that's exactly, now that I would describe that as negligence. The cops probably wouldn't describe that as negligence. They would say that's accidental.
There are people like that for sure, but the most we looked into this, most of these gun accidents are just people who were flippant with the weapon. It wasn't like they had them stashed everywhere. It was just like, oh, they took gun out to the range and they were tired when they came back and they just left it on the counter. And then their kid came and got it and ate a bullet or took it and shot somebody else. It's just people being flippant and not realizing the massive fucking social responsibility that it is to carry a gun. A lot of these guns, a lot of people live in apartments and shit. If you handle them wrong and you fire a round off, that could come through my wall and fucking noodle me. You know what I mean? This is a public hazard, just like driving, and it should be regulated as such. And that's where I stand.
Scotty, where are we at on our goals right now?
You're insane, Paul. We were at 576. Actually, no.
Damn, doing good.
Not doing bad.
Check.
Not doing bad. We're making it happen.
What's happening?
I
had to check Streamlabs as well.
Okay.
My guy.
Okay. All right, so we're at 5. I lied. We're at 581.
All right, we were at 581. We have made our first 3 goals. We've made Dementia Olympics Mini. We've made videos that make you choke on your tea. We've made Vosh and Kyle talk about the drugs argument. We have not made the goals of 7 signs someone you know is a demon. We have not made the Roseanne Barr talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene plus Andrew Tate yammering about something goal. And we have not made our final goal of the night, which is Rob Schneider talks about how he found Jesus on the Glenn Beck show.
Rob Schneider found Jesus.
Thanks for hosting Demon Mama. Very insightful talk. We'll definitely subscribe. Good. Everyone,
Oh, thank you. Appreciate
everyone who
it.
enjoys this interaction or doesn't, I don't give a shit.
If you enjoy
Whether you
it,
loved it, or I don't even care if you were bored as fuck and you have no interest in Demon Mama whatsoever. Go subscribe to Demon Mama.
Yeah.
Do
Would
it.
love that. Would love to have you. We have a lot
You
of
like
fun on my
you
channel.
like Demon Mama? Go subscribe. You
You
hated
are,
Demon Mama?
Of
Go
course.
subscribe.
Go
You have no
subscribe.
feelings one way or the other? Go subscribe. I don't give a shit. Do it.
You are more than welcome to slog through these goals with us, Demon Mama, or you can take off and take your stream in whatever direction you want. You gave us more time than I think we agreed to, so that's
I
nice.
mean, I had a great time.
4.5
Yeah, no, it was good
times.
times.
Yeah.
I guess is there any other fucking takes you want to grill me on or anything else? Like, I mean, I don't know. I think I'll probably, let me see, what time is it? It's 9:30. So I'll probably roll out after this and go do some gaming with my chat.
Oh yeah,
Do a little
West
discussion
Coast,
about
West
it.
Coast,
Okay.
West
But,
Coast, Best Coast.
I
See,
love
and that's
that.
another point of fucking. That's another point of fucking.
I don't know. I guess we could see
common
if the-
humanity we have.
to
We're both
Demon
West
Mama,
Coasties.
Rose or Rose, I don't know how that you're supposed to say their
Uh-huh.
name. Black says to Demon Mama, are you familiar with the Wizard of Oz books? If yes, what are your thoughts on them and the character Ozma?
I'm not super familiar with the Wizard of Oz books, actually. I hate to disappoint. But so I can't really have an opinion on that character, but maybe I'll read them someday. I've heard good things about them. I've just never read them myself. I've seen the Wizard of Oz movie, of course, but I've never seen the book. I've never read the book, so sorry to disappoint on that one. Yeah.
I think this glazed donut wants to know when we're gonna have Angel Mama on. Never. That
Oh, you
sounds
have to wait for
lame.
that. You have to
Are
wait
you
for
a
that.
are you a gender abolitionist, Demon Mama?
I think I think you could charitably describe me as a form of gender abolitionist. I always call myself a gender ascensionist. Is my term
Based.
that I use. But
What does that mean?
for
Whatever
me-
it means, it's based. I can tell just
Paul
from the
just
title.
Paul likes it just for the name. All right.
I love it.
Yeah, for me, what it means is I think that we need to sort of rise above the construct of gender and move beyond it. I think that the abolishment, the only reason, it's very similar to like a lot of the positions that gender abolitionists take, but I just hate the term gender abolition. Like, how the fuck are you gonna? I just, what does it mean to fucking abolish gender? I don't know. I think it's very silly and I don't like it. So it's a little different. I do think that like we have to kind of ascend through gender. So to say.
Personally, I love the word abolition. I want to abolish a lot of things.
Me too, man. I want to
I have
abolish
a-
it all.
I don't know.
I'm
it
not-
never made sense to me how you.
I
Abolish.
have a thing written on my whiteboard that says build, don't just destroy, but that's a reminder to myself because my natural inclination is to destroy. So I
Oh,
like to
yeah.
destroy and abolish and corrode and tear apart. That's my
I
favorite.
think
thing.
that's pretty based. Like, I think there's a lot of stuff that needs.
Yeah,
to
there's
be,
a lot of fucking
to
garbage that
be
needs to be fucking taken out,
a
right?
lot of shit's got to be taken down
Yeah.
and undermined and whatever. But yeah, I mean, I think by and large, like I said, I think it's fairly charitable. If somebody was to call me a gender abolitionist, I would probably be like, I would say
not-
something like I just did. But
Demon Mama does not need to fucking hear a recap of the Paul.
oh,
IKEA saga.
everyone in chat has been telling me that I need to ask you about the IKEA couch.
Oh no.
Literally.
Oh man,
alright.
that's some old salt there.
Fuck,
boy.
it's some old salt, but I still, dude. As soon as you said the word IKEA, the wound reopened. I'm telling you.
Dude, the look on your face said it all, man. Like, you
Didn't
went through some
subscribe to
shit.
Demon Mama and still like her. Good.
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
All right. So the IKEA thing. I'll avail
All right,
you the IKEA
Paul, go
thing.
ahead.
I got to do it. I
I'm
got
gonna
to
step out
salt.
and refill my drink while
Yeah,
this
you do that.
fucking ancient history is
You've heard it
being
before.
Thing too,
trudged
Paul.
over.
And you never really, I don't think you really tell too much about the story. Is like me and Paul went to the IKEA and we spent hours there, hours
we
of our
did.
time buying all the shit too.
We did. So the guys, when I first joined the Drunken Peasants full time, I was broke as fuck living in San Antonio, Texas. And in order to get me moved to the area that the show was being filmed at that time, Seattle area,
Cool. That's right.
the guys really pitched in. They were really cool to me, and they helped me buy, because I didn't have anything. I'd recently gone through a divorce where I didn't contest, so I took nothing but my clothes and my computer, and I didn't have a home. I didn't have a whole lot of furniture or nothing, and so I needed, just basic stuff like a bed and like a chest of drawers and that sort of thing.
I've been there.
And so the guys helped me out with that, and we spent fucking, like Scotty said, hours at the IKEA there in Bellevue, Washington, or right down the street, right down the
Yeah,
way
wherever
from
the hell
Bellevue.
it is in that area.
We were there. We picked everything out, and got some pretty, we got some good stuff. and I was reliant on that to live. You know what I mean? Like I was planning on, because I didn't have the money to move all the crap that I had from Texas. I did have. I'm not trying to claim I was just like sleeping on the floor or whatever, but
Yeah.
it was just bullshit to ship it that far, and so I needed that to start my life there. And everything came except for the couch, which was going to be our bed until we had time to order a new bed.
Oh,
It was a
no.
fold-out couch, one of those couches you can like sleep on, right?
Yeah.
So it didn't come, and I called them. They're like, "Oh yeah, you know." They gave me the runaround. Said, "Oh yeah, it'll be a day or something." And I told the guys, I was like, "Look, I'm sorry, I just literally have nothing to like. We didn't order anything else for us to sleep. It would have literally been like an air mattress on the floor. I've got a horrible back. I can't do that." You know?
And the house we had in Bellevue had plenty of space. It wasn't.
They had extra bedrooms, so we stayed with them. But it was just like as the days racked up, I got more and more antsy to have like my own spot. You know what I mean? And this couch was just it was just lost in the fucking void of bad customer service and automated responses and generated email responses. And it was just, I thought I was never going to get the couch. So I did a stream where I sat for, I believe it was like 6 hours with IKEA tech support or IKEA support, trying to get an answer as to when I could expect my fucking bed so I could move into the expensive ass apartment that I was living in. And they fucked around, and it took them like weeks to get the bed, and I was salty as fuck about it. Blew up at some customer service people on and that was kind of mean because it wasn't really that their incompetence was indicative of a weakness in the, you know.
Yeah, sometimes you get there and you're just like, oh man, like when you get the workaround from like somebody, like I've been there, you know, I try to be super chill with customer service people, but there's been a few times where you get to a customer service person who's like bought into the juice of the company 100%, and they're giving you the fucking workaround, and it's just, you just can't keep your
I remember him talking to them, and they were literally like, "Oh, you know, they just didn't put it on the truck," and he's like, "How they not put a fucking couch on the truck?
How did they accidentally leave a couch off the truck? And why can't you bring it to me now? Okay, yeah, you left it off the truck, so put it on a truck
and bring it." Yeah, that didn't happen though. Well, it did eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
You remember your consolation though?
Yeah, my consolation was it's the most uncomfortable piece of shit couch I've ever owned in my entire life.
The chair.
Oh well, that too. Yeah, the chair.
The fucking chair they sent you. They're like, "Look, we'll send you a free chair." And Paul picked out a nice chair.
I did.
Well, did you like go like that? I was like the manager of the IKEA and everything. It's like they like, "Okay, you get this chair."
Yeah, the manager of IKEA, because like, hey, say what you want, but it caused a social media backlash. Like DP fans were like hitting up IKEA, like, "Give Paul his couch." And so yeah, the manager of that IKEA called me, and I finessed a chair out of him for my troubles.
Awesome.
And it was a nice chair too.
Yeah, but it broke immediately.
It broke immediately, yeah. Because I'm a fat ass. I mean, what are you gonna do? Let's not cry over broken chairs, you know.
Hey, it worked for a while. You still had it in your house or your apartment. Yeah,
it was comfortable as fuck while it didn't break. You know, it was nice for a couple days.
I had an IKEA couch as a part of my backdrop in my old set before I had this like styling red stuff going on. And I had an IKEA couch, and that thing was the most uncomfortable motherfucking shit I've ever seen.
It really is.
It sucked. It was like the prop couch, and like the thing was, we used to sit on it sometimes, but it was like, oh my god, there's like, I would almost rather sit on the floor. It's just like, the thing is like the back only goes like halfway, like less. I'm really tall, so with like on a normal tight person, it goes like halfway up their back. On me, it's like a third up my back, and I'm just like, what am I supposed to like go from here? It's just like bend my spine backwards over it, and then it has these the arms are like, it's fairly wide, you know, it's like fairly long, I mean, but it's like the arms are like the hardest wood imaginable. Yeah, and I'm just like, there's no padding on it whatsoever. So if you try to lay on it, you're just gonna hurt your neck.
They're built for tiny little adorable Swedish people, you know what I mean? And I'm not that.
I don't even buy that. I think they're bought to be like, you know, like just past the line of like believable house furniture that you throw in a room you don't use that much. That's what I feel about most IKEA.
How tall are you, Demon Mama?
6'2". Yeah, 6'2".
6'2", huh? All right.
Yeah.
I'll make sure you're still inferior to me.
Oh, are you 6'3"?
I'm 6'7", B-ish.
Wait, for real?
Yeah,
Yeah.
TJ is
Yeah,
gangly
TJ is a
tall.
giant.
I didn't know you were that tall.
Both
Holy
Scotty
shit.
and I are in that range, 6'1"ish, and TJ
Wow,
fucking
okay.
towers
Yeah,
over us.
TJ's like
This is the convening of the Council of Titans then.
Yes,
And I guess that means TJ is king of the Titans, right?
tall kings and queens unite.
But if
Based.
anyone's taller than me, they're a heretic and they need to be burned. That's my.
Yeah.
Of course.
You gotta cut them down. You gotta chop them down to be shorter than you.
There's-
your
You know,
That's a
look.
origin
At a certain
story.
point, tall becomes freakish, and that point is like right around here.
I
No.
love giving a hug to TJ because he's got big, luscious man boobs, and it reminds me of being a little boy hugging my mom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he's the only person I can hug standing straight up, where my head is nestled right between his titties.
That's so
Nice and
true.
cozy.
It's nice. There was a dude, I think I might have creeped him out a little bit at the meetup that was like taller than TJ. I think he was a big motherfucker.
That dude was like 7 feet tall.
And he
Oh,
gave me a
yeah.
hug, and dude, it was I was like, take me away from this place and protect me forever, please.
He finally made you feel
You
small.
fucking Viking warlord, tie me up and put me on your ship and keep me as one of your fucking boy pussies, please. I beg
That's
of you, sir.
Incredible energy. I hope you told him that.
I didn't. I just said, wow, this feels really nice, creepily.
This feels nice.
That's what came out.
Nice. I think it would have been less creepy if you actually did the whole spiel.
I know.
That's incredible. Yeah, it's not often I meet people taller than me. It's pretty uncommon, but
I love
guess
when
it's
Paul's
happening.
gay for TJ. Look, dude, I have intimate gay knowledge of TJ.
I believe it.
We've never fucked, but TJ and I tongue kissed once, so I know TJ's a good kisser. I know he's a good hugger because goddamn have I availed myself of that fucking soothing cleavage more times than TJ wants to admit. Like sometimes I go in for a hug and I know it's not really appropriate. I should probably just dap him up or something, but I'm just like, come here, you big titty motherfucker.
I feel very lucky right now. I
Let
feel
Uncle
like I've
Paul
never-
give you a
like,
nice hug.
I've never seen this side of the energy, and so it feels great. I feel like I've been invited into a special place.
This is
I
the
feel
way it
so
is most of
honored.
the time. I'm a salty fuck, but I'm pretty fucking, I'm pretty chill ultimately. I'm an old 90s brained stoner, okay? That's all you need to know about me.
Oops.
Nice.
Do we want to skip ahead and or no, wait. We haven't met the demon yet. I thought we could skip ahead to the demon.
Oh yeah.
I don't think we've met that goal.
Make the goal. Wait,
Yeah, I
so
don't
how?
think we've
Yeah, we have. We met. the
Oh,
goal.
we've made the demon goal.
Yeah, yeah.
Last I
I'll
heard,
stick
we already
around
in the
for the
6.
7 signs. If you guys do, the
I mean, you're
demon
not
thing first.
factoring in more recent events, TJ, as usual.
Well, have we made the $900 goal?
No, we have not made that goal.
Okay, so we made this. We haven't made 750 either, have we?
No.
I got it.
We're working on it.
You do the demon thing first.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stick around if you guys want to do the demon thing. That sounds fun as fuck, and it's on theme for my stuff. So
Yeah,
I'll
so that-
watch that with you if you want to.
7
Yeah.
signs. Someone you know is a demon.
All right, we're gonna find out what's going on with this dude.
All right, let's do it.
Well,
I
this
have
is
a-
going to be life changing for a lot of people. So, I mean, just pay
Wait.
attention.
Tell me if you guys can hear this, because I'm not sure if I'm sharing volume right now.
Sure.
Peace and blessings, Mark the Messenger.
I hear it.
I can hear.
Yep.
it.
Okay. Well, here we go.
Heard a video. Man, I'm so excited.
I'm gonna go ahead and just boost this audio up a little bit
Yeah, it's
because
low.
this video
He is a little
very,
whispery.
This video is very quiet. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little extra boosting on
Can
it.
barely hear him.
I'll just turn it.
I
up
have to learn to
real
protect myself
fucking
from
loud.
demons. So, if I don't know these 7 signs, it might be very bad for me.
Yeah, you
I'm
need to
old
know
now,
this.
so
And
I-
the people watching.
I'm old now, so
this'll-
I pee once
see,
in an
I'll
hour,
judge
so I
it
gotta
again.
go. I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Okay. Well, I'll
You
just
must have
wait.
pee pee. All right.
Go ahead. Trust
Get
me. You
outta
can go ahead. I don't need it. I
All
don't need
right,
you, though.
fine.